Kings, slimmed down, monarchy, so thin there aren't enough royals to go around. King Charles's slimmed-down working royal pool is now threadbare and there aren't enough to fulfill all the duties, it has been claimed. Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie are reportedly being lined up for several engagements in the coming months as part of a 2-year tour of the Commonwealth. Sources say emergency meetings have been held and it's been decided, younger blood is needed to reach a broader age range of supporters, with Prince William and Princess Kate the only senior royals under 50. The York sisters, daughters of Prince Andrew and Sarah Ferguson, have been earmarked to help fill the gap. They are not official working royals but have carried out duties for the monarchy before. The Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh are approaching 60. If those two and the Waleses are removed from the equation, the average age of the remaining royals is 77 years of age. A source: OK, emergency meetings have been held to come up with a solution to fulfill the growing number of royal engagements both here in the UK and abroad. There needs to be some younger blood to reach the younger generation and the only candidates available are Beatrice and Eugenie. It will be a case of increasing those responsibilities as opposed to making them into full-time working royals, the source added. Upon presenting his slimmed-down monarchy in an official portrait of the royal family at the coronation earlier this year, King Charles was keen to convey a sense of unity following the loss of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle as working royals in 2020. The source went on to say, "The Duke of Kent and the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester aren't going to fly off to Australia to represent the royals abroad. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief if they manage to make it to the next county, let alone another country." Among the Commonwealth visits penciled in for next year, one is expected to Australia, which would tie into King Charles's appearance at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Samoa. Other Commonwealth engagements are being scheduled. Princess Charlotte appears star-struck and hides behind Kate as she meets Wimbledon champ. She punched the air in delight when Carlos Alcaraz hit the winning shot to net his first-ever Wimbledon title. And a shy Princess Charlotte later appeared star-struck as she met her new tennis hero just moments after her mum, the Princess of Wales, presented him with his winner's trophy after his emphatic victory over Novak Djokovic. 8-year-old Charlotte was on her first visit to Wimbledon for the tense match alongside mum Kate, brother Prince George and dad Prince William. During the epic battle, it appeared that the young princess had been rooting for the Spaniard, who wrapped up a 5-set victory. After the trophy presentation on centre court, Alcaraz walked proudly through the members' area of the All England Club, where he was congratulated by King Felipe of Spain and also shook hands with George, William as well as Charlotte. The youngster seemed overawed to meet the new Wimbledon champion and at one point even dashed behind mum Kate's back as others around them congratulated the 20-year-old. The Wales family arrived at SW19 around noon for Charlotte's first ever visit to the tournament. George visited for the first time last year with his mum and dad. Charlotte held Kate's hand and walked ahead of George and William to reach the players' lawn and greeted Wimbledon staff, police dog Stella and British wheelchair doubles champion Gordon Reid. In the players' lawn, Kate told Ella Ottaway, who runs the All England Club's Young People program, that Prince Louis was very upset that he was not attending with his brother and sister. The princess said, "It's Charlotte's first time, George came last year. They've been eagerly watching. Charlotte, you've been getting to grips with the scoring. Louis was very upset he wasn't coming today." The princess also told 16-year-old ballboy Joel that Louis has been practicing being a ballboy. After their conversation, Joel revealed, Louis, tries to practice the standing and staying serious, like us. He tries to practice the stands and how we stand at the back of the court and next to the players. Charlotte petted Stella the Springer Spaniel, who searched centre court on Sunday morning on her last day at Wimbledon before retiring. The young princess was also introduced to 8-year-old Muawiz Anwar, who is representing the charity WaterAid and who performed the coin toss at the match. Prince Harry loves the attention on solo trip without Meghan to Tokyo, expert. Prince Harry's sudden change in gestures hinted at anxiety as he arrived in Japan for a work trip without wife Meghan Markle, a body language expert says. The Duke of Sussex was spotted at Tokyo's Haneda Airport today ahead of an appearance at the ISPS Sports Values Summit Special Edition in the city with longtime friend, Argentine polo player, Nacho Figueroa. It is the first stop on his solo trip to Asia before heading on to Singapore to play in a charity polo match there on Saturday. And after landing in Japan, Harry could be seen grinning as he walked through the airport wearing a baseball cap and dark polo shirt. But despite his seemingly happy demeanor, body language expert Judy James believes his gestures and expressions also hint at anxiety, with him mirroring his mother Princess Diana, who also had ever-changing emotions. Judy explained to the Mirror, "The body language in this clip is poignant because it suggests Harry has now inherited his mother Diana's trait of fluctuating and contrasting facial expressions and emotions that could range or flip from happy to deeply sad within a moment. Diana's smiles could, and did, melt as we watched them, and Harry's smiles here appear to do the same. No expression seems able to fix on his face here, and he goes from looking relaxed and cheerful to anxious and haunted within a heartbeat. Harry seems to feed off his close long-term friend Nacho Figueroa for his smiles here, as he looks at his happiest when the pair chat as they walk along. Nacho seems to be one catalyst for Harry's upbeat grins, but the other seems to be the adulation of his Japanese fans. His grin and his verbal and visual connection with the fans suggests he loves the celebrity-style attention and approval, and he even calls out, "Good to see you again," to a member of the press. His walk looks jaunty as though he is glad to be there, but then the smiles drop quickly as he bites his lower lip in a gesture of what looks like anxiety, before sucking his lips in to suggest the same. His eye expression melts, too. His crinkled eye smile appears genuine, but then suddenly it has vanished to be replaced by a more wary, haunted look. Harry's trip overseas comes as he is set to compete in a charity polo match alongside Nacho on Saturday. The annual event, which started in 2010, raises funds for Centebail. Harry and Meghan's royal feud is stressful for best friends, Beatrice and Eugenie. Prince Harry is still best of friends with Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie, but his rift with other royal relatives is really stressful for them, an insider has claimed. The cousins have always been close growing up together, and when Harry attended his father King Charles's coronation in May without wife Meghan Markle, he sat with Beatrice and Eugenie and their husbands. In fact, Eugenie was the only royal to appear in Harry and Meghan's controversial Netflix docuseries last year. Tensions between Harry and Meghan have remained high, especially in the wake of Harry's memoir Spare, where he was highly critical of his brother Prince William, his father the King, and Queen Camilla. But according to a source, his relationship with his younger cousins Beatrice and Eugenie is still strong. The insider told People, "They're still the best of friends and talk constantly." This whole drama between him and Meghan and the rift with the rest of the family has been really stressful for the girls. It's hard to watch because they see both sides of it. It appears that the bond between Harry, Beatrice and Eugenie has been a long shared one that goes way back to when they were children. Both their mothers, the late Princess Diana and Sarah Ferguson, were close friends, who spent a lot of time together. They even went on holiday together with the children also tagging along, forming the basis of the bond. As they grew older, the royal cousins hit the London club scene together, and they were regulars at the popular London club, Mahiki, sneaking in the back entrance. However, insiders said that of all of the late Queen's grandchildren, Harry and Eugenie had the most natural connections, and are the closest of friends. In their book Finding Freedom, authors Omid Scobie and Carolyn Durand claim Harry and Eugenie's roles within the royal family were the base of their close relationship. They write, like Harry, Eugenie also struggled to carve out her own identity growing up. Not being in a senior role meant that she had to go out into the world and find her own path, which she has done, moving to New York in 2013 to work at Paddle 8, the auction house run by Mish's husband and Harry's friend Alexander. Harry had always confided in his cousin when it came to the women in his life. Meghan Markle and Prince Harry given career lifeline and chance to salvage their image. Meghan Markle and Prince Harry have been given a much-needed opportunity to save their careers, according to an entertainment expert. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex have been urged to take advantage of the ongoing strikes in Hollywood, which gives them the chance to regroup and retool their operations. Members of the SAG-AFTRA union are currently on strike alongside the Writers Guild of America. Thousands have hit the picket lines for the first industry-wide strike against film and TV studios since 1980. Their aim is to improve pay and working conditions in Hollywood. Paul Duddridge, producer and entertainment coach, believes Meghan and Harry should grab this opportunity after struggling to make an impact in Hollywood. The couple recently suffered a blow after their Spotify deal was axed, and it's been reported that they're being ignored by Hollywood A-listers. Despite this, the Sussexes still have a good working relationship with Netflix, and Meghan recently signed with renowned Hollywood talent agency William Morris Endeavor. Paul believes the pair still have the chance to make a comeback. He said, Harry and Meghan may yet turn out to be beneficiaries of the strike. It will give them a much-needed chance to review their creative strategies while using the industry shutdown as cover. Paul said the strike gives them an opportunity to regroup and retool their operations, adding that Harry and Meghan need to flip the narrative after their previous projects have received mixed reviews. Speaking to The Express, Paul suggested their next steps. They have seemingly worn out the goodwill of the royal family and have not set the world alight with their creative output in the U.S. They are now well positioned to salvage their image with a critical success in the creative sphere. His comments come after it was reported that Meghan has set up shop in a hotel suite close to her new talent agency in Los Angeles. Showbiz correspondent Kinsey Schofield told GB News Meghan now has her eyes set on bigger opportunities. She wants to be a power player in Hollywood, and that this is not the direction that Harry has any desire to go, Kinsey added. Prince Harry beaten by brother William in U.S. popularity contest, despite living there. Prince William has been declared America's favorite public figure in a new poll. The 41-year-old Prince of Wales beat out his brother Prince Harry, despite the younger royal residing in the States for a few years with his wife Meghan Markle, to nab the honor. In the survey conducted by polling giant Gallup asked U.S. voters who their favorite 15 public figures on the world stage were, William reigned supreme, beating the likes of U.S. President Donald Trump and his successor Joe Biden. Gallup admittedly noted their surprise over the list, with William topping polls with both Republicans and Democrats. The much higher ratings he receives from older Americans and women may tie back to their affection for his mother and feelings of empathy towards him over her death, she said. Hinting at how deeply American society has been polarized, Lydia added, the U.S. may need to look beyond its borders to find public figures that a majority of Americans feel good about. According to the poll commissioned by Newsweek in March, Harry's popularity had dropped 48 points in the United States since December 2022. After William, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, Jill Biden, King Charles, and Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts rounded out the top 5. Meanwhile, while he has been living in sunny California for the last 2 years with his wife Meghan and their 2 children, Harry was seen enjoying a fun-filled lads trip to Japan. He was joined on the trip by best pal and professional polo player Nacho Figueroa. The purpose of the trip to Tokyo was so the 2 men could attend the ISPS Sports Values Summit to raise awareness of Centabale and the Invictus Games. During a panel chat, Harry stressed the importance of teamwork, saying sport required having a dream and the need for community. He said, I have long believed that sport is a conduit for healing, not just for the mind and body but the world. Sport requires having a dream and the need for community. Whether banded together in victory or showing up with respect in loss, no one ever crosses a finish line or scores a goal without the help and belief of others. The lessons we learn on the field are often the same principles of philanthropy, that a mission, hard work, dedication, and partnership can make even the impossible possible. That is what giving back requires. Prince Harry's bromance with pal dubbed Beckham of Polo, who'd defend him with life. Prince Harry may not be with Meghan Markle on his trip to both Japan and Singapore, but that doesn't mean he's traveling totally solo. That's because he has been joined by longtime best pal and superstar polo player Nacho Figueroa, with the pair enjoying a close friendship that goes back over 15 years. The 2 men were seen arriving in Tokyo together, attending a sports summit and even shopping for gifts for their wives together on the fun-filled trip. Nacho has previously been very protective of his royal mate, and even once remarked that he would defend him with his life. But who exactly is Nacho and how did he and Harry hit it off? Here we take a look. Polo star Nacho, whose real name is Ignacio, hails from Buenos Aires, Argentina, and started playing polo at the age of just 9. At 14 he moved to a family friend's estate so he could ride horses every day and hone his skill. By the time he was 17, he turned professional and started playing polo in locations all over Europe. He then went on to become one of the most recognizable players of the sport, with Tatler magazine once dubbing him the David Beckham of polo in 2019. Model life. But it hasn't just been polo that has seen Nacho thrust into the public eye. Since 2000, he has been a model for the brand synonymous with the sport of polo, Ralph Lauren. He has been the face of the company's black label since 2005 and has often been featured in glossy magazines and on TV. Not only did polo lead Nacho to modeling, it also led to him meeting his wife Delfina Blaquier, the daughter of an Argentinian polo player. According to the Daily Mail, the pair met at a polo match in 1997 and started dating in 1998. They tied the knot in 2005 and have 4 children, Hilario, Aurora, Artemio and Alba. In 2009, he also earned the title of the second most handsome man in the world in a poll by the magazine Vanity Fair. Royal connections. It was in 2007 that Nacho is believed to have struck up his long-standing friendship with Harry, who is also a keen polo player. It came when the prince set up his charity Centabale, which helps those affected by HIV/AIDS, and Nacho became an ambassador for the cause. And ever since, the pair have been seen together at countless charity polo matches, with Nacho once telling Insider, "I think the fact that we both feel the same way about giving back obviously helps you to have a good relationship." Prince William's poignant response amid ongoing Harry feud to concerned royal fan. Prince William vowed to a royal fan he'd keep defiant amid the rift with Prince Harry after his book was released. Prince of Wales, 41, attended a commitment at Royal Liverpool University Hospital days after Spare was published, a memoir said to quickly have become the fastest-selling non-fiction book of all time. During this function, Sylvia, an 81-year-old fan, clutched William's hand and said, "Keep going, Will. Scousers, love you," referring to the loving nickname for Liverpudlians. It emerged William responded with a simple, "I will do." The encouragement came as royal insiders labeled his brother's memoirs as confrontational, and yet another attack on the royal family. Spare, though, did sell more than 1.4 million copies on its first day of publication in January. The day after Sylvia's advice, William attended a royal engagement in Birkenhead, Merseyside. The Prince of Wales seemed to ignore a reporter who asked if he'd read his brother's book. "Your Royal Highness, have you had a chance to read your brother's book at all?" the journalist shouted, according to video footage captured by ITV. However, the eldest son of King Charles and the late Princess Diana showed no reaction as he walked away with Kate Middleton, Princess of Wales, by his side. The Liverpool and Birkenhead trips were William's first work appearances following the release of Spare. In it, Harry, 38, also made private family squabbles and conversations public, including personal rows with William. Duke of Sussex claims he was left battered and bruised when the Prince of Wales tossed him to the floor in a bitter fight 2 months before he and Meghan Markle, 41, left the royal family. The book also addresses Meghan's relationship with Kate. The book says, Meg asked if Kate was aware of what was going on right now with her father. Kate said she was well aware, but the dresses and the wedding is in 4 days. It's reported Spare was initially popular with holidaymakers, but, during the summer, it quickly became the most discarded book, with readers abandoning their copies in hotels and resorts across Europe. According to hospitality specialists, hotels have been flooded with so many left-behind copies. They started this month giving the books away, but even local bookstores and libraries won't take them. Prince Louis received incredible gift from tennis legend who accosted mum Kate Middleton. Whenever the Princess of Wales visits Wimbledon, she can be assured of getting one of the best seats in the house. She nearly always gets a spot in center court's royal box, and with it, she gets to mingle with other royals, celebrities and tennis legends invited to sit in the prestigious area. And it seems one year, a tennis champion was quick to accost Kate as she watched the 2019 men's final with Prince William, and produced an incredible gift for her to give to Prince Louis. The Grand Slam champion in question was none other than tennis player turned trainer designer Stan Smith, and he handed Kate a mini pair of his iconic Adidas trainers. Not only that, he had personalized the kicks with a message written in gold pen reading, "To Louis," with his signature. It's unknown if Louis, who is now 5, has ever worn the customized trainers, but given they have Stan's signature on them, maybe William and Kate have kept them as a souvenir. The exchange came as William and Kate settled down to watch the men's Wimbledon final 4 years ago, which was a hard-fought 5-set epic between Novak Djokovic and Roger Federer, with the Serbian player crowned victorious. Kate is known to be a pal of Federer, who lost that day, and earlier in this year's tournament, she was present for a special ceremony honoring 8-time Wimbledon champion before playing on center court. She was on her feet as she stood to applaud Federer, who was welcomed to the royal box after a video of his achievements was played. He took a seat next to the princess, who was clapping as the 41-year-old arrived at the scene of his 8 titles for the first time since he retired last September. The pair could be seen exchanging a few words and even a joke as the Swiss player enjoyed a long-standing ovation, leaving him looking emotional. It was the first time Kate and the tennis player had been seen together since appearing in a warm-up promo video for Wimbledon highlighting the work of ball boys and girls. It is believed Roger and wife Mirka are friends of the Middletons, with them attending Kate's sister Pippa's wedding in 2017. Kate once also revealed how the tennis star was also her mum Carol's heartthrob. Search for Britain's most magic animals. We all love our pets, but is yours extra special? Has your dog changed your life, or do you know a cat whose companionship is helping people in need? Maybe your furry friend has overcome incredible hardship to be by your side. We want to hear all about them as we launch our search for Britain's most brilliant pets. Nominations open today for the Mirror People's Pet Awards, with Webbox. We are looking for dogs, cats and more who have saved lives and changed lives, rescue animals who have overcome impossible odds, and pets you just can't help falling in love with. There are also categories for adults and children who make an incredible difference to the lives of animals. Last year's inspiring winners included Max, a staffy bred for fighting before being rescued, who became an ambassador of hope in a bid to break the stigma associated with his breed. We also honored Mr. London Meow, a hospital therapy cat beloved by patients and medics alike, and support dog Matilda, who formed an amazing bond with a young girl left disabled by a stroke. We love a cute pet pic, and so do our friends at Webbox. This week, as we open nominations for the People's Pet Awards, we're looking back at last year's winner of the Webbox Joy of Pets Award. This is Maggie, who was rescued from the streets of Lebanon, where she was horrifically abused and used for target practice. She survived against all the odds, and after being brought to Britain she became a much-loved therapy dog, bringing peace and comfort to others. There was a happy ending for 2 terrified tabbies dumped in a cardboard box on the steps of an Essex Vets charity. Staff at the PDSA hospital in Vange, who named them Charles and Camilla, gave the cats a checkup and discovered Camilla was heavily pregnant. She gave birth to 5 healthy kittens just a day later, and then rescue charity Cat Squad South Essex stepped in to help. Mark Davies of Cat Squad said, "This was a sad and urgent situation, so one of our fosterers kindly made room and took them temporarily until a permanent fosterer could be found. The charity is now looking for new homes for the cats and kittens, who are all doing well after their ordeal." For more information visit catsquad.org. Prince Harry to capitalize on royal family's absence, as he prepares for world trip. Prince Harry is said to be gearing up to capitalize on the royal family's absence, as he prepares to head on a trip around the world. The Duke of Sussex, who stepped down from royal duties in 2020 alongside his wife Meghan Markle, will soon embark on a public trail while the royal family holiday in Scotland. Each summer the royals tend to escape to their country homes to enjoy some seclusion and downtime, with Harry eyeing up their limelight. Harry, who today appeared in a new video with his wife, will be heading on tour this month, with him due to visit Tokyo before heading off to Singapore and then Germany. His first stop will be on August 9 for a sports summit based around community and philanthropy, while his Singapore trip will see him attend Centabale's ISPS Handa Polo Cup match. Then in September, the prince will reportedly jet back to Europe for the Invictus Games in Düsseldorf, Germany. The Express report that Harry could then make a stop off in London for the Well Child Awards, a cause close to his heart and one he has been involved with for many years. Earlier this year, the Duke even urged people to nominate deserving and inspiring people for a Well Child Award, with him speaking out at the time and saying, "For the past 15 years that I've been patron, I've been immensely grateful for the work that Well Child does and moved by the stories I hear and the people I meet." He later added, "Each year, I so look forward to meeting with the award winners, and spreading awareness about this incredible charity. I hope this year you'll join me and get involved," which hints at his potential appearance at the ceremony next month. Express reports that royal expert and writer Daniela Elser has spoken about how Harry will use the royals' absence, as they holiday in the UK, to his advantage, with her saying, "Brand Sussex about to be everywhere and Team Crown largely absent from the picture." Or, in other words, we are about to see a lot of Harry, everywhere, all at once. This comes after we reported that Harry might be missing his family in the summers he used to enjoy in the UK before moving to America with his wife in 2020. Now residing in Montecito, California, Harry lives in a sprawling mansion with Meghan, their son Archie, and their daughter Lilibet. King Charles and Kate Middleton's bond, tear-jerking tribute and sweet nickname. It's rare for the Princess of Wales to step out on public joint engagements with her father-in-law King Charles. But when they do, we get an insight into their close bond and sweet relationship. That was proved in 2021 when Kate and Charles attended the world premiere of the new James Bond movie with Prince William and the then Duchess of Cornwall at the Royal Albert Hall. Cameras snapped the pair affectionately greeting each other with a kiss on the cheek, with experts saying it shows their rather tight relationship. Here we look back at how they developed their bond and now enjoy being in each other's company. Kate and William started dating while they were students at St Andrews University in Scotland. It appears even in those early days and before the pair announced their engagement in 2010, Charles welcomed his would-be daughter-in-law into the family with open arms. In an interview to mark their engagement, Kate said Charles had been very, very welcoming, and very friendly. She admitted that she was nervous to meet her future father-in-law but added, "It couldn't have gone easier, really for me." Months after their engagement was announced, Kate and William wed in a grand ceremony in Westminster Abbey in April 2011. Proud dad Charles was there to watch his eldest son tie the knot and gave a tear-jerking off-the-cuff speech about the couple during a champagne reception at Buckingham Palace. According to Hello, he described Kate as like the daughter he never had and said, "We are lucky to have her." He then wished the couple a lifetime of happiness together. Although joint public appearances between Kate and Charles have been few and far between, when they have happened, the pair are often spotted sharing private jokes. In one visit to a veterans rehabilitation center in Loughborough, Kate was pictured in fits of giggles as she stood next to her father-in-law. William and Camilla were also there on the visit, and body language expert Judy James told the Express that by wrinkling her nose. She added, "The affection Kate clearly feels for her father-in-law could be one big thing she has in common with Camilla." Despite Kate and Charles's sweet relationship, the bond between Charles and William is said to have been rocky in the past. But according to reports, it was Kate herself who helped to smooth things over between her husband and father-in-law. Meghan Markle expected to reveal Prince Harry's shortcomings as a husband in her book. Meghan Markle is expected to reveal her husband Prince Harry's shortcomings in a new autobiography giving her side of the couple's extraordinary story. The Duchess of Sussex is thought to be working on a tell-all book in a similar vein to Prince Harry's popular memoir Spare. The open and honest account of the Duchess' life is expected to include surprising and personal revelations from her 5-year marriage. It's expected Meghan, who shares son Archie, 4, and 2-year-old daughter Lilibet with Harry, won't hold back on telling her truth. Harry himself hinted in his book and in their Netflix docuseries that he felt guilty about how Meghan was treated while they lived together in the UK and wished he could have done more to help and protect her. Prince Harry admitted that he felt angry and ashamed, that things had got so bad that Meghan was having suicidal thoughts. "I was devastated. I knew that she was struggling, we were both struggling, but I never thought that it would get to that stage, and the fact that it got to that stage, I felt angry and ashamed," Harry said in the couple's Netflix docuseries. Harry said that while he understood Meghan's struggle, he was so preoccupied with his royal duties that he didn't give her the support she needed. "I didn't deal with it particularly well. I dealt with it as institutional Harry as opposed to husband Harry. And what took over my feelings was my royal role," Harry said. "I'd been trained to worry more about, what are people gonna think if we don't go to this event? We're gonna be late. And looking back on it now, I hate myself for it." And now a source claims that Meghan wants to put her side across. Meghan really wants to get her side of the story across after Harry got the space to tell his story so deeply, a source tells Bella magazine. "There have been times that Harry has been less than perfect in the marriage, which he acknowledges, but no one is perfect. Last night, Meghan kicked off her 42nd birthday celebrations early with a night out with her gal pals, while her husband was nowhere to be seen. The Duchess of Sussex headed to the cinema with a group of friends, including her neighbor Portia de Rossi, as they went to see the new Barbie movie. The women watched Margot Robbie's new film at a cinema in Santa Barbara earlier this week. Royal swerves Balmoral for summer with Princess Camilla of Bourbon to Sicilies. Members of the royal family are spending their first summer break at Balmoral without the Queen as they momentarily pause their public engagements for a few weeks. But while King Charles and Queen Camilla plan to spend their summer in Scotland, it is not clear whether one member of the royal family will be present as he is currently on holiday on the French Riviera. Prince Michael of Kent, first cousin of Queen Elizabeth and grandson of George V, is spending time with Princess Camilla of Bourbon to Sicilies and her family in Saint-Tropez. The 81-year-old, wearing a lilac shirt and blue shirt, posed with Princess Camilla, 52, for a photo that she shared online with the caption, "Happy Moments." They were joined by Camilla's husband, Prince Carlo, Duke of Castro, at the beachfront gastrobar La Club 55. Princess Camilla's daughters, Princess Maria Carolina, 20, and Princess Maria Chiara, 18, were also pictured in Saint-Tropez. Prince Michael was also pictured attending a summer party with Princess Camilla and other guests. He appeared to have attended the party on his own, as his wife, Princess Michael of Kent, or his children, Lady Gabriella Kingston and Lord Frederick Windsor. Princess Camilla has good links with the British royal family, and when the Queen died last year, she paid tribute to the late monarch. She said, "We have been privileged to meet Her Majesty on a number of occasions and will forever treasure the time that we have spent with her." It is not clear if Prince Michael will later join royals at Balmoral after returning from Saint-Tropez. Over the coming weeks, King Charles and Camilla are expected to welcome a number of guests at Balmoral Castle, carrying on a tradition that was much loved by Queen Elizabeth II. The Prince and Princess of Wales will join the King and Queen with their 3 children, Prince George, Princess Charlotte and Prince Louis. Other guests expected to travel to Balmoral are Princess Anne, Prince Andrew and Zara Tindall. Princess Camilla's holiday with her family on the French Riviera comes amid speculation that her daughter Chiara may be dating Prince Christian of Denmark, the eldest son of Crown Prince Frederick and Crown Princess Mary. The pair were pictured together at the Monaco Grand Prix in May, and an insider claimed that Christian reportedly introduced his rumored girlfriend to his grandmother Queen Margrethe II of Denmark. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle make huge offer to help make amends with royal family. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle have reportedly planned to make amends with their estranged family members back in the UK. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex made a statement when they left the royal family and their royal duties behind, for a quiet life in Montecito, California. But now it seems they're ready to put the past behind them. Meghan and Harry are said to have offered to rent an apartment in Kensington Palace and have reportedly agreed to furnish it themselves, reveal royal insiders. The move is primed to be a bid to impress Harry's older brother, Prince William, who he sourly fell out with following the release of his tell-all memoir, Spare, and his wife, Kate Middleton. In Spare, Harry alleged that Prince William called Meghan difficult, rude, and abrasive, which Harry says was parroting of the press narrative. He also claimed there was a physical altercation between him and his older brother which saw Harry allegedly shoved to the ground. However, the source has claimed that Harry and Meghan are extending an olive branch, in the form of a rented apartment. They told OK! Magazine, Harry and Meghan are offering to rent an apartment at Kensington Palace and furnish it themselves. He hopes that will please William and show that they're serious about coming back. However, the Duke of Sussex is still said to be wary of becoming a prisoner of the palace, should he return, the insider added. The potential reconciliation between the Sussexes and the royals is being widely discussed by royal experts, who aren't overly keen on their relationships ever recovering. Talk TV's royal editor Sarah Hewson told Sky News Australia, "I see no signs of that whatsoever. The wounds are so deep it's gonna take an awful lot and an awful long time to heal those wounds. And, at this stage, I just don't see any evidence whatsoever that there is a desire on either side, yet, to put an end to this and to forgive and forget." Prince Harry explains his healing journey, while announcing a major new public engagement. Prince Harry has spoken about his healing journey, while confirming he will attend the Invictus Games next month. The Duke of Sussex will travel to Düsseldorf in Germany for the international multi-sport event, which will run from September 9 to September 16 this year. In a video message, Harry, who is currently in Asia for a charity and polo tour with his best friend Nacho Figueras, said he is both excited and nervous about the Invictus Games. He said, "I hope you are excited and probably a bit nervous. I'm both. But I can't wait to see all of you and have the whole community together once again. It's been too long." Harry also praised competitors for taking the next step on their healing journey, and said the event also helped his own journey. Looking excited ahead of this year's event, Harry said it will be the best games ever. Addressing the athlete, the prince said, "You're all on different parts of your healing journey." He then added, "We all are, we always will be." Laughing, Harry added, "Good luck for the remaining few weeks, have fun, look forward to it. Being nervous is a good thing. We have 21 nations this year and can't wait to have every continent represented. Except Antarctica, but still working on that. Thank you for your service, for your commitment, your determination in getting to this point. We are going to have a lot of fun and yeah, look forward to it. We're ready to host you. It's going to be the best games ever, the best games yet." Harry usually attends the Invictus Games with his wife Meghan Markle and, according to reports, she will have a special role this year. The former Suits star will be closing out the two-week event and will address the crowd with a very emotional closing speech with Harry. It is believed Harry will be in Düsseldorf for the whole duration of the Games, while Meghan is only expected to attend half of it. A source told the Rheinische Post, "This very emotional element is to be watched personally by Meghan, Duchess of Sussex." Yesterday, Harry was seen laughing, joking and goofing around in Tokyo, where he took to the stage at ISPS Sports Values Summit and joined a panel to talk about sport, community and philanthropy. As he was welcomed onto the stage at the event, he could be seen smiling widely and enjoying every second. Prince William reveals adorable detail about Princess Charlotte at huge royal event. The Prince of Wales revealed Princess Charlotte loves to dance during a meeting with the Maltese Prime Minister and his family. Prince William was speaking with Joseph Muscat's wife Michelle Muscat at a Commonwealth Day reception back in 2018 when he shared the adorable detail. Mr. Muscat was also joined by the couple's twin daughters Étoile Ella and Soleil Sophie. He joked with the 10-year-old girls saying, "It's a bit colder than Malta," at the event staged by the Commonwealth Secretariat at its London home Marlborough House. Other guests included the Prince of Wales, Duchess of Cornwall, High Commissioners and former Prime Minister Sir John Major, and the event was hosted by Baroness Scotland, the Commonwealth's Secretary-General. When Mrs. Muscat said her children were attending a stage school, William replied, "My daughter Charlotte loves dancing." As well as being a keen dancer, The little princess could also speak 2 languages by the time she was just 2 years old. By the time she started nursery school, the young princess had already mastered English and was also using Spanish phrases, picked up from her Spanish nanny. A source told People magazine that Princess Charlotte is very sweet and very confident, and has mastered a number of Spanish words. Along with her elder brother, Prince George, and younger sibling, Prince Louis, Charlotte attends Lambrook School in Berkshire. The royal children are currently on their summer break and are believed to be planning some holidays with their parents, Prince William and Kate Middleton. But when she's at school, the young royal goes by a different name as is treated as any other pupil. Princess Charlotte's full name is Charlotte Elizabeth Diana, and her official title is Her Royal Highness Princess Charlotte of Cambridge. Both of these are a bit of a mouthful, and we can't imagine the kids in the playground or her teachers using them. Therefore, she follows in the footsteps of her older brother and other members of her family and uses her parents' title as her surname. Therefore, she is known as Charlotte Cambridge. George, Charlotte and Louis's unusual nickname for Camilla, and it's not Nan. When the royals are in the privacy of their own home, surrounded by just their nearest and dearest, they don't call each other by their titles. Many have their own nicknames for each other, with Meghan Markle revealing that she calls her husband Prince Harry, has during an unprecedented tour of LA interview with James Corden. The Queen's immediate family called her Lilibet, and Prince William would refer to her as Gary when he was younger, as he couldn't say Grandma. And the youngest generation of royals also use cute names for their elders. Prince George, Princess Charlotte and Prince Louis are said to know everything about Granny Diana, and refer to King Charles as Grandpa Wales. According to the Daily Mail, the nickname Grandpa Wales follows the same format as the Queen used for her granddad George V, who she referred to as Grandad England. But when it comes to Queen Camilla, it's apparent that she goes by a different name to the traditional Grandma or Nanny. Camilla, who has 5 grandchildren of her own, plus the Cambridge kids and Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's Archie and Lily, is referred to as Gaga. According to The Sun, Camilla told Lady Gaga that her stepchildren called her Gaga when they met during the 2016 Royal Variety performance. Shortly after the birth of Prince George, the Duchess told the Daily Mail, "My own grandchildren call me Gaga. I don't know if it's because they think I am. It is funny but is still very sweet." Meanwhile, Prince George also had an adorable nickname for his great-grandmother, the late Queen, and called her Gon Gon. Speaking back in 2016 after the birth of Princess Charlotte, Kate Middleton said, "It's very special having a new little girl. I feel very, very lucky that George has got a little sister." The Queen was really thrilled that it was a little girl, and I think as soon as we came back here to Kensington she was one of our first visitors here. George is only 2.5 and he calls her Gon Gon. She always leaves a little gift or something in their room when we go and stay, and that just shows her love for her family. Prince William's second cousin is the most beautiful royal, and she's very cool. Meet Lady Amelia Windsor. As well as being a top model, a student and an Instagram star, the 27-year-old is actually a member of our royal family. She is the granddaughter of the late Queen's cousin Prince Edward, the Duke of Kent, making her 36th in line to the throne. She's Prince William and Harry's second cousin, and the Queen's first cousin, twice removed. Not many people had heard of the young royal until she appeared on the front cover of Tatler Magazine back in 2016. The interview described her as the most beautiful royal, and it's easy to see why. And it seems the fashion industry doesn't agree. Ever since the magazine piece, Amelia, who is also known as Mel, has been a big name in the industry. She's became a top model with Storm Models, the agency which discovered Kate Moss and Cara Delevingne. She has walked in catwalk shows for Dolce & Gabbana and been spotted in the front row at Paris Fashion Week. And on top of all this, she studied French and Italian at the University of Edinburgh. She's extremely active on social media with more than 30,000 followers on Instagram. She uses the official account to share photos of herself and to keep fans up to date with what she's up to. So it's no wonder that Amelia is quickly becoming a very popular royal. Princess Anne's forgotten relationship with Queen Camilla's ex-husband. For those who are familiar with Netflix's The Crown, you will be aware of a storyline that sees the then Prince Charles grow close with Camilla Shand, while Princess Anne becomes entangled with Andrew Parker Bowles. As you may expect, the story has been heavily dramatized for the sake of the program, but there does lie a grain of truth behind it. It is known that the Princess Royal and Major Andrew Parker Bowles were incredibly close and bonded over a shared interest in horses. It is however said that their courtship did not overlap with King Charles and Camilla's budding relationship. While they split up many years ago, the couple remain close friends today and are often pictured together at British horse trial events. They were so close, in fact, that Princess Anne made Parker Bowles one of her daughter Zara's godfathers when she was born in 1981. While many may take the events of The Crown as gospel, it is important to remember that the storyline has been heavily embellished for dramatic purposes. And this is no better seen in the relationships had by the Queen's oldest two children. It is well known that King Charles and Queen Camilla had known each other for many years before they eventually married in 2005, as they had been introduced in the summer of 1972, according to Charles's biographer, Sally Bedell Smith. But the popular show claims that their relationship overlapped with that of Princess Anne and Camilla's soon-to-be husband, Andrew Parker Bowles. According to Bedell Smith, Parker Bowles did have a relationship with the Princess Royal as they were incredibly similar and shared many interests, such as horse riding and racing. But Bedell Smith suggests in her book, Prince Charles, The Passions and Paradoxes of an Improbable Life, In the Shadow of the Throne, that as Andrew was Catholic, he was an unlikely candidate for marriage to a member of the royal family. The author explains, Anne and Andrew started dating in June 1970, and traces the relationship back to that year's royal ascot, when Andrew was invited to Windsor to celebrate with the royal family. Andrew was already close with the royals and had served as a page at the late Queen's coronation in 1953. Even when their romance eventually wound down, they remained lifelong friends. Andrew Parker Bowles married Camilla Shand at the Guards Chapel in London on July 4, 1973. Prince Harry stopped cold during Funeral Row with William after three-word secret code. They once appeared to share an unshakable bond and seemed to be inseparable as brothers. But for several years now, Prince William and Prince Harry have drifted apart in a bitter rift, with relations between the once tight pair seeming to be at rock bottom. Since Harry quit his royal role for a new life in the United States, he has only been reunited with the now Prince of Wales a handful of times, with no sign of reconciliation on the cards. One of those tense reunions came in April 2021 when Harry returned for the funeral of the late Prince Philip, just weeks after his and Meghan Markle's bombshell tell-all interview with Oprah Winfrey. Many hoped the sad event would prove to be a chance for the two brothers to bury the hatchet, but writing in his memoir Spare, Harry claimed that he was stopped cold during a confrontation with William, who used a secret code they had for times of extreme crisis. The heated discussion came on the day they said their final goodbyes to their late grandfather, with Harry recalling in the book how William forced him to look into his eyes so he could tell him that he loved him and wanted him to be happy. Harry then says he told his brother that he loved him too, but that his stubbornness is extraordinary, and pulled away. He goes on to claim that William pulled him back and said, "Harold, you must listen to me. I just want you to be happy, Harold, I swear on Mummy's life." Harry said this stopped them both, as William had used the secret code, the universal password. "Ever since we were boys, those three words were to be used only in times of extreme crisis, on Mummy's life." He goes on to detail how they had reserved that vow for times when they believed one of them needed to be heard. And Harry added, "It stopped me cold, as it was meant to. Not because he'd used it, but because it didn't work. I simply didn't believe him." Elsewhere in Spare, Harry writes how William attacked him during another confrontation at Kensington Palace, and in his controversial Netflix series, he claims his older brother screamed and shouted at him during a meeting. It was a far cry from how the brothers had been portrayed as having a tight bond, especially in the wake of the death of their mother, Princess Diana. But according to royal biographer Ingrid Seward, the brothers have never been close, and any reunion between them may be many years off. Queen hoped Harry and Meghan would respect her gift after she rejected their request. The Windsor estate has been the home to the royal family for almost 1,000 years, with the late Queen and Prince Philip, the Prince and Princess of Wales, Prince Andrew and his ex-wife Sarah Ferguson among the most recent residents. The vast estate contains a number of properties, including huge mansions and cozier cottages, which the Queen gifted to her loved ones over the years. This included Frogmore Cottage, which she gifted the Duke and Duchess of Sussex following their stunning royal wedding back in 2018. However, according to reports, the couple actually requested a different property, but the Queen deemed it inappropriate and firmly rejected it. According to The Times, Harry and Meghan wanted to live within the castle itself and reportedly asked if living quarters could be made available after their marriage. At the time, only the Queen and Prince Philip had private apartments within the actual castle, with everyone else living elsewhere on the estate. However, the late monarch is said to have, politely but firmly suggested, that they live in nearby Frogmore Cottage instead. A further claim about the decision to give her grandson and his wife the impressive home as a wedding gift was made in royal expert Katie Nicholl's book The New Royals. Nicholl wrote that the late Lady Elizabeth Anson, who died in 2020, said the Queen described the Windsor home as a big deal, and shared her hopes that Harry and Meghan would respect her generosity. Lady Elizabeth is quoted as saying, "The cottage was a big deal. The Queen's entrance into the gardens is right next to their cottage. It is essentially her backyard, her solitude, and her privacy. She was giving that up in gifting Harry and Meghan Frogmore Cottage. We all thought it was very big of her. She said, I hope they'll respect it." Earlier this year, it was revealed that the couple had been evicted from their Windsor home, with the keys thought to have been offered to Prince Andrew in exchange for his Royal Lodge residence. A source close to the couple denied that the pair were shocked by the decision, as they told The Times, "It is what it is. They are not fighting it. They realize they have a home in California. They have a roof over their heads. They were very privileged to have a second residence. It's not going to work out for them there, and that's okay." Prince Charles called the Queen "mummy" in public, and her reaction says it all. It's almost a year since the nation came together in mourning at the last of the late Queen. In the millions of tributes paid to the monarch, along with her sense of duty was her sense of humor, and this never faltered, not even with her own children. During the celebrations for her 92nd birthday, she reminded the world exactly who the star of the royal family is, and that would be her. And she did as absolutely beautifully during a celebration at the Royal Albert Hall by pulling an extraordinary face to something her son Charles said. "Yes, you're never too old or too next in line for the throne to get subtlety shaded by your own mother." To honor his mum's special day, Charles took the stage and gave a rather sweet speech lavishing her with praise and referred to her as, "Your Majesty, Mummy." Cute, no? Except, the Queen seemed a little taken aback, widening her eyes and allowing herself a barely detectable eye roll, and people are enjoying her reaction greatly. Was she just caught unaware by the informal register? Would she prefer that her kids leave the "mummy" references at home? Or had she simply remembered something spicy which had happened earlier? Given that the Queen was in many ways the ultimate royal enigma, we'll never know. The Queen was well known for her pranks and once pulled one on some American tourists. Former protection officer Richard Griffin went viral after sharing what happened when two American tourists failed to recognize the Queen after they met her walking on her Scottish estate. Speaking to Sky News, he told how the 96-year-old monarch had been out for a stroll on the grounds of Balmoral Castle in Aberdeenshire, Scotland, when she came across two hikers. At the time, she was dressed down in tweeds and wearing a headscarf, so the duo didn't recognize her. He said, "There were two hikers coming towards us and the Queen would always stop and say hello. It was two Americans on a walking holiday and it was clear they hadn't recognized her, which was fine." The American man asked her if she lived in the area, to which she replied that she did indeed have a house nearby. She said that she lived in London but had a house just over the hill, and he asked how often she had been coming up here. She said she'd been coming up for more than 80 years and you could see the cogs were ticking. He said, "Well, if you've been coming up here for 80 years, Meghan Markle sends clear message about future after flashing anti-stress patch. Meghan Markle sent a clear message about her future career after she was spotted wearing an anti-stress patch, an expert has claimed. The Duchess was spotted at the end of last week showing off the unusual patch stuck to her wrist, which has been developed by the brand Newcalm. Known as the biosignal processing disc, it's said to provide the resonance and frequencies to ensure a fast-acting, deep, and long-lasting Newcalm experience. The makers of the patch have now shared images of Meghan on their Instagram feed, confirming she was wearing one of its patches and offering potential customers a 7-day free trial of the product. And one brand expert has told Mail Online that it could be yet another sign that Meghan is set to line up a string of new business partnerships after reports she is to revive her old lifestyle blog The Tig. He explained, Meghan's strategic placement of a stress pack from a relatively new startup company that reposted the image of her in their own social media is a clear message that she is looking to build her lifestyle brand and create a platform for her followers to benefit from her experiences and the products that help her. The patches cost $80, £63, for a pack of 20, or $400, £315, for a pack of 100. Users are instructed to place one disc 3 finger lengths away from the edge of their left wrist and warned not to place it on their right. It can then be left in place for the day and throughout the night too. The Newcalm Support Center likens the disc to a battery. It urges the user to think of the disc like a battery, adding, a battery contains a charge. Once it touches a metal contact, that device begins pulling energy from it. Similarly, the disc contains signaling to activate the GABAergic system. Once it touches your skin, your body begins pulling frequencies from it. A video on the site claims that the patches use vibration frequency to send signals to the brain, like a tuning fork, with the cells in the brain then oscillating at the same frequency which is embedded. It is claimed by the site that the discs are embedded with electromagnetic frequencies, specific to natural elements within our bodies. It comes as mum of 2 Meghan has faced a number of setbacks this summer. In June, Spotify announced it would not be renewing its 3-year, £15.6 million podcast deal with Meghan and husband Harry's firm, Archwell Audio. Inside Rose Hanbury's music festival, and Kate Middleton secretly went to rave. Kate Middleton is said to have went to a rave alongside her close pal and society girl Rose Hanbury as the pair partied away at her Norfolk estate. The Duchess of Cambridge was reportedly encouraged to attend the Houghton Festival after the friends caught up with each other at Rose's home. She paid the Marchioness of Cholmondeley a visit at Houghton Hall, where they enjoyed dinner together, whilst the 24-hour party took place in the background. They are said to have gone to the event without their husbands after they finished eating. But the princess was believed to have been apprehensive at first but eventually agreed to go to the popular event in secret. A source told the Daily Mail, after dinner, one of the guests suggested that Catherine go to the festival. Catherine was nervous about the idea, but, after much discussion with her protection officers, she went with lots of security. William wasn't there. The 4-day festival, which is the brainchild of DJ Craig Richards, was expected to welcome a staggering 12,000 attendees. The festival is described by organizers as a celebration of art and music in the Norfolk countryside. Richards previously said that one of his favorite parts about the 1,000-acre site was that there is no signal, reports the Evening Standard. He said, different levels of fantasy and freedom come with not having a phone. We're all on those things so much, and while it's an absolute drama for us not to have phones in there while we're building and preparing, it's one of the greatest happy accidents of the festival. People leave the festival having not interacted with their phone. I mean, possibly not even to use it as a camera. If you remove phones from the dance floor, and from the campsite, you really are in a much more liberated environment. Kate and William have previously proved to be a lover of music after they were spotted as they showed off their dance moves in a village in Belize last year. The couple were treated to a welcome performance by locals before William started dancing with the organizer, Laura Cacho. She said at the time, "That was so exciting. A dream come true. It was fun, he was a good dancer and I told him he got the Garifuna culture in him." Kate was excellent as well and definitely has Garifuna culture in her. It is unclear whether Kate has previously attended the Houghton Festival. Meghan Markle's intense wellness routine, from strict diet rule to stress patches. It seems keeping a healthy body and a happy mind has always been a top priority for Meghan Markle. Even in the days when she ran her lifestyle blog, The Tig, she would share her best health and wellness tips with her followers. And it seems that even though this was many years ago, feeling well and grounded is still of utmost importance to the Duchess. In fact, just last week, she was spotted sporting an anti-stress patch on her wrist, which is said to help with the symptoms of stress and insomnia. But it's not just stress patches that Meghan has been spotted trying or talked about in the past. It appears she has a range of ways of looking after her well-being. 5 a.m. workouts. It may not be for everyone, but Meghan is said to be a fan of early mornings, rising at the crack of dawn each day to do yoga around 5 a.m. Her mum, Doria Ragland, is an LA yoga instructor and seems to have passed on her love for it. Meghan once told Best magazine about her passion for the practice, saying, "Yoga is my thing. My mom is a yoga instructor, and I started doing Mommy and Me yoga with her when I was 7. I was very resistant as a kid, but she said, 'Flower, you will find your practice, just give it time.' In college, I started doing it more regularly. My health, my state of mind, the feeling you have after a workout, all of these things drive me to step onto my mat. Sometimes the idea of working out sounds absolutely dreadful, but I always remind myself of how good it will feel afterwards." Euphoric, almost. Face yoga. But it's not just yoga for the body that Meghan seems to be a fan of. She also reportedly likes to do face yoga too, which is said to help smooth wrinkles and make the skin glow. "I do facial exercises from one of my favorite estheticians, Nicola Joss, who basically has you sculpt your face from the inside out," Meghan revealed in a previous interview with Birchbox. "I swear it works, as silly as you may feel. On the days I do it, my cheekbones and jawline are way more sculpted." British facial exercise guru Danielle Collins claimed, "Facial yoga moves all the layers of the skin together to increase collagen and strengthen muscles. It also trains you to relax areas of tension that can lead to frown lines. It's a natural alternative to Botox." Meanwhile, as well as exercise, Meghan has always been transparent about her lifestyle choices. "Harry will want to be at King's birthday, but he won't want an apology," warns expert. With a milestone birthday on the horizon, King Charles will want to be surrounded by his family. But royal experts claim that while the soon-to-be 75-year-old monarch may in fact want Harry and Meghan at his celebrations, the invitation will not be much an olive branch. Charles's birthday is on November 14, coming just over 2 months after he marks 1 year on the throne. Relations with the Sussexes have been strained at best over the past 18 months, after the couple dropped a series of bombshell claims in their March 2022 Oprah interview and a Netflix docuseries. Prince Harry's tell-all memoir Spare also made a string of claims, including revelations of a physical tussle with brother Prince William ahead of his wedding to Meghan Markle. The king has already extended invitations to the Sussexes when both were invited to his coronation in May this year, although only Harry attended the historic event on a whistle-stop which coincided with son Archie's 4th birthday. Now royal expert Angela Levin says the door will once more be open for his 75th. Columnist and royal writer Ms. Levin said the king would likely want all his family around him for the occasion, including grandchildren Archie and Lilibet. But any apology from the couple, and both will be told to get lost, she warned. Charles would want Harry and Meghan's children there, Ms. Levin told The Sun. If Harry and Meghan want to make an excuse, that's their decision. If Harry wants to go to get an apology, then he can get lost. It comes after Harry and Meghan were reportedly snubbed from the King's Parade for his official birthday in June. The Trooping the Color Parade saw most senior royals turn out for the 200-year-old tradition in June, although the couple did not travel over from their home in Montecito, California, having not received an invite. Mirror royal editor Russell Myers at the time wrote, "After Prince Harry's whirlwind 30-hour trip to the UK, it is understood there has been no contact between the Duke and his father or brother, despite his recent trip to London. The Sussesses' absence will come as no surprise, but the poignancy of the no-show will be noted as yet another missed opportunity for Harry and his family to sit down and start a new chapter in their relationship. Inside Kate Middleton's friendship with Rose Hanbury, cruel rumors and 24-hour rave. The Princess of Wales is known to have a tight inner circle of friends that she can rely on. And it appears Rose Hanbury, the Marchioness of Cholmondeley, may be among them after she and Kate reportedly enjoyed a fun-filled visit to a festival. The two women were among a group who dined and drank cocktails and wine at the Houghton Festival, a 24-hour dance and rave event. Both Kate and Rose have long been linked as sharing a friendship, with Rose's husband David, the Marquess of Cholmondeley, previously playing an integral part in royal life. So how exactly did they strike up their bond? Here we take a look. Early friendship. When Prince William and Kate married in 2011, the late Queen gifted them a country retreat, Anmer Hall in Norfolk. And it is extremely close to Houghton Hall, the country estate owned by David, where he lives with Rose and their 3 children, Alexander, Oliver and Iris. The couple is believed to be part of a wider group of friends William and Kate have in Norfolk, where they spend much of their downtime when not in London or their Windsor home of Adelaide Cottage. When it comes to charity work, both Kate and Rose share a common bond as both are patrons of East Anglia Children's Hospices and in 2016, were pictured at a fundraising event for the charity. Prior to settling down and having children, Rose had been a model and signed to the same agency as Kate Moss. She also worked as a researcher for Conservative MP Michael Gove before marrying and having children. Cruel rumors. However, in 2019, cruel rumors began to circulate of a rift forming between Kate and Rose. Reports claimed that Kate wanted to phase out her pal from their Norfolk circle. The two women and their husbands were said to be left baffled by the claims, and a family source told the Daily Mail, "These hurtful rumors of a fallout are simply false." William and David were in touch with each other over the weekend, not knowing whether to laugh or complain. Both wives are hurt by the suggestion that there is any argument or even a coolness between them. They have plans for future events involving their charity. While another friend said at the time, "It has now become very upsetting and they are all concerned for each other, as they have never before had to start denying something for which there is no evidence or even a smidgen of truth. It is just mad." Princess Diana got William very rude 13th birthday cake. Harry's response was hilarious. Princess Diana was known for her sense of humor and loved embarrassing people, especially her sons Prince William and Prince Harry. So there was no way she was going to let her eldest become a teenager without making him blush a bit. Instead of getting him a boring old Victoria sponge or a Colin the Caterpillar classic, she picked a much ruder birthday cake. It worked a treat and the teenage prince went bright red, while his younger brother Harry demanded he had one too. Royal connections. However, it is not just William and Kate that Rose and her husband David have a royal connection with. In 1990, following the death of his father, David became the Lord Great Chamberlain, in charge of the Palace of Westminster, and served in this role up until Elizabeth II's death last year. The filmmaker, 62, was also a page of honor to the late Queen for 2 years from the ages of 14 to 16 in the 1970s. But he is not the only one in his family to be a page to the monarch. His 13-year-old son Oliver was one of the pages of honor at the coronation of King Charles earlier this year. Oliver has a twin brother Alexander, who will one day inherit their father's title as he is older and is currently Earl of Roxavage. According to the Telegraph, Oliver landed the page role as Alexander will one day inherit the family title. Her former head chef Darren McGrady told Hello! Magazine, "I came into work that morning and went down to the refrigerator, opened the door and I was just confronted with the biggest pair of boobs I've ever seen in my life." The princess had ordered a boobs cake for William's 13th birthday. The princess loved embarrassing people in the nicest way, in a fun way, whether it was telling a dirty, risque joke, which usually got me. William just went bright red. His little brother loved the cake so much he demanded Diana got him one too when he turned 13, reports the Daily Mail. But that wasn't enough for Diana, and he also invited supermodels Claudia Schiffer, Christy Turlington and Naomi Campbell over to meet him. William recalled the day during a TV documentary about his mum but got in a bit of an awkward muddle when he got his Cindy's in a muddle and said he met Cindy Crawford instead. Prince William's savage complaint about Kate Middleton, hurting his ears on royal visit. Their royal duties take the Prince and Princess of Wales the length and breadth of the UK and sometimes even overseas. And during their hundreds of visits each year, they get the opportunity to turn their hands to a range of new skills. This year alone they've made roadies, built a boat and even abseiled off a cliff in the Brecon Beacons. But when Kate attempted something she'd never done before when they visited Scotland back in 2021, it did not go down well with Prince William, and he made a brutally savage joke about it. It came when they were at a violence reduction center in East Lothian and they swung by the group's partner organisation Heavy Sound, which provides music, creative arts and sports activities in underprivileged areas. Here, Kate had a go at becoming a DJ and leaned over the turntable to help a musician put together a tune. But when she added a smattering of synth, it prompted a strange whining sound, and the room burst into laughter. Despite the instructor saying that Kate's effort was pretty good, William quipped that it was hurting my ears, and sounds like a cat. And it prompted Kate to say, "Sorry for leaving such a terrible song. Delete it, delete it." However, it could be Kate's dance music skills have improved recently, especially since she was spotted letting her hair down on a visit to a rave festival. It emerged that Kate went to the Houghton Festival with pals at the weekend, which attracts up to 12,000 revelers to enjoy the dance and rave music. And it has now been reported exactly what she got up to, and the hefty tip her party left staff. It appears that Kate attending the Houghton Festival was a very last-minute decision. In fact, she was reportedly at a dinner party with her friends the Marquess and Marchioness of Cholmondeley, David Rocksavage and Rose Hanbury, whose estate the festival was being held on. But rather than snack on food from a truck or burger van, it is reported Kate and her party of friends actually dined at the festival's on-site restaurant Turntable and Napkin, where a 4-course meal sets diners back around £60. It is also said her group drank wine and spicy margaritas and had a great time. A source told the London Evening Standard that Kate was in high spirits, ordering spicy margaritas, eating affogato, an Italian coffee-based dessert, and speaking affably with the other members of her party. Meghan Markle pictured without £156,000 diamond engagement ring amid divorce rumors. Meghan Markle may have made a subtle return to Instagram this week, but there was a noticeable change. She wasn't wearing her engagement ring. The snap showed Meghan sharing a belated birthday celebration with two of her close pals. The trio were all smiles in the image as Meghan opted for a casual black vest top. As she draped her arm around her friend, it was clear the engagement ring was no longer on her finger, although her wedding band was still visible. The Duchess of Sussex's absent pricey piece of jewelry is made up of 2 diamonds from one of Princess Diana's bracelets, with Prince Harry said to have asked his brother Prince William's permission to use them for the £156,000 accessory. However, the former Suits star, 41, was snapped without the ring as she enjoyed a birthday lunch with 2 friends. It comes as rumors continue to circulate that Meghan and Harry have hit a tough patch in their relationship. Rumors spread that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex's 5-year marriage was coming to an end after Prince Harry released his memoir Spare, and these only continued when he was seen going on a solo trip to Africa. Many speculated that Meghan was upset and concerned by the allegations included in the novel, and that was why she did not join Harry in multiple high-profile interviews promoting the memoir. However, this isn't said to be the case, and it's reported the pair are fed up with the accusations. A source told OK! The couple weren't impressed with the negative claims about the nature of their marriage and insisted that Harry and Meghan have a strong foundation and are determined to work through any potential obstacles. The insider told the news outlet, "The Sussexes' marriage is fine," and added, "Even if there were struggles, Harry would want to make it work. He has invested so much time into their relationship and adores his family. Coming from a broken home himself, that's extra motivation for him to keep his family together." It comes as Meghan was spotted wearing a stress patch. Speaking exclusively to us on behalf of one lucky couple, former mental health therapist Alicia Ortega revealed that the new patch might have more benefits than it seems, claiming it could actually have a ripple effect and improve Meghan's relationship with her husband. She said, "If these patches, whether through genuine physiological effects or the power of belief, inside Kate Middleton's friendship with Rose Hanbury, cruel rumors and 24-hour rave. The Princess of Wales is known to have a tight inner circle of friends that she can rely on. And it appears Rose Hanbury, the Marchioness of Cholmondeley, may be among them after she and Kate reportedly enjoyed a fun-filled visit to a festival. The two women were among a group who dined and drank cocktails and wine at the Houghton Festival, a 24-hour dance and rave event. Both Kate and Rose have long been linked as sharing a friendship, with Rose's husband David, the Marquess of Cholmondeley, previously playing an integral part in royal life. So how exactly did they strike up their bond? Here we take a look. Early friendship. When Prince William and Kate married in 2011, the late Queen gifted them a country retreat, Anmer Hall in Norfolk. And it is extremely close to Houghton Hall, the country estate owned by David, where he lives with Rose and their 3 children, Alexander, Oliver and Iris. The couple is believed to be part of a wider group of friends William and Kate have in Norfolk, where they spend much of their downtime when not in London or their Windsor home of Adelaide Cottage. When it comes to charity work, both Kate and Rose share a common bond as both are patrons of East Anglia Children's Hospices and in 2016, were pictured at a fundraising event for the charity. Prior to settling down and having children, Rose had been a model and signed to the same agency as Kate Moss. She also worked as a researcher for Conservative MP Michael Gove before marrying and having children. Cruel rumors. However, in 2019, cruel rumors began to circulate of a rift forming between Kate and Rose. Reports claimed that Kate wanted to phase out her pal from their Norfolk circle. The two women and their husbands were said to be left baffled by the claims, and a family source told the Daily Mail, "These hurtful rumors of a fallout are simply false." William and David were in touch with each other over the weekend, not knowing whether to laugh or complain. Both wives are hurt by the suggestion that there is any argument or even a coolness between them. They have plans for future events involving their charity. While another friend said at the time, "It has now become very upsetting and they are all concerned for each other, as they have never before had to start denying something for which there is no evidence or even a smidgen of truth. It is just mad." Princess Diana got William very rude 13th birthday cake. Harry's response was hilarious. Princess Diana was known for her sense of humor and loved embarrassing people, especially her sons Prince William and Prince Harry. So there was no way she was going to let her eldest become a teenager without making him blush a bit. Instead of getting him a boring old Victoria sponge or a Colin the Caterpillar classic, she picked a much ruder birthday cake. It worked a treat and the teenage prince went bright red, while his younger brother Harry demanded he had one too. Royal connections. However, it is not just William and Kate that Rose and her husband David have a royal connection with. In 1990, following the death of his father, David became the Lord Great Chamberlain, in charge of the Palace of Westminster, and served in this role up until Elizabeth II's death last year. The filmmaker, 62, was also a page of honor to the late Queen for 2 years from the ages of 14 to 16 in the 1970s. But he is not the only one in his family to be a page to the monarch. His 13-year-old son Oliver was one of the pages of honor at the coronation of King Charles earlier this year. Oliver has a twin brother Alexander, who will one day inherit their father's title as he is older and is currently Earl of Roxavage. According to the Telegraph, Oliver landed the page role as Alexander will one day inherit the family title. Her former head chef Darren McGrady told Hello! Magazine, "I came into work that morning and went down to the refrigerator, opened the door and I was just confronted with the biggest pair of boobs I've ever seen in my life." The princess had ordered a boobs cake for William's 13th birthday. The princess loved embarrassing people in the nicest way, in a fun way, whether it was telling a dirty, risque joke, which usually got me. William just went bright red. His little brother loved the cake so much he demanded Diana got him one too when he turned 13, reports the Daily Mail. But that wasn't enough for Diana, and he also invited supermodels Claudia Schiffer, Christy Turlington and Naomi Campbell over to meet him. William recalled the day during a TV documentary about his mum but got in a bit of an awkward muddle when he got his Cindy's in a muddle and said he met Cindy Crawford instead. Meghan Markle's new BFFs, hippie, hairstylist to the stars and well-connected poet. When Meghan Markle quit as a working royal, she and her husband Prince Harry wanted to carve out a new life for themselves in California. And it seems that since moving back across the Atlantic to the United States, she has made a whole host of new friends, including two who she was pictured enjoying a birthday celebration with. In an Instagram post, Meghan was seen throwing her hands around pals Cody Lee and Cleo Wade during a restaurant outing and smiling widely for the camera. The snap was uploaded to the social media site by Cody, who captioned it, "Belated B-Day celebrations with these lovely muses. Missing sweet Serge Normant." Serge is another close friend of Meghan, who styled her hair for her wedding to Harry. But who exactly are Cody and Cleo and how did they end up within Meghan's inner circle? On the left of Meghan in the Insta snap is well-connected poet, artist and political activist Cleo Wade, who also has a legion of celebrity fans. She has had her work published in the likes of the New York Times and Teen Vogue and also had art installed in New York Times Square and on the New Orleans skyline. She has almost 780,000 followers on Instagram. Her famous fans include Oscar winner Reese Witherspoon, who gushed about her. Revere her in the way that you would adore your favorite loving, creative aunt or older sister, while other well-known supporters include Katy Perry and Drew Barrymore. Meanwhile, in an interview with the New York Times, Cleo described herself as not needing to know someone to love someone, as well as being everyone's BFF. She is currently engaged to filmmaker Simon Kinberg, the man behind Hollywood blockbusters Deadpool and the X-Men movies. She previously dated Senator Cory Booker, a Democrat who represents New Jersey and has even been tipped as a future president. He campaigned for the Democratic nomination for the 2020 presidential election but ultimately lost out to Joe Biden. However, after he split with Cleo, she threw her support behind now Vice President Kamala Harris, and even donated to her campaign. Uploading the snap to Instagram was Cody, a hair colorist to the stars who has tended to the tresses of the likes of Julia Roberts, Gwyneth Paltrow and even Brad Pitt. BMW Manufacturing to host 11th Annual Supplier Diversity Exchange. Spartanburg, South Carolina, September 29, 2023. BMW Manufacturing and BMW Purchasing and Supplier Network Americas will host one of the nation's largest supplier diversity events on August 30, 2023, at the Greenville Convention Center. Renamed the Supplier Diversity Exchange, the 11th annual event is an opportunity for women, minority, and veteran-owned businesses to participate in a day of professional development and to network with BMW's Tier 1 suppliers. In a highly competitive market, creating a workplace that values and respects diversity adds value throughout the organization, sparks innovation, and improves productivity, said Dr. Robert Engelhorn, President and CEO of BMW Manufacturing. For more than a decade, our Supplier Diversity Exchange has been opening doors for minority-owned businesses across the country. Cultivating a more diverse and inclusive workplace brings the richness of experiences, backgrounds, and perspectives necessary to grow a sustainable and innovative organization. This year's event includes 240 exhibitors and more than 2,300 registered attendees. Throughout the day, participants will have the opportunity to attend breakout sessions on professional development topics and drive BMWs at the BMW Performance Center. Registration for this year's event is closed. This year's special guest is Mervant Vera, a magician and musician from Philadelphia who finished as a top semifinalist on America's Got Talent TM and is a headline act for the AGT Superstars in Las Vegas. Mervant will share his message of diversity as he performs magic with Dr. Joachim Post, member of the Board of Management of BMW AG, Purchasing and Supplier Network, Oliver Haas, Senior Vice President of Purchasing and Supplier Network Americas, and several members in the audience. It is important to ensure that BMW and our Tier 1 suppliers include diverse businesses in the competitive bidding process, said Oliver Haas, Senior Vice President of Purchasing and Supplier Network Americas. The BMW Supplier Diversity Exchange is a great opportunity for each participant to meet many of BMW's suppliers and showcase their abilities. Many of these businesses have been awarded national and global contracts with our suppliers. For the 2,300 attendees, networking at the Supplier Diversity Exchange is the day's primary purpose. Harry still best friends with Beatrice and Eugenie despite tensions with Will and Kate. Prince Harry remains best of friends with his cousins Princess Beatrice and Princess Eugenie, it has been claimed. The Duke of Sussex's relationship with much of the rest of the royal family, particularly brother Prince William and dad King Charles, is thought to be on the rocks. However, the 38-year-old is said to have always shared a close bond with the two York sisters, daughters of Prince Andrew and Sarah Ferguson. In contrast, Harry, who lives in California with wife Meghan Markle and their two children Archie and Lilibet, is understood to have had sparing communication with the Prince and Princess of Wales in the last 12 months. It comes after the Sussexes made a number of allegations against members of the firm in their Netflix documentary, The Duke's Tell-All Memoir Spare, and their bombshell interview with Oprah Winfrey. Harry and Meghan stepped down as working royals in March 2020. They have since gone on to sign multi-million-pound deals with the streaming giant, as well as Spotify. Referring to Harry's relationship with Beatrice and Eugenie, an insider told People, "They're still the best of friends and talk constantly." They added that tensions between the Sussexes and the firm has been really stressful for the two sisters, and they find it hard to watch because they see both sides. Harry and Eugenie have always understood to be very close, playing together as children and forming a close bond. They are both younger siblings, while their mums were always close. Nigel Crawthorne, author of Prince Andrew, previously told Female, from an early age, Eugenie had to deal with the embarrassing headlines of both her father and mother. Harry had to deal with his share of headlines, too, and this bond between them was a great consolation for them. Omid Scobie and Carolyn Durand wrote in the Sussex biography Finding Freedom, "Out of all the Queen's grandchildren, Harry and Eugenie have one of the most natural connections." The book also describes them as the closest of friends. It adds, like Harry, Eugenie is loyal, honest and great fun. The two had many nights out together in London, sneaking into back entrances of clubs, such as Mahiki, where Jack, Eugenie's now husband, once was manager, or Tonteria, where in one of the VIP cave areas they downed shots from Mexican skull-shaped glasses and a giant frozen margarita, with multiple straws. Kate and William under pressure as Queen of Spain decide she will go to World Cup final. Prince William and the Princess of Wales have been shown up by Spain's Queen Letizia, who has confirmed she will be attending the Lionesses' World Cup final clash, according to one commentator. The beloved Spanish monarch will head out on a day-long, 9,400-mile trip to Sydney, Australia later this week so she and her daughter, Infanta Sofia, can cheer on the Spanish women's team while the Wales family keeps their feet planted firmly on UK ground. Supporters cheering on the women's team from home, like the Waleses, won't be able to get in a cheery mood for the start of the match as many pubs aren't licensed to sell booze before 11 a.m. The Liberal Democrats and pubs had been asking for a relaxation to the rules ahead of the bout, which ministers shot down. The government has also confirmed it has no plans to offer an extra bank holiday day should the Lionesses scoop the win, despite the Labour leader calling for Westminster to show its support for the momentous occasion. As the Lionesses take aim on extending their victories beyond Europe, Kensington Palace confirmed Kate and Will are staying at home, even though Prince William is the president of the Football Association. In recent years, the royals have pledged to not take long-haul flights for short trips due to its effect on the environment, but one commentator says the family's decision to stay put was an own goal. Earlier this week, Harry made an emotional statement about family as his latest Netflix project was revealed. The very first dramatic teaser has dropped for Prince Harry, and Meghan Markle's latest project sees a docuseries about competitors taking part in Harry's inspirational Invictus Games. Footage from the games is shown alongside Harry giving a speech where he says, "If your goal was to make your country proud, you've done it. If your goal was to make your family happy, you've achieved it. You are people of substance, of resilience, of strength. You have the heart of Invictus. Earlier this week, Harry made an emotional statement about family as his latest Netflix project was revealed. The very first dramatic teaser has dropped for Prince Harry, and Meghan Markle's latest project sees a docuseries about competitors taking part in Harry's inspirational Invictus Games. Prince William scoring own goal by missing World Cup final despite AIDS, sugarcoating. Prince William's no-show at the Women's World Cup despite England's Lionesses making the final is an own goal that could have been avoided, an expert has said. The Prince of Wales, who is president of England's Football Association, has come under huge pressure after Kensington Palace confirmed he would not be travelling to Australia to cheer on the England team in Sunday's final against Spain. Queen Letizia of Spain and her younger daughter Infanta Sofia are making the 9,400-mile journey to Sydney for the match in order to show the country's commitment to national football, while the Wales family keeps their feet planted firmly on UK ground. It is understood William has made the decision not to travel to the Lionesses final because a trip to Australia would involve flying across the world for a very short period of time, and there were other ways he could show support for the team. Instead, he will watch the match on television as he cheers the Lionesses on. But the Mirror's royal editor Russell Myers believes it's fair to criticize the heir to the throne for choosing not to attend, especially as he attended several of the England men's team games in the European Championships. He said, "The issue with Prince William not attending the Women's World Cup final is that most people, myself included, can't imagine a situation where the Prince of Wales wouldn't travel over land and sea if the men's team were to achieve the same feat." Some may raise the argument of William being potentially lambasted over his carbon footprint for traveling more than halfway around the world for a football match, but surely we all realize that such a historic occasion should be supported and celebrated by us all? And if the president of the FA can't make himself available for the match when he was there several times to support the men's team down the road at Wembley during the European Championships, it's a fair criticism. The England camp and royal aides might try and sugarcoat this by saying the prince has been actively supporting and sending messages behind the scenes, as well as a potential offer of inviting the Lionesses team no matter the result to one of the royal palaces, but for me, this is one own goal that could have been easily avoided. Meghan Markle to make massive screen comeback as she likes being famous. Fans of Meghan Markle's acting skills might not have to wait much longer to see the Duchess of Sussex back in front of the camera. The former Suits star, 42, is on the lookout for her next foray into the media world, with a number of potential offerings being speculated. However, a return in front of the camera is said to be high on her agenda as she and Prince Harry continue their lives stateside. Despite the pair urging privacy for a number of years exiting their royal duties, it appears as if Meghan is now ready for her life to play out in front of the cameras, but on her terms. Following their Spotify acts earlier in the year, the duo have been working towards another Netflix hit, with Prince Harry's Invictus Games documentary series set to be released shortly. But Meghan seems keen to have her own line of work away from her husband too. According to Page 6, Meghan has been spending the summer planning a phoenix-like rise from the ashes. The publication claims she is in the final stages of preparing a new money-making venture, with a return to the screens a big possibility. Elsewhere, she looks ready to relaunch her Instagram account to showcase her life in her own way. A source told the publication, "Meghan's not seeking out opportunities to be photographed, but she's realized she has to live her life. None of the cameras are going away." They added that in fact, Meghan actually likes being famous. Meghan recently signed with Hollywood powerbroker Ari Emanuel's WME as she prepares for her next move. In her latest snap on Instagram, it was apparent Meghan wasn't wearing her engagement ring, a £156,000 band made up of 2 diamonds from one of Princess Diana's bracelets. While there was immediate speculation as to what this could mean, a relationship expert told Mirror US to not think too much into it. Co-founder of So Synced and relationship expert Luella Anderson said, "Meghan Markle has always had her own unique sense of style. It's possible that her decision to change or remove the engagement ring reflects her evolving taste or desire for something different. She's not over the top about her jewelry and usually chooses to keep her look quite simple and classic. Taking off the ring could be her way of expressing this personal preference for a less flashy look. Meghan Markle can never be Princess Meghan due to a strict royal rule over titles. Meghan Markle is still a princess of the royal family, but she will never be known as Princess Meghan. After marrying Prince Harry, Meghan was named the Duchess of Sussex by the late Queen Elizabeth, but her lesser-known official title was a rather odd one, Princess Henry of Wales. This is a reference to Harry's name at birth, Henry, and is a title women acquire when marrying into the royal family. But Meghan has never used the title, and these days it is uncommon for women in the royal family to do so. Kate Middleton also received the title when she married Prince William, but has not used it. The only royal who does use this title is Princess Michael of Kent, born Baroness Marie Christine von Reibnitz. She married Prince Michael of Kent, Elizabeth's cousin, in 1978, and chose to take on the title. Princess Michael was forced to apologize in 2017 after accusations of racism when she wore a blackamoor brooch, which typically depict an African or non-European male as a servant, during her first meeting with Meghan. Meghan's outspoken comments on topics such as racism to politics have in fact led her to be stripped of her royal titles. This has not yet happened, despite the princess quitting the royal family for America in 2020. Despite being a princess, she will never technically be known as Princess Meghan, as this is reserved for those born into the royal family. Had she not been given the Sussex title, Meghan would have been Princess Henry. The same applies to Kate Middleton, who technically isn't Princess Kate. Meghan has previously listed her occupation as Princess of the United Kingdom on a document for Sussex Royal, her now defunct UK nonprofit. It is as yet unknown whether Archie and Lilibet, children of Harry and Meghan, will be afforded Prince and Princess titles. Under the George V Convention, all grandchildren of the monarch should receive the title, meaning after the Queen's death Archie and Lilibet would become Prince and Princess. But so far only the children of William and Kate have been given the titles of all of the Queen's great-grandchildren. Prince George, Princess Charlotte and Prince Louis were named as such at birth, because Prince William is the future king. This was decided after an announcement from the Queen that all the children of the eldest son of the Prince of Wales should have and enjoy the style. King Charles gave devastating four-word response when asked about estranged Prince Harry. Since Prince Harry dramatically quit his royal role, meet-ups with his royal relatives have been few and far between, even with his father King Charles. The father and son are said to have an extremely rocky relationship with little communication taking place between the pair, especially since the release of Harry's memoir Spare and his and Meghan Markle's Netflix docuseries. In the six-part show, Harry accuses his dad of lying during an important meeting around the time he quit the UK for the United States, while in the book, he said his father put his own interests before his. Despite Harry's public words, the king has remained almost silent on the situation, although did give an unexpected four-word reply when he was asked about Harry on an engagement earlier this year. It came as the monarch had been visiting the University of East London's Stratford campus in East London for its 125th anniversary, unveiling a plaque and opening its new hospital and primary care training hub. During the visit, Charles went over to greet some students and other well-wishers who had gathered to catch a glimpse of the monarch. As he shook hands, one man shouted, "Bring back Harry please, can you please bring him back please, sir?" The king appeared to not hear at first about who the man was talking about, and asks him, "Who?" The man replied, "Harry, your son," to which Charles nervously and heartbreakingly replied, "It would be nice," before quickly moving on. Since that day earlier this year, Harry did return to the UK several weeks later for his father's coronation at Westminster Abbey. However, it is unclear if the two men were able to meet up, with Harry not seeing his dad on a subsequent trip he made to London. Buckingham Palace announced that Harry would attend the historic event but Meghan would stay in California with their children Prince Archie and Princess Lilibet. But despite the rift between them, one royal expert believes the king would like to heal their bond. During a recent episode of Daily Express Royal Roundup, reporter Richard Palmer was asked whether he thought the tumultuous relationship could be healed. And despite the explosive revelations in Spare and Ongoing Distance, Mr. Palmer said he believed King Charles would still be keen to extend an olive branch. Prince William broke royal brothers' pact, leaving Harry heartbroken in its wake. Harry told how he had been left heartbroken after William broke an agreement the brothers made based on their experience growing up watching their father. Prince Harry described how his brother, Prince William, broke a pact they had made not to let their offices trade negative press stories about each other. William and I both saw what happened in our dad's office and we made an agreement that we would never let that happen to our office, Harry said during filming of the Netflix documentary series, Harry and Meghan. The Duke of Sussex, 38, revealed that he was left distraught after learning that his brother's office had been putting out negative briefings about him. The smears started after he and his wife Meghan Markle returned from a successful 2018 tour of Australia. He claimed that the reason behind the briefings was jealousy and competition between the two princes' households. "I would far rather get destroyed in the press than play along with this game or business of trading," said the Duke of Sussex, 38, "and to see my brother's office doing the same thing that we promised the two of us would never, ever do, that was heartbreaking," Harry admitted. "The issue is when someone who's marrying in, who should be a supporting act, is then stealing the limelight or is doing the job better than the person who was born to do this. That upsets people," Harry explained elsewhere in the docuseries. "It shifts the balance because you've been led to believe that the only way that your charities can succeed and the only way that your reputation can be grown or improved is if you're the front page of those newspapers." He claimed that the press office for one member of the royal family will give journalists negative stories about another member in order to keep embarrassing news about their principal off the front pages. "There's leaking, but there's also planting of stories. So, if the comms team want to be able to remove a negative story about their principal, they will trade and give you something about someone else's principal," he explained during the doc. "So the offices end up working against each other. It's kind of a weird understanding or acceptance that happens. And you can always say, 'I didn't know about this,' or 'this would never happen.' Are you suggesting that I condone this? It's like no, but what I am asking is have you done anything to stop it? And the answer is no." Prince William broke royal brothers' pact, leaving Harry heartbroken in its wake. Harry told how he had been left heartbroken after William broke an agreement the brothers made based on their experience growing up watching their father. Prince Harry described how his brother, Prince William, broke a pact they had made not to let their offices trade negative press stories about each other. "William and I both saw what happened in our dad's office and we made an agreement that we would never let that happen to our office," Harry said during filming of the Netflix documentary series, Harry and Meghan. The Duke of Sussex, 38, revealed that he was left distraught after learning that his brother's office had been putting out negative briefings about him. The smears started after he and his wife Meghan Markle returned from a successful 2018 tour of Australia. He claimed that the reason behind the briefings was jealousy and competition between the two princes' households. "I would far rather get destroyed in the press than play along with this game or business of trading," said the Duke of Sussex, 38. "And to see my brother's office doing the same thing that we promised the two of us would never, ever do, that was heartbreaking," Harry admitted. "The issue is when someone who's marrying in, who should be a supporting act, is then stealing the limelight or is doing the job better than the person who was born to do this. That upsets people," Harry explained elsewhere in the docuseries. "It shifts the balance because you've been led to believe that the only way that your charities can succeed and the only way that your reputation can be grown or improved is if you're the front page of those newspapers." He claimed that the press office for one member of the royal family will give journalists negative stories about another member in order to keep embarrassing news about their principal off the front pages. "There's leaking, but there's also planting of stories. So, if the comms team want to be able to remove a negative story about their principal, they will trade and give you something about someone else's principal," he explained during the doc. "So the offices end up working against each other. It's kind of a weird understanding or acceptance that happens. And you can always say, 'I didn't know about this,' or 'this would never happen.' Are you suggesting that I condone this? It's like no, but what I am asking is have you done anything to stop it? And the answer is no. Meghan Markle to make massive screen comeback as she likes being famous. Fans of Meghan Markle's acting skills might not have to wait much longer to see the Duchess of Sussex back in front of the camera. The former Suits star, 42, is on the lookout for her next foray into the media world, with a number of potential offerings being speculated. However, a return in front of the camera is said to be high on her agenda as she and Prince Harry continue their lives stateside. Despite the pair urging privacy for a number of years exiting their royal duties, it appears as if Meghan is now ready for her life to play out in front of the cameras, but on her terms. Following their Spotify acts earlier in the year, the duo have been working towards another Netflix hit, with Prince Harry's Invictus Games documentary series set to be released shortly. But Meghan seems keen to have her own line of work away from her husband too. According to Page 6, Meghan has been spending the summer planning a phoenix-like rise from the ashes. The publication claims she is in the final stages of preparing a new money-making venture, with a return to the screens a big possibility. Elsewhere, she looks ready to relaunch her Instagram account to showcase her life in her own way. A source told the publication, Meghan's not seeking out opportunities to be photographed, but she's realized she has to live her life, none of the cameras are going away. They added that in fact, Meghan actually likes being famous. Meghan recently signed with Hollywood powerbroker Ari Emanuel's WME as she prepares for her next move. In her latest snap on Instagram, it was apparent Meghan wasn't wearing her engagement ring, a £156,000 band made up of 2 diamonds from one of Princess Diana's bracelets. While there was immediate speculation as to what this could mean, a relationship expert told Mirror US to not think too much into it. Co-founder of So Synced and relationship expert Luella Anderson said, Meghan Markle has always had her own unique sense of style. It's possible that her decision to change or remove the engagement ring reflects her evolving taste or desire for something different. She's not over the top about her jewelry and usually chooses to keep her look quite simple and classic. Taking off the ring could be her way of expressing this personal preference for a less flashy look. Prince Harry's caring comment to nervous Meghan Markle at huge event. A lip-reading expert has revealed what caring Prince Harry said to nervous Meghan Markle on the Buckingham Palace balcony in a bid to calm her nerves. In one of the couple's first huge engagements following their marriage in 2018, Meghan and Harry were greeted by cheering crowds as they joined the other royals in front of an excited crowd for trooping the color, but in a whisper to her husband the former actress admitted to suffering from nerves, Mirror Online can reveal. To the general public at large, the Duchess of Sussex looked comfortable and at ease alongside Harry as she waited to curtsy to the Queen in front of the huge crowd gathered on the Mall. However, it appears she needed some reassurance from those stood around her. Meghan was making her debut on the palace balcony to mark the Queen's birthday celebrations just 3 weeks after the royal wedding in Windsor. She stood next to Harry but slightly behind future Queen Kate Middleton, who chatted to Camilla as they waited for Her Majesty to arrive. According to a lip reader, at one point Harry wipes his mouth as he turns to talk to Meghan and asks her simply, "Okay?" His wife replies, "Yeah, are you?" Harry replies simply, "Yeah." After asking each other if they were okay, Meghan also admitted to Harry that she was nervous. Harry replies, "Yes," and then smiles before saying, "Okay?" In further snippets of conversation spotted as they turn towards the camera, Harry appears to say, "Air. When you get into it I'll tell you more later." Seconds later, he adds, "Then there's the flypast and then we all look up to the sky." Meghan further responds with, "All right," a couple of times while continuing to smile at the thousands of people on the grounds outside Buckingham Palace. After the late Queen arrived and took her place front and center for the event back in 2018, Meghan could be seen smiling brightly over her shoulder throughout the rest of the gathering. As well as keeping a close eye on Harry and Meghan, the lip-reading expert looked out for other conversations between the Queen, Kate, Camilla and the children. One of the candid moments came between William, Kate and their 2 eldest children. Speaking to George as aircraft passed over the palace, William said, "Oh, helicopters," with Kate adding, what a sight, while talking to Charlotte. Queen Camilla's wild party years and colorful love life, fun flings and fired from job. She's now seen as the supportive queen at the side of her husband King Charles as well as a doting grandmother. And it appears to be a far cry from Queen Camilla's younger days when pals have spoken out about her carefree attitude and love of fun-filled parties. One of those to lift the lid on a young Camilla was her former flame Kevin Burke, who has sadly died at the age of 77. He was thought to have been her first love and previously spoke fondly of the Queen Consort, describing her as the most fun partner you could possibly wish for. So what exactly did Camilla get up to in her younger years? Here we take a look. Society balls. Camilla, who had the maiden name of Shand, is the oldest daughter of Major Bruce Shand and his wife Rosalind, and first attended Dumbrell School in Sussex, and then went on to Queen's Gate School in South Kensington. But she only left with one A-level and didn't achieve any A-levels. Like many of her peers, she then went to a finishing school in Switzerland before returning to London to hit the London society scene as a debutante. At that time she was known to her friends as Mila, and she became a regular at parties in swinging London during the early 60s and was often described as the life and soul. Sacked from job. But it seems her love of the social scene may have played a hand in her losing her short-lived job at a prestigious firm in London's Mayfair. It seems it ended when Camilla came in late to work after being out partying the night before. The incident is detailed in a book called On the Fringe, Life in Decorating by designer Imogen Taylor, who worked at the Colfax and Fowler, the same interior design firm as Camilla. Taylor told the Sunday Times in 2016, "There were lots of debutantes working for us, even Camilla. She worked for us for a moment but got the sack." In the book, Taylor remembers that the boss was somewhat temperamental. She writes, "He would shout and bellow so the whole building heard every word." The Duchess of Cornwall was one assistant who fell victim to one of the tantrums. "I think she came in late having been to a dance." Meanwhile, it was in the early 1960s that she struck up a relationship with the late Mr. Burke, in what was a brief love affair. Mr. Burke spoke very fondly of his former flame, who went on to become queen, saying in Jessica Jane's biography, "New Apple exclusive reveals iPhone 15 price shock." The iPhone 15 range is expected to be Apple's most expensive iPhone range ever, and now a further price shock has been revealed. In a new exclusive, Digitime sources confirm the much-discussed potential $200 price increase for the iPhone 15 Pro Max, but also state that the iPhone 15 Pro is unlikely to escape the hikes with a $100 price jump as well. This increase was previously mooted for the Pro, but went quiet when it appeared Apple's goal was to widen the gap between the iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max, with the latter exclusively getting the company's first 10x optical zoom camera. It is also speculated that the iPhone 15 Pro Max could be rebranded iPhone 15 Ultra to signify this new divide. If Digitimes is correct, the iPhone 15 range will be priced like this. iPhone 15, starting from $799. iPhone 15 Plus, starting from $899. iPhone 15 Pro, starting from $1,099. iPhone 15 Pro Max, starting from $1,299. The iPhone 15 Pro Max price may also rise close to $2,000 if leaks about a new top-tier 2TB storage option are borne out. Why is Apple doing this? Sales of the iPhone 14 and iPhone 14 Plus, while increasing in recent months, have largely underwhelmed. The iPhone 14 Plus is priced at just $100 less than the iPhone 14 Pro, and the difference becomes insignificant over an average 2-year carrier contract. Apple carries similar profit margins across all iPhone models, so an even spread of demand works best for its supply chain. The new prices should change this. The iPhone 15 Pro will cost $300 more than an iPhone 15, and the iPhone 15 Pro Max Ultra will cost $400 more than the iPhone 14 Plus. Of course, striking the right balance is difficult, but Apple will hope its relatively moderate iPhone 14 Pro inspired upgrades for the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus, dynamic island design, 48 megapixels camera, a 16-chip, will contrast enough with the iPhone 15 Pro and Pro Max. Super slim bezels, Thunderbolt 4 USB-C ports, faster charging, titanium chassis, to create clear value distinctions. As always, buyers will deliver their verdict with their credit cards. 08/26 update. Last week, Bloomberg reported that U.S. carriers will offer significant iPhone 15 discounts due to falling smartphone demand. So far this year it's been record low upgrades across all carriers, said Jeff Fieldhack, Counterpoint Research Director for North America, speaking to Bloomberg. Android 1.5. Android 15 is Dr. Jiro's 15th creation. He was designed to serve Jiro's vendetta against Goku, who overthrew the Red Ribbon Army as a child. He made his debut in the 1992 film Super Android 13. In the original concept art drawn by Akira Toriyama, Android 15 is labeled as Android 14 and Android 14 is labeled as Android 15, but the anime staff switched their names around due to the story development and other circumstances. In the Dragon Ball manga and the Android saga of Dragon Ball Z, Android 18 asserts that Dr. Jiro destroyed the first 15 androids he designed. However, this disturbs the canonicity of both the mainstream series, as Android 8 makes cameo appearances throughout both Z and Dragon Ball GT, and Super Android 13, which features androids 13, 14 and 15 as its lead villains. Super Android 13 provides an original explanation that while Jiro was murdered by Android 17 prior to personally completing 13 through 15, he left an underground supercomputer to finish the models posthumously. Even though Android 13, 14, and 15 were not featured in the manga, the Androids ABCs section mentions that Androids 13, 14, and 15 were very close to the Android concept. Appearance and personality. Android 15 takes the appearance of a very short and small man. To some extent, he embodies a stereotype of an African American due to his large pink lips and dark skin tone. This is especially noticed in the Funimation dub where he is given the voice of an African American as well. 15 dons a large green hat with a red ball on top, what some consider the rendition of a pimp's hat. He has a black and white tuxedo shirt with a dark yellow and blue overcoat. He also wears a red bow tie sporting the Red Ribbon logo. He also wears baggy light blue pants and black boots. Biography. Android 15 is completed by Dr. Jiro's self-aware supercomputer alongside Android 14. The two set out for Orange Star City where they devastatingly assault a restaurant where Goku's family is in the midst of dining, in an effort to kill Goku. After rescuing bystanders in the restaurant's vicinity, a short battle between the androids and Goku and future Trunks ensues. The fighters soon after take their combat to an isolated glacial area, where they are followed by Gohan and Krillin. While 15 and 14 are taking up arms against Goku and future Trunks, a third android arrives on the scene, Android 13, who was completed by Dr. Android 14 release date predictions, supported devices, and must-know features. Android 14, the next major version of Google's uber-popular mobile OS, is about to make 2023 an intriguing year for the large numbers of Android fans out there. Taking the reins from Android 13, the very first preview of Android 14 was released in early February 2023, giving us a very early sneak peek at the upcoming features of the operating system. It didn't include many user-oriented changes, as the majority of new functionalities lie under the hood. It was followed by another in March, promising a steady stream of developer previews past the Google I/O 2023 Dev Summit. However, with Google I/O 23 now over, Android 14 didn't get too much time under the spotlight. The focus of the keynote was AI and all the way it will be improving the core Android experience. Many essential Android apps developed by Google will be getting a significant AI-powered functionality boost, which is great. However, Google didn't go into much detail about Android 14 in particular. As Android 13 was mostly a quality-of-life software update that ironed out many kinks and improved the overall experience, we initially expected that Android 14 could shake things up and add tons of new features and functionalities, similarly to what Android 12 did back in 2021. However, judging from the very first preview, Android 14 could be more of the same, which is not explicitly a bad thing. In this hub, we will be summarizing everything there is to know about Android 14, including current and expected features, supported devices, and so on. Android 14 anticipated release date. Android 14 will be released to the wide Android public in August 2023. This is an official release date timeline that was revealed alongside Android 14's very first developer preview, and as it comes straight from the horse's mouth, one can take it for granted. It also perfectly falls in line with previous Android releases, which were all released to the Pixel lineup in August, so the stars for Android 14's August release are aligning rather nicely. Currently, as of March 2023, Android 14 exists as a developer-oriented beta that's not intended for regular people and shouldn't be used as a daily driver on a personal device. A user-friendly public beta with more user-centric features is coming in April, and a steady stream of beta updates will roll out to Pixel phones following up to the official release of Android 14 this very August. Android 15. News and anticipated price, free, release date, features and other rumors. Android 15 will be due for a release next year, following Android 14 this fall. Because it's so early in the development cycle, we don't know very much, but here's what we do know, along with what some folks think will be included. Android 15 release date. Android 14 is the next Android operating system update, so Android 15, code-named Vanilla Ice Cream, won't arrive until next year. Watch for an official mention at Google I/O 2024. Like all Android versions, Android 15 will be available through the Android Beta program after Google makes its announcement. The update will be made available to the public sometime after that, and you'll get a notification to download Android 15 if your phone supports it. Android 15 price. Android updates are always free. Android 15 features. Our Android 14 article lists all the expected features in that version. Most, if not everything mentioned there, will carry over to Android 15. Some significant ideas include custom lock screen shortcuts, more private screen recording, and app cloning. Since Android 14 is still in the pipeline, it makes sense that we don't have a lot to say about what will be new in Android 15. Typical changes like performance improvements and UI and privacy tweaks are expected as usual. One rumor we've seen already, reported by Android researcher Mishal Rahman, is that Android 15 will split NFC from system updates. The idea is to speed up how fast Google can patch problems related to the NFC stack, allowing these updates to come through the Play Store. If rumors about the Google AirTag alternative are real, Android 15 could introduce the software necessary for finding the tracker. It's unclear when or if that tracker will be released, but it wasn't mentioned at Google I/O 2023, so we could see it launch next year in time for Android 15. Many changes can happen between now and Android 15's release, so anything sounds plausible, like this concept piece for the Android 15 notification panel. Of course, we'll know more after the 2023 update is fully available. Check back for updates. The latest news about Android 1.5. You can get more smartphone news from LifeWire. Below are some of the latest stories about Android 15. Samsung phones with Android 15 could get NFC updates directly from Google. Android 15 is getting a very vanilla codename. Android 15 is getting a very vanilla codename. Have you tried out Android 14 yet? Odds are, probably not, as Google only released its first developer preview a month ago, and we've still got a ways to go before it's time for the beta. But even with so many of us still waiting to get our first taste of Android 14 upside-down cake, development efforts are already looking far past it, out towards the future. Android the 15th of May still be a solid year out, but we've just learned what V-word dessert codename devs are using for it as they get to work. As anyone with even a passing interest in Android history knows, major platform releases have long been associated with development codenames playfully assigned after popular desserts. From the early days of Cupcake and Donut, we saw Android mature with Gingerbread and Jelly Bean, and even go commercial with Kit Kat and Oreo. But in recent years, Google has seriously downplayed the use of these names, and they've largely been relegated back to their initial dev-only status. Still, none of that leave us any less curious about what the next name's going to be, and today, Mashal Rahman shares our first clear evidence of the Android 15 Volt's name: vanilla ice cream. The string pops up in some AOSP commits, but frankly, what other V-dessert was this possibly going to be? Vienna fingers? Volcano cakes? Vanilla something or other was definitely the safe bet, although we will concede that we're slightly surprised to see a return to ice cream here, echoing the name of Android 4 ice cream sandwich. Not to mention the spiritual connection to Froyo. Of course, it did not take any time at all for the vanilla Android, as in, plain, Android, jokes to start pouring in. Our Slack log confirms a mere 21 seconds, actually. By the time Android 15 matures, and we finally start seeing other companies develop their own skins built on it, you can bet that this punny trend is only going to increase. The 2023 BMW 760i is a mobile movie theater. Tell your driver where to go, and bask in the luxury of the latest 7 Series. The BMW 7 Series has sat atop BMW sedan hierarchy for nearly 5 decades. This flagship sedan has changed its look over the years to keep up with trends but has always brought its best to the interior. Despite a shift to crossovers and SUVs in the premium space, BMW hasn't ignored its luxury icon. The most recent generation of the 7 Series launched just a year ago and brought along some major changes to the nameplate. Gone is the V12, with a turbocharged 4.4-liter V8 and mild hybrid system powering the wheels. The latest 7 Series also is the most tech-friendly interior to date, with no shortage of touchscreens to control creature comforts and an available 31-inch monitor that drops down for rear passengers to watch your favorite content. On this episode of Quick Spin, AutoWeek's Patrick Caron hops behind the wheel of the 2023 BMW 760i X-Drive and puts it through its paces. Caron guides you around the latest 7 Series and highlights some of his favorite features before taking you along on a live drive review. Caron expands on his thoughts while chatting with host Wesley Wren. The pair talk about the changing luxury market, the BMW 760i's features, and more. The two also discuss the battery electric variant of the latest 7 Series. Closing the show, Caron and Wren break down what makes the 2023-760i special. iOS 17 Super Guide. Everything you need to know about the next iPhone update. At the WWDC keynote on June 5, Apple unveiled the new features coming in iOS 17 this fall. Among them are a new app called Journal, live voicemail, and a new way to use stickers, among dozens of other smaller changes. This free software update will bring a raft of interface tweaks, bug fixes, and new features. It's like getting a new iPhone without paying a penny. In this article, we discuss everything you need to know about iOS 17. We discuss the latest versions of the beta and how to get your hands on that, and we explain when the final version of iOS 17 will come out, how to get it when it does, the models of iPhone will be able to run iOS 17, and the features that will be added in the new OS. Latest, iOS 17 Developer Beta 7 was released on August 22. The 5th public beta arrived a few hours later on the same day. iOS 17 release date. When is iOS 17 coming out? iOS 17 was announced and demonstrated at WWDC 2023 on June 5, but it won't be rolled out to iPhones across the world until the fall, almost certainly in mid-September. The last time an iOS update was released outside September was iOS 5 back in October 2011. It's likely to follow closely on the heels of the iPhone 15 launch event. There was a gap of 5 days between the iPhone 14 and iOS 16 update in 2022 and 6 days in 2021. Over the past several years, the release of the new version of iOS has been fairly consistent. iOS 16, Monday, September 12, 2022. iOS 15, Monday, September 20, 2021. iOS 14, Wednesday, September 16, 2020. iOS 13, Thursday, September 19, 2019. iOS 12, Monday, September 17, 2018. Based on recent history, we predict an iOS 17 launch date of Monday, September 11 or Monday, September 18. iOS 17 beta release date and latest version. Before the full version arrives in the fall, a series of beta versions of iOS 17 will be released to testers. The first developer beta arrived on the first day of WWDC 2023. The latest developer beta is version 7. The latest public beta is version 5. June 5, iOS 17 is announced at WWDC, and the first developer beta is released. June 22, iOS 17 developer beta 2 released. July 5, iOS 17 developer beta 3 is released. July 12, Apple releases the first public beta of iOS 17. July 25, fourth developer beta is released. July 31, Apple releases the second public beta of iOS 17. August 8, fifth developer beta is released. August 9, third public beta is released. iOS 16 Beta 8 now available ahead of final release in September. The release of iOS 16 is just 2 weeks away, and the final beta testing is moving ahead. Apple today has released iOS 16 Beta 8 to developers with a continued focus on bug fixes, performance improvements, and final optimizations for things like battery life and new features. iOS 16 Beta 8 now available. iOS 16 Beta 8, build 20A5358A, is available to download now to registered developers via the Settings app. Open the Settings app, choose General, then choose Software Update. As usual, the update may take a few minutes to appear for all beta testers over the air. We expect a new public beta as soon as this afternoon. iOS 16 Beta 7 was released 1 week ago and included only minor changes and tweaks. Again, Apple's focus at this point is on fixing last-minute bugs and performance issues. Internally, the company has shifted most of its focus to iOS 16.1, which is likely to be released sometime later this fall. Apple will hold a special event next week on September 7 to unveil the iPhone 14, Apple Watch Pro, Apple Watch Series 8, and more. The expectation is that Apple will also announce the release date for iOS 16 during this event. If history is any precedent, iOS 16 will likely be released sometime during the week of September 12. We expect the iOS 16 RC next week after the event. Meanwhile, iPadOS 16 has been delayed until October. Apple confirmed the delay in a statement last week, saying that iPadOS will ship after iOS, as version 16.1 and a free software update. Spot any changes in today's release of iOS 16 Beta 8? Let us know in the comments below or on Twitter at 9to5Mac. Stay tuned for our full hands-on coverage with the new releases right here at 9to5Mac today and throughout the rest of the week. What to expect at Apple's September 12th event, iPhone 15, new Apple Watch, and more. Apple has officially set a date for its annual iPhone special event. This year, the festivities commence on September 12th and the iPhone 15 is expected to be the star of the show. Head below as we round up all of the announcements we expect at the Apple event, including new software and hardware. Apple September event details. This year's Apple event will be held on September 12th at 10 a.m. PT and 1 p.m. ET. Apple's invite for the event teases the tagline, Wonderlust, and some people have speculated the blue and gray color scheme could be a hint at Apple's color choices for the iPhone 15. The Wonderlust event is once again a hybrid style event. This means it will include pre-recorded keynote that the majority of us watch from home. Members of the press, however, will watch from Steve Jobs Theater at Apple Park and subsequently get hands-on time with the iPhone 15 and other new hardware. If you're watching from home, you'll be able to tune in via Apple's website, the TV app on your iPhone, iPad, Mac, and Apple TV, and via Apple's official YouTube channel. The iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus are on track for an announcement at Apple's September event this year. Here's a rundown of the features and changes that have been rumored for the entry-level iPhone 15 models. The Dynamic Island, which first came to the iPhone 14 Pro last year, will expand to the non-Pro versions of the iPhone 15. The iPhone 15 will have a USB-C port that replaces Lightning for charging and data transfer. Rumors have suggested the iPhone 15 will include a color-matched braided USB-C cable in the box. That cable might also be 1.5 meters long, an increase from the current 1 meter Lightning cable included in the iPhone box. Improved efficiency and performance with an upgrade from the A15 Bionic chip to the A16 Bionic chip. Support for the new Qi 2 wireless charging standard, which will allow for 15W wireless charging on a greater number of accessories. iPhone 15 colors: black, green, blue, yellow, and pink. As you can see, the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus won't be radically different than their iPhone 14 counterparts. The biggest changes are the switch to USB-C and the addition of the dynamic island. The iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus will likely start at the same prices as their predecessors, coming in at $799 and $899 respectively. With an announcement on September 12. Apple iPhone 15 devices will be lighter, Pro Max running behind schedule. Apple is introducing the iPhone 15 phones on September 12, and now we learned from analyst Ming-Chi Kuo that most of the production issues are fixed. They also shared their expectations of colors. The two iPhone 15 Pro versions will be available in gray, white, black, and blue, while the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus will sell in black, pink, yellow, blue, and green. Issues with stacked SIS, panels, and batteries might have been fixed, but the iPhone 15 Pro Max is still arriving last. Kuo revealed the project kicked in late, so mass production schedule lags behind the other models. The stacked SIS issue has been resolved by increasing production capacity, although up to 15% of iPhone 15 and 15 Plus shipments might be affected. The battery and frame issues were fixed the same way. The plants just started working harder than ever. The cancellation of the virtual button design in the previous quarter led to challenging production windows for the titanium frame, but now, as this was cleared, predictions are the phone will be lighter because Apple is moving away from an aluminum frame. The display issue was quoted to be fixed by changing the supplier shipment ratio, and we know from previous reports Samsung got the bulk of orders while BO was sent back to the drawing board to fix a light bleed issue affected by faulty architecture of the panel and its driver. Apple will announce the iPhone 15 on September 12. The rumors were right as usual. Apple's next iPhone event is scheduled for September 12. The firm just sent out invites for the event, once again scheduled for its Apple Park headquarters in Cupertino. The invite features a Thanos snap-like graphic, spoilers, accompanied by the word, Wonderlust, sick. The iPhone 15 will almost certainly be the centerpiece for the big show. Given the big deal it made for the iPhone 10, it seems like the new version of the handset could bring a big upgrade to the line. Given how the overall market has been trending, a much-needed injection of excitement could go a long way. Likely not a foldable level of excitement, but excitement, nonetheless. Speaking of legislation, Apple also recently threw its weight behind a right-to-repair bill currently making its way through California state legislation. A recent shift toward supporting self-repair could find the company touting the new phone's repairability. It would be a massive shift in direction from the company's historical stance, but stranger things have certainly happened. Other tipped rumors include slimmer bezels and the addition of the dynamic island across the line. The Apple Watch Series 9 is also a slam dunk for the show. We haven't seen a ton in the way of rumors, though reports have pointed toward the inclusion of the A15 Bionic chip, along with a new pink edition. Barbie branding, anyone? Pink is apparently on the list with iPhone 15 colors, as well, along with new blue and gray versions. We expect the public versions of the latest iOS, macOS and watchOS to drop at the same time. This will also be Apple's second major opportunity to show off the Vision Pro, ahead of its launch early next year. We'll likely be getting a better look at some of the content arriving for the spatial computing headset, along with additional information on Apple's biggest gambit in a decade. Apple sends invites for Sept. 12 launch event, new iPhone 15 expected. Apple on Tuesday sent out invites for its September press event. Apple is expected to announce the iPhone 15 and new Apple Watches. The launch will be streamed on Apple's website. Apple announced it will hold a press event in its headquarters in Cupertino, California, on Sept. 12, where the company is expected to announce new iPhones. The launch event will be streamed on Apple's website at 1 p.m. ET. Apple has used pre-recorded videos to launch its iPhones since 2020. The new iPhone models, likely branded as the iPhone 15, are expected to use a USB-C charging port, after the European Union passed a landmark law in October requiring all mobile phones, tablets and cameras sold in the EU to use USB-C for wired charging, with a deadline of Dec. 28, 2024. Some of the new devices Apple debuts could be made of titanium, according to reports. The company could also announce new Apple Watch models at the event, including an updated version of the high-end Apple Watch Ultra. Apple also typically releases the new version of iOS for iPhones at the September event. This year, the iOS 17 software includes a more visual caller ID called Contact Posters, better autocorrect and a new journaling app. BMW has been spotted with a prototype for an updated M3 sedan. It's expected to debut next year as a 2025 model, with its arrival to coincide with that of an updated M4 Coupe that's also out testing. The current M3 arrived for the 2021 model year, in base and competition grades. It spawned an M3 touring wagon body style for 2023, though not in the US, and a hardcore M3 CS for 2024. The prototype for the updated M3 is at an early stage of development. The only visible change are new headlights that the updated M3 should share with an updated 4 Series range that's being developed. More advanced prototypes will possibly feature revised fascia designs and possibly new wheel patterns. One element that's likely to remain is the controversial grille with its tall kidney grills that dominate the front end. It isn't clear what updates BMW plans for the mechanicals, if any. The current M3 is powered by a 3.0-liter turbo 6 that delivers 473 horsepower in the base M3, 503 horsepower in the M3 competition, and 543 horsepower in the M3 CS. While the base M3 is down on power, it's the only grade offered with a 6-speed manual transmission and rear-wheel drive. The rest get an 8-speed automatic and all-wheel drive. A BMW M executive confirmed the manual transmission will die, but we expect it to continue with this update and die off when a redesigned M3 arrives later this decade. Before the arrival of the updated M3, BMW is expected to launch an M3 CS Touring. Once again, the hot wagon will likely be off limits for the US. Apple Event 2023, iPhone 15 launch and everything else we expect to see on Sept. 12. We could see the iPhone 15, Apple Watch Series 9, Apple Watch Ultra 2 and, maybe, an iPhone 15 Ultra. In another sign that fall is just around the corner, Apple sent out invites for an event that's set to take place at the Steve Jobs Theater on Tuesday, Sept. 12, where we expect to see the next iPhone and Apple Watches announced. The annual Fall iPhone event has become a cultural touchpoint heralding the end of summer, right up there with pumpkin spice. For months, a seemingly endless flow of iPhone 15 rumors have circulated online. Some hint at a rather straightforward round of year-over-year upgrades, while others point to the possibility of a rebranded larger Pro model called the iPhone 15 Ultra. Let's break down everything you can expect from Apple's fall event. Wanderlust or Wonderlust? The event's invite is characteristically enigmatic, showing an Apple logo made up of tiny dust-like particles. The logo has grooves carved out of it, a bit like the forms you see on windswept sand dunes. The tagline, Wanderlust, is of course a play on the word wanderlust, which means a strong longing for or impulse toward wandering. Does wanderlust mean a strong longing for or impulse toward wandering? Like everyone else, we're trying to read something into the invite and wondering what it has to do with Apple's upcoming announcements. Could the grooved cutouts in the logo refer to a less boxy iPhone design? Could the particles refer to improved cameras capable of capturing more detail? Could the colors, metallic shades of gray, blue and even gold, be a reference to the colors of the new iPhone or Apple Watch? Or is this all just Apple acknowledging the fleeting nature of existence? No idea. But I expect the iPhone 15 Pro will be the headliner. The iPhone 15 and 15 Plus. As in the iPhone 14 series, there will likely be 4 models in the new iPhone lineup: the iPhone 15, 15 Plus, 15 Pro and 15 Pro Max. According to Bloomberg's Mark Gurman, who has a solid record when covering Apple leaks, the iPhone 15 and 15 Plus will basically be a repackaged iPhone 14 Pro without the telephoto camera or stainless steel body. The new phones would inherit a 48-megapixel main camera and the A16 chip from the 14 Pros. On the outside, the two phones will trade their display notches for the dynamic island cutout that also debuted on the 14 Pro and 14 Pro Max. New Apple exclusive reveals iPhone 15 release surprise. Apple's iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Pro design and feature upgrades continue to leak, and now the company's surprising release expectations and an official new iPhone listing have also been revealed. In a blog post, influential analyst, Ming-Chi Kuo claims that Apple expects the iPhone 15 Pro Max to account for up to 40% of all early iPhone 15 sales when it launches in September. iPhone 15 Pro Max, the most expensive iPhone, accounts for 35 to 40% of iPhone 15 series shipments, the highest share, he explains. iPhone 15 Pro Max shipments in 2H24 also grew 10 to 20% YoY compared to iPhone 14 Pro Max in the same period. It means Apple is optimistic about the selling point of the periscope, which is only available in iPhone 15 Pro Max. This is surprising for two reasons. First, production of the iPhone 15 Pro Max was expected to be heavily constrained due to supply issues with its periscopic zoom lens. Second, the new model will be Apple's most expensive ever iPhone, with leaks claiming a starting price as high as $1,299. Either way, the launch is clearly close as a second new iPhone has been officially registered in India's official regulatory database. Again discovered by MySmartPrice, just weeks after it spotted the A3094, the site has uncovered a further listing for the A3090. Both phones sit above the iPhone 14 lineup, which carries the model numbers A2649, A2881, A2882, A2883 and A2884. Registering new electronic devices ahead of release is a legal requirement in India, and something even Apple's secrecy cannot escape. Moreover, the sequencing suggests the two new models are the base-level iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Pro Max, but component variants, suppliers for memory, storage, etc. mean, as with the iPhone 14 series, there are likely to be more model numbers than the 4 official models. Ultimately, the big talking point from these leaks is the iPhone 15 Pro Max. If Apple expects it to be the best-selling model, its new periscope lens must be really something. Early buyers tend to be the biggest iPhone fans, which can warp numbers. Sales of standard iPhone models tend to catch up later in their lifecycle, but it's still a head-turning discovery during a cost-of-living crisis. This is especially true given the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus will essentially be iPhone 14 Pro models, complete with a dynamic island design, 48 megapixels primary camera, a 16 chip and USB-C at a lower price. Apple iPhone 15 release date. New event page goes live with cool animation. Apple's fall special event, where it will doubtless reveal the 2023 iPhones, a couple of Apple Watches and even new AirPods, perhaps, is just days away. It's being held on Tuesday, September 12th. Full details of the event announcement here, and your complete rundown of the run-up to the iPhone release, likely Friday, September 22nd, here. Now, Apple has revealed more. Apple has now updated its events page on apple.com to tell us more about what's coming. First of all, it reconfirms the date and time found in the invites sent out on Tuesday, saying, "Watch on 9/12 at 10 a.m. PT." And it now reveals how you can watch it. View online at apple.com or on the Apple TV app. This is useful, even if not unexpected. It may be that Apple will announce more ways to watch between now and the day of the keynote. Free iPhone 14 Pro. Apple taking applications now, but there's a catch. New Apple exclusive reveals iPhone 15 release surprise. Apple leaks detail all new iPhone 15 Pro design changes. There's also a button to click which will add the event to your calendar, so you don't forget to watch. But you weren't about to forget, now were you? The rest of the page is dominated by the image from the invite, a carefully sculpted Apple logo in blacks, blues, grays and even hints of silvery gold. The black, blue and gray likely hint at the colors of the iPhone 15 Pro, but it's thought there won't be a gold iPhone 15 Pro. The first time there hasn't been a gold iPhone in the range since the launch of the iPhone XS in 2018. The image is dominated, though, by delicate motes of light escaping from the logo. If this were a novel from Philip Pullman's extraordinary, His Dark Materials, series, it would resemble nothing so much as the dust which mystically fills the universe. As we don't live there, the swirling particles seem to hint at the matte finish frame expected for the iPhone 15 Pro. Instead of the gleaming stainless steel frame found on Apple's flagships since the iPhone X, the iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max are believed to have a titanium frame, matte not shiny. There's one thing that's missing, though. Apple usually has a cool AR animation which can be viewed on the iPhone, for instance. This is a lot of fun. But there isn't one this year. Well, the animation here makes up for it. One other little detail. Apple creates a hash flag for Twitter, or, as we now say, a hasmoji for X. iPhone 15 Pro Max. Everything we know so far about Apple's next flagship smartphone. iPhone 15 Pro Max is said to get a different treatment and is likely to introduce some exclusive Apple First features, making it the go-to iPhone for anyone who wants nothing but the best. The next big Apple event, scheduled for September 12 with the tagline, Wonderlust, is already creating the buzz around the next iPhone, this time the iPhone 15 series. As per various reports, the iPhone 15 series will have 4 models with the iPhone 15 Pro Max being the flagship offering. Unlike last year, where the 2 Pro iPhones were almost identical, the iPhone 15 Pro Max is said to get a different treatment and is likely to introduce some exclusive Apple First features, making it the go-to iPhone for anyone who wants nothing but the best. Here is everything we know so far about the Apple iPhone 15 Pro Max. Apple iPhone 15 Pro Max design and build quality. The flagship iPhone 15 Pro Max is expected to get some substantial design and build quality upgrades over its predecessor. To begin with the construction materials, the iPhone 15 Pro Max is touted to be one of the first iPhones to feature a titanium mid-frame, which will help Apple enhance its robustness and reduce weight at the same time. While the iPhone 15 Pro Max continues to offer a slightly boxy design, according to a leak by Redditor, the frame will have a curved finish and feature a USB Type-C port. According to the Mac rumors, Apple will also replace the mute switch with an action button, similar to the one on the Apple Watch Ultra. While earlier reports predicted that Apple would replace regular volume buttons with solid-state buttons, a report by Ming-Chi Kuo suggests that Apple retained regular buttons due to unresolved technical issues. Apple's choice of titanium instead of stainless steel is said to benefit the iPhone 15 Pro Max in various aspects, including the enhancement of the structural rigidity of the device, as titanium is stronger and lighter than stainless steel. Apple iPhone 15 Pro Max charging and connectivity. iPhone 15 Pro Max is said to get an enhanced USB Type-C port when compared to the base model. The new Type-C charging port on the iPhone 15 Pro Max is said to be compliant with USB 4 and Thunderbolt 3 technology. A leaked image from Charger Lab affirms this with the new Type-C module consisting of a Thunderbolt chip. iPhone 15 series camera specifications leaked ahead of September 12 launch, all details. iPhone 15 series is expected to be powered by 3nm A17 Bionic SoCs. iPhone 15 series is expected to launch on September 12 at Apple's Wonderlust event. The lineup is expected to offer 4 models, iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro, and iPhone 15 Pro Max. There have been several leaks and rumors on the upcoming iPhone 15 smartphones in the past few months, and there's no stopping them. Ahead of the launch on September 12, A new leak has surfaced online that tips the camera specifications of the iPhone 15 models. As per a MacRumors report, the iPhone 15 and the iPhone 15 Plus are expected to be equipped with a 48-megapixel primary rear sensor with an aperture of f1.6, which is a significant improvement over the 12-megapixel main sensor of the iPhone 14 and iPhone 14 Plus. There is also said to be a 12-megapixel sensor with an ultra-wide-angle lens and an aperture of f2.4. The report added that the iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max models are expected to launch with a 48-megapixel Sony IMX803 primary rear sensor with an aperture of f1.78, a 12.7-megapixel sensor with a telephoto lens and an aperture of f2.8, and a 13.4-megapixel sensor with an ultra-wide-angle lens with an aperture of f2.2. The high-end iPhone Pro Max is expected to come with a periscopic telephoto lens. A recent report suggested that the iPhone 15 Pro variants are likely to cost more than the preceding models over its rumored upgraded hardware, which is tipped to include a new titanium chassis over stainless steel ones and a periscope lens on the iPhone 15 Pro Max. The new chassis is expected to bring down the weight of the iPhone models. This year, users in India could get the iPhone 15 on the same day as the global release. A report hinted that the iPhone 15 models manufactured under the Make in India campaign are likely to launch alongside the global launch of the lineup with little or no delay at all. Meanwhile, a tipster recently stated that the iPhone 15 Pro Max release could be delayed by up to 4 weeks over its September 12 launch date due to camera sensor production issues. iPhone 15. Release date rumors, price, specs and leaks. Everything you need to know about the iPhone 15. All 4 iPhone 15 models are tipped to switch from Lightning to USB-C connectivity. The iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus are expected to run on an A16 Bionic chip while the new A17 Bionic will power the iPhone 15 Pro models. The iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus should join the iPhone 15 Pro models in featuring a dynamic island cutout instead of a notch. The iPhone 15 is expected to adapt the 48 megapixels main camera Apple added to last year's iPhone 14 Pro models. The iPhone 15 Pro will see more substantial changes such as a titanium frame and, in the case of the Pro Max, a periscope-style telephoto lens. The iPhone 15 launches in just a few days at the Apple event on September 12. So it's time to break down the rumors and leaks you need to know before the iPhone 15 release date is here. The Phone 15 Pro figures to get the most substantial changes, from a new A17 Bionic processor to a stronger and lighter titanium frame. And the iPhone 15 Pro Max could get an exclusive periscope zoom lens. But don't sleep on the standard iPhone 15 even with a large expected iPhone 15 versus iPhone 15 Pro divide. The regular model is likely to pick up features introduced in last year's iPhone 14 Pro lineup such as the dynamic island and main 48 megapixels camera. And like all new iPhones, we're expecting the iPhone 15 to do away with the Lightning port in favor of USB-C and get larger batteries for more staying power. Apple's hosting an event on September 12, which will most likely be the day we see the new iPhones appear. That also gives us a pretty good sense of what the iPhone 15 release date could be, as Apple typically releases phones 10 days after its product launch. That likely means you'll be able to buy the iPhone 15 on September 22. There's been concern from some analysts that Apple can't get enough camera parts from Sony, which could lead to delays. But now we're hearing that Apple's shipping out Pro Max units already, which suggests any problems it faced may have been resolved quietly already. iPhone 14 prices currently go from $799 per £849 per $1,399 for the 128GB entry-level iPhone 14 all the way up to $1,599 per £1,749 per $2,769 for the 1TB iPhone 14 Pro Max. We would expect something similar this time around, but it's entirely possible that the iPhone 15 will see the price rise that the US missed out on in 2022. iPhone 15 Pro expected next week with these 12 new features. Apple is expected to unveil 4 new iPhone 15 models at its event on Tuesday, September 12, and the devices will likely be available to pre-order starting Friday, September 15. All 4 models are rumored to be equipped with a USB-C port and the dynamic island, while many additional features are expected for the Pro models, including a titanium frame, customizable action button, a 17 Bionic chip, Wi-Fi 6E support, and more. Below, we have recapped a dozen new features rumored for the iPhone 15 Pro models. Titanium frame. Weighs less than the stainless steel frame on previous Pro models. A 17 Bionic chip. Faster, more power efficient. Manufactured with a 3nm process. Action button. Replacing the ring, silent switch, can be assigned to various functions. USB-C port. More common charging standard, faster data transfer speeds. New color options. Titan gray, blue, silver, and space black. Ultra-thin curved bezels. A thinner border around the screen. Wi-Fi 6E. Wi-Fi expanded to 6 GHz band, faster wireless speeds with supported router. 8 GB of RAM, an additional 2 GB of RAM for multitasking. Periscope telephoto lens. Up to 5 by -6x optical zoom, exclusive to iPhone 15 Pro Max. More repairable design, following in the footsteps of the iPhone 14 and iPhone 14 Plus. Ultra-wideband improvements. U1 chip upgrade in preparation for the Vision Pro. SIM card slot removed in more countries, France and potentially others. Additional new features are expected beyond what is listed above, including Qualcomm Snapdragon X70 modem, Qi 2 support, and more. Multiple reports have indicated that the iPhone 15 Pro models will cost $100 to $200 more than iPhone 14 Pro models in the United States. For now, these are the key rumors for the iPhone 15 Pro models before they are unveiled next week. With around a week to go until Apple announces the iPhone 15 series, it is possible that additional features and changes will surface. iPhone 15 Pro models to see major price hike due to titanium chassis, periscope camera, report. iPhone 15 family, including the vanilla iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro, and iPhone 15 Pro Max, is expected to go official at Apple's Wonderlust event on September 12. This year, the Pro models in the latest iPhone 15 series are anticipated to be more expensive than the iPhone 14 Pro models. The increased cost can be attributed to the new titanium build and improved camera hardware. The vanilla iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus, on the other hand, are said to have the same price tags as the outgoing models. As per a report by Digitimes analyst Luke Lin, the iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max would see a major price hike compared to their predecessors. The price hike could compensate for several rumored hardware upgrades such as a new titanium chassis upgrade from stainless steel and a periscope camera system on the iPhone 15 Pro Max that will enable up to 5 to 6x optical zoom. Further, Luke Lin states that the pricing would remain similar for the standard iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus models. If this price hike takes place, then the iPhone 15 Pro Max could be the most expensive iPhone ever made. The iPhone 14 Pro Max is currently the most expensive iPhone model in the market. Several factors including a weak global economy, ongoing inflation, and consumers shifting their budgets from buying consumer electronics to outdoor activities are expected to slow down smartphone sales in the second half of 2023 compared to the same period in the past several years. However, the report claims that holiday seasons and promotion campaigns would push global smartphone shipments in the fourth quarter of this year. Last year, the iPhone 14 Pro and iPhone 14 Pro Max were launched with a starting price of $999, roughly Rs. $79,555, and $1,099, roughly Rs. $87,530, respectively. There's no information regarding what this price may increase to, though an old report claims that the iPhone 15 Pro will be $100, roughly Rs. $8,000, more than the iPhone 14 Pro, suggesting a starting price of $1,099, roughly Rs. $87,530. The iPhone 15 Pro Max, in contrast, could be $200, roughly Rs. $16,000, more than the iPhone 14 Pro Max, with a starting price tag of $1,299, roughly Rs. $106,800. The vanilla iPhone 14 was launched with a starting price tag of $799, roughly Rs. $63,700, and the iPhone 14 Plus starts at $899, roughly Rs. $71,600. Here are the detailed camera specs of the iPhone 15 series. The iPhone 15 series is coming on September 12, and along with moving to USB-C, we know that the camera setup will see the biggest upgrade. And now we can put specifics to those upgraded cameras, courtesy of insider information. iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus. The vanilla models will get bumped to a 48MP main sensor, but reports suggest it isn't the same 48 megapixels as the current iPhone 14 Pro series. Instead, the iPhone 15 and 15 Plus will get a new Sony sensor with a stacked design, which will help with readout and low light quality. Main camera, 48 megapixels, f/1.6. Ultra-wide, 12 megapixels, f/2.4. iPhone 15 Pro. The iPhone 15 Pro will retain the 48 megapixels main sensor of the current iPhone 14 Pro, but will get a new, better ultra-wide camera. Expect improvements to the telephoto camera quality, despite the fact that it could be the same hardware underneath. Main camera, 48 megapixels, f/1.8, Sony IMX803 and 1/1.3. Telephoto, 12.7 megapixels, f/2.8. Ultra-wide, 13.4 megapixels, f/2.2. iPhone 15 Pro Max. The iPhone 15 Pro Max will have the same main and ultra-wide cameras as the Pro, but will be the iPhone to exclusively premiere the new periscope zoom. One report cites the zoom to go between 5x and 10x. Main camera, 48 megapixels, f/1.8, Sony IMX803 and 1/1.3. Telephoto, 12.7 megapixels, f/2.8, 85mm periscope lens, 1/1.9. Ultra-wide, 13.4 megapixels, f/2.2. However, per this leak from China, the new periscope will be an 85mm equivalent lens with an f/2.8 aperture and a 1/1.9 sensor. That would put the zoom at around 4x. If it was to go to 5x or beyond, some digital zoom would need to be applied. Analysts suggest that Apple decided to make the periscope a Pro Max exclusive feature because of space constraints. The camera module on the 15 Pro Max will be noticeably larger than that of the 15 Pro and the previous generation Pro Max. Apple is expected to make the 2024 iPhone 16 Pro and Pro Max bigger 6.3-inch and 6.9-inch, respectively, which will allow the periscope in both models. iPhone 15 design rumors. How Apple's new phones may change. The iPhone 15 lineup could differ from the iPhone 14 in a few big ways. The iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Pro may get a small but important makeover, if the rumors turn out to be true. Apple's next iPhones, which will likely debut at the company's Sept. 12 event, are expected to include a handful of design changes that could impact everything from the charging port to the display. But overall, we're largely expecting a more fine-tuned version of the iPhone 14 and 14 Pro's design. Reports suggest there could be changes to materials, colors, buttons and the display, but the iPhone 15 likely won't be as dramatic of a shift as Apple has made in years past. In 2020, for example, Apple updated the iPhone 12's overall shape with flat edges, making it feel significantly different from the iPhone 11. And then, of course, there was the debut of the iPhone X in 2017, which was the first model to include a nearly borderless screen and Face ID. Based on rumors, reports, leaks and Apple's previous iPhone launches, here's what we're expecting the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus to look like. iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus, the Dynamic Island and USB-C. Assuming Apple keeps the same lineup as last year, we can expect two versions of the standard iPhone, the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus. The smaller version would have a 6.1-inch screen like the iPhone 14, while the Plus model would have a 6.7-inch display like the iPhone 14 Plus. While the screen sizes are expected to remain the same, Apple might make a major upgrade to the display. Both the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus may inherit the dynamic island from the Pro models, according to a tweet from analyst Ross Young, CEO of Display Supply Chain Consultants, and a Bloomberg report. The dynamic island, which Apple introduced on the iPhone 14 Pro and Pro Max, replaces the notch on those phones. It's like a miniature secondary screen that can show tidbits of information such as timers, sports scores and your Uber's ETA. Another aesthetic change rumored to be coming to the iPhone 15 is a USB-C port to replace the Lightning connector. Apple executives said when speaking at the Wall Street Journal Tech Live conference last year that the company plans to comply with European rules mandating USB-C charging on new phones. However, it's unclear whether Apple would make the switch to USB-C this year or next, and whether it would do so globally or just where the EU's rules would take effect. Apple event on September 12. iPhone 15 Pro models could get major price hike for two reasons. Apple event for iPhone 15 series is on September 12. While the specs and features have been leaked online several times, one thing that most leaks have suggested is that the new iPhones will receive a major price hike. Here are the details. In short, Apple event is all set to take place on September 12. The iPhone 15 Pro models is said to get major price hike for two reasons. The price of the standard iPhone 15 models could remain the same as last year's version. Apple event is all set to take place on September 12 and here, the company will be announcing its latest iPhone 15 series. As we are just less than a week away from the biggest tech event of the year, more leaks are pouring in regarding 2023 iPhones. While the specs and features have been leaked online several times, one thing that most leaks have suggested is that the new iPhones will receive a major price hike. Now more details regarding the prices have surfaced online. Keep reading to know more. iPhone 15 Pro models said to get major price hike for two reasons. According to DigiTimes research analyst Luke Lin, the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus could be announced at the old price details, something that Apple did with the iPhone 14 series. Last year's model was made available at the iPhone 13's price. However, the iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max are widely tipped to get a significant price increase. These things are already known, thanks to leaks and rumors that have been surfacing online. Now, the cited source is claiming that the price hike of the iPhone 15 series would majorly be because of two changes. One of them will be because of a shift from stainless steel to titanium for the chassis design. The second reason will reportedly be the introduction of a new periscope lens camera system. Despite the cost surge, Lin predicts strong demand for the iPhone 15 Pro models. iPhone 15 Plus, Pro, Pro Max. Leaked price details. The rumored starting price for the iPhone 15 in the USA is $799. Mirroring the previous model's cost. Applying Apple's exchange rate of 100 rupees per dollar and considering last year's iPhone 14 series prices, the Indian starting price for the iPhone 15 might remain at 79,900 rupees. While Apple has maintained the standard model's price since the iPhone 13, there's a chance of a slight increase, although no official confirmation exists. Everything you need to know about the iPhone 15 camera specifications. With every iPhone iteration, Apple adds new functionality to the camera system, and the iPhone 15 series is no exception. MacRumors has obtained detailed information about the camera systems of the iPhone 15 lineup, from the standard iPhone 15 with upgraded 48-megapixel camera to the iPhone 15 Pro Max with its new periscope telephoto lens. Ultra-wide camera, 12-megapixel image sensor, f2.4 aperture. The base iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus models are expected to feature an all-new 48-megapixel Sony image sensor, which is a substantial upgrade from the 12-megapixel main camera on the iPhone 14. The increase in megapixels will allow for higher resolution images with improved detail. It's worth noting that this claim has been made repeatedly by a variety of sources, including industry analysts Jeff Ku and Ming-Kai Kuo, along with Weibo user, Digital Chat Station. The iPhone 15 is not expected to use the Sony IMX803 image sensor from the iPhone 14 Pro, and will instead use a different Sony sensor with improved capabilities. There is evidence that Apple tested different configurations of the base model iPhone 15, one of which featured the rumored stacked camera sensor system, while the other did not. It is currently unclear whether or not the stacked sensor system is present on the final units. Stacked camera sensors allow for faster readout speeds and improved low-light imaging. No significant upgrades are expected for the ultra-wide camera, which is expected to continue to have a 12-megapixel resolution and an f/2.4 aperture. iPhone 15 Pro. Main camera, 48 megapixels, Sony IMX803 image sensor, f/1.78 aperture. Telephoto camera, 12.7 megapixels, f/2.8 aperture. Ultra-wide camera, 13.4 megapixels, f/2.2 aperture. As far as the iPhone 15 Pro is concerned, improvements focus mainly on the telephoto and ultra-wide cameras, with the main camera still using the same Sony IMX803 image sensor found in the iPhone 14 Pro. This information contradicts previous rumors suggesting that the iPhone 15 Pro and Pro Max would use the Sony IMX903 image sensor. Both the ultra-wide and telephoto cameras will receive upgrades compared to the iPhone 14 Pro's 12-megapixel cameras, allowing for improved image quality and higher resolution photos. iPhone 15. Everything we know so far. All the rumors, leaks, speculation, and educated guesses about the iPhone 15 in one place. Sure as night follows day, the iPhone 15 will follow the iPhone 14. Apple has been treating us to a new model reliably every year, and the iconic phone series is the company's biggest profit center, so we're confident this year will be the same. Apple don't share a lot of information in advance, but as a big company that has an enormous impact, a lot of other sources seem to share info. Apple has to share case specifications in advance, and details with manufacturing partners. We're organizing this page into leaks that have an identifiable source, rumors which are doing the rounds, and expectations from those in the know, as well as a list of FAQs. We don't expect lots of leaks, even with the date now announced, because Apple keeps a tight ship, but we have started to see some revelations since developers gained access to iOS 17, and because case designers know the final shape. Now, since Apple have announced the event, and invitation images have started to circulate, people have got some artwork to influence their speculation. When will the Apple iPhone 15 launch be? We now know that Apple has an event on the 12th of September, and the company has paid for Hashimoji, or hash flags, a dedicated version of the Apple logo which they can use on social media to match the September event artwork. The design is a blue and gray design which has an almost 3D effect, hinting, perhaps, at some cunning metalwork. The event is called Wonderlust. iPhone 15 case leak. Action button? The latest leaked video of cases seems to suggest that the iPhone 15 Pro will be broadly similar, but there is certainly enough room for a USB-C port rather than the traditional Apple Lightning connector, and looked at carefully it appears that the button layout is changing too. The case leaks below, which originated in China, and spread via Weibo, a Chinese social media site, also show a smaller cutout for the mute switch. Some think this confirms the idea we're expecting a mute button with the new phone. iPhone 15 action button. A lot of rumor sites have covered the idea of a capacitive action button, instead of the physical mute slider. This would have the advantage that the button could be repurposed, hence, action button, by the OS, but at the cost of a definite physical switch. It might also be harder to operate with gloves. Apple to launch the all-new iPhone 15 in September. Here's what to expect. On September 12, Apple is set to introduce the iPhone 15 series during a gathering in Cupertino. Apple has issued formal invitations for its most significant event of 2023. The invitation is labeled Wonderlust and is scheduled to take place at Apple Park. For those interested in viewing the event virtually, the event will be live streamed on Apple's official website, its official YouTube channel, and also accessible through the Apple TV app on devices like iPhone, iPad, Mac, and Apple TV. Here's what to expect. It is expected that Apple will unveil a lineup of 4 iPhones. The forthcoming iPhone 15 series is predicted to include the standard iPhone 15, the larger iPhone 15 Plus, the advanced iPhone 15 Pro, and the top-tier iPhone 15 Pro Max. The iPhone 15 Pro Max is rumored to stand out with its periscope camera, marking a key highlight within the iPhone 15 series. The iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max are projected to operate on the A17 Bionic processor, representing A. There are speculations that all iPhone 15 series models will incorporate the Dynamic Island feature, a feature previously exclusive to the Pro models. Beyond the iPhones, there is anticipation for Apple to introduce a pair of novel Apple Watch models. The upcoming event might witness the introduction of the second iteration of the Apple Watch Ultra, alongside the unveiling of the Apple Watch Series 9, set to take place on September 15. Additionally, it is likely that Apple Watch, the iPhone 15 Pro Max, might have a disappointingly small battery. The rumors of a giant leap in capacity might have been overblown. Apple will unveil the iPhone 15 in about 2 weeks, and if you've been following the rumors, you already know that the iPhone 15 Pro Max will be the model everyone is talking about. But while we were hoping for a big bump in the battery, a new rumor claims that might not be the case. According to Meghan Markle on X, formerly Twitter, the iPhone 15 Pro Max should have a 4,422 mAh battery, a slight bump over the 14 Pro Max's 4,323 mAh battery. Previous rumors claimed the 15 Pro Max would have a 4,852 mAh battery, a much bigger boost. However, even if Meghan Markle's numbers are correct, that doesn't mean the iPhone 15 Pro Max won't have a large leap in battery life. For example, the iPhone 14 Pro Max actually decreased in battery capacity from the 13 Pro Max, which had a 4,352 mAh battery. And the iPhone 12 Pro Max also had a smaller battery than the 11 Pro Max, 3,687 mAh vs 3,969 mAh. Any increases to battery life are likely to come from the A17 Bionic chip and software. Apple has been testing iOS 17 for several months, but it's likely holding back several new features and optimizations specific to the iPhone 15 series. The iPhone 14 Pro Max is already one of the longest-lasting phones, though several people have noticed an unusual degradation of battery health. Apple is expected to unveil the iPhone 15 Pro Max at its Wonderlust event on Tuesday, September 12. The new flagship phone is expected to bring a number of enhancements, including a titanium frame, USB-C charging port, and periscope zoom lens. Apple Wonderlust Event 2023. From iPhone 15, Apple Watch Series 9 to Watch Ultra 2 and AirPods Pro 2, what to expect? Apple is all geared up for the biggest launch event of the year, Wonderlust, on September 12. The much-awaited iPhone 15 lineup will finally debut at the event along with more devices like Apple Watch Series 9, Apple Watch Ultra 2 and Apple AirPods 2. Apple iPhone 15 series. Expected specifications, price. But as usual, the star of the show will be the latest iPhone series, which might include iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max. This time around, the most significant change that the lineup will come with is a USB-C port. This will be the first iPhone lineup ever to ditch the signature Lightning port. Another change that we are likely to see this year is the entry of the Dynamic Island feature in standard iPhone 15 models. For the unversed, this pill-like notch feature was introduced in Pro models last year and it has been accepted well in the smartphone industry. The Pro models might also switch from stainless steel to titanium to make them lighter and more durable. This might also lead to muted color options. Meaning, there is only a slim chance that we will see color variants like gold, purple and so on. These Pro models will also come with camera upgrades with a periscope lens in the Pro Max model. Also red, Apple iPhone 15, Honor 90, Galaxy S23 FE, Google Pixel 8 and more. Top upcoming smartphone launches of September 2023. We are also expecting some design changes as the company is likely to shrink the bezels for all 4 models but will still add a bigger battery. The Pro models are likely to be powered by the new A17 Bionic chipset, while the standard models might come with a 16 Bionic chipset, same as iPhone 14 Pro models. Another unique thing that we might see for iPhones this year is color-matched braided cables. It is expected that apart from the black variant, the iPhone 15 charging cables might come in different colors with glossy plastic shell. As for the pricing, the high-end iPhones are expected to see a price hike this year. iPhone 15 Pro is expected to get $100 price hike, while the iPhone 15 Pro Max is expected to cost $200 more than its previous generation model. The iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus might not witness a price hike. I really hope this iPhone 15 Pro price leak isn't true. We're just a few months away from Apple revealing the next generation iPhone 15 lineup in the fall. However, a new report from Chinese outlet Economic Daily News suggests that the entire lineup could see a price increase of 10% to 20%. This isn't great news. For the standard iPhone 15, that means it could start at $899, which is $100 more than the starting price for the current $799 iPhone 14. Currently, the iPhone 14 Pro starts at $999, but with this price increase for the next generation, the iPhone 15 Pro could be $100 to $200 more, starting at $1,100 or $1,200. And those who are interested in the largest, top-of-the-line model, the iPhone 15 Pro Max, will have to pay even more. With such a price increase, that means that the iPhone 15 Pro Max could start at $1,300, and a 1TB variant may cost as much as $1,800. This would make it the most expensive iPhone yet, and even one of the most expensive non-folding phones on the market. For example, a Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 starts at $1,800 for 256 GB capacity, and the max storage version costs $2,159. So why the increase in starting price? It has to do with an increase in manufacturing costs, as well as inflation. Typically, Apple does not sell its products at a loss, so the increased costs will be passed down to the customers instead. An increase in cost for the standard iPhone 15 models may not be such a big deal, as they are slated to get the Dynamic Island, faster A16 Bionic chip, and other big upgrades. However, the iPhone 15 Pro costing more is a bigger deal, even among the most dedicated Apple fans. All iPhone 15 models look like they will switch over to USB-C from Lightning. The iPhone 15 Pro models will continue to have bigger upgrades than the standard variants, including the 120Hz promotion display, a possible new action button in place of the mute switch, and an A17 Bionic chip. But the iPhone 15 Pro Max would be getting the biggest upgrade with a 6x periscope zoom camera, which would improve the optical zoom significantly. But will those upgrades be worth an extra $200 more? A lot of iPhone upgrades these days are very incremental, so it's hard to say. I wouldn't blame you if you decide to keep your iPhone 14 Pro Max another year, though, unless you really like taking zoomed-in photos. iPhone 15 series. New leaked pics, likely launch date, design, price and more. Apple iPhone 15 series are set to launch next month. Apple is yet to send an official invite for the event, but it is very likely that the 2023 iPhones will be unveiled in the second week of September, along with new Apple Watch models. There may be that famous, one more thing, but for now we need to hold our horses for it. As the day nears to the year's most awaited smartphone launch event, here's all that rumor mill has been suggesting about the iPhone 15 series, models, design changes, price hike, new charging tech and more. iPhone 15 series may launch on September 12th. Apple is likely to hold a special event in the middle of September, likely September 12th, for iPhone 15 series. iPhone 15 series to go on sale starting September 22. The 2023 edition of iPhone 15 series is likely to go on sale starting September 22. It is very likely that in India the iPhone 15 series will be available from September 22 onwards. 4 new iPhones. The special September event is likely to see 4 new iPhones, 2 iPhone 15 models and 2 iPhone 15 Pro models. If the naming is the same as last year, this means iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro, and iPhone 15 Pro Max. iPhone 15 series may have thinner bezels. iPhone went all-screen with iPhone X in 2017. Since then, Apple has been reducing screen bezels, and reports suggest that iPhone 15 will have thinner bezels in another step toward Apple's dream phone. iPhone 15 series may come with USB-C charging. The writing has been on the wall for a long time. Apple needs to move from Lightning to USB-C charging port. The EU made it mandatory by 2024 and there seems to be similar clamor in the United Kingdom, UK, as well. Reports suggest that Apple may make this forced to switch to USB-C in 2023 itself. Action button. Multiple reports have claimed that Apple may introduce an action button with iPhone 15 series. It is not clear if the action button will be only on Pro models, or across lineups. Evidence has also been mounting lately about the alleged button. Code in iOS 17.2 reportedly suggests users will be able to choose from 9 options to control when the action button is pressed.
A new iPhone is about to be announced. Here's everything to expect from Apple's September event. Other than the iPhone 12 in the first year of the pandemic, Apple has announced its new flagship smartphone in September every single year since 2012, so it's entirely safe to say that the Apple event, scheduled for 3 a.m. this Wednesday, AEST, will feature the next generation iPhone. The iPhone 15 will be to many just another iPhone, but at the same time it does introduce a period of change for Apple and could appeal to the widest audience of iPhone owners in many years. While many see iPhones as an every year, or every second year replacement item, millions of Australians don't. And many of them are now using the iPhone X, iPhone XS or iPhone 11 from 4 to 6 years ago and will see huge benefit from an upgrade in 2023. Many of the new features we will see this week are in fact software features from the upcoming iOS 17, which will be available to all iPhones from the XR and Xs onward in the month ahead. But there are expected to be some big changes to the fundamental iPhone 15 physical features. Firstly, the charging cable will change from Apple's proprietary Lightning connector introduced in 2012 with the iPhone 5. Apple is being forced to use a USB-C connection for charging. While Apple won't likely mention why, it's because the European Union mandated this on all new consumer tech from late next year, so in fact Apple is going toward USB-C 1 year earlier than required. But given the life cycle of its devices now seems the right time. It's likely Apple will point to other advantages, such as faster charging speeds, but expect those to be closely aligned to Apple's certified cables for safety reasons, while any USB-C cable will still provide some level of charge. The other big change is the removal of the mute toggle switch that's been on the left side of all iPhones since the very first one in 2007. It's rumored this will be replaced by an action key, programmable to certain functions of the phone for you to choose. Alongside this will be a slight design tweak, with ever so slightly rounded edges, and the introduction of the dynamic island from the iPhone 14 Pro models into the entire iPhone 15 range. Finally, there's some talk of an advanced optical zoom lens on the largest, most expensive iPhone, the iPhone 15 Pro Max. All will be revealed on Wednesday morning, alongside likely updates to the Apple AirPods, to match the USB-C charging. Apple iPhone 15 Pro and 15 Pro Max, what to expect? Apple's Wanderlust September 12th event is almost here, and it's no secret that it'll bring the new iPhones. In fact, very little is a secret anymore when it comes to smartphones, iPhone or otherwise, so we already have a good idea of what Apple has in store. Expect 4 new iPhones, the vanilla iPhone 15 and 15 Plus, here's what to expect of them, and the 2 Pros, the smaller iPhone 15 Pro, and the Pro Max. The Pros are usually equally capable but different in size. This year, however, the Pro Max is undoubtedly more advanced phone thanks to its periscope zoom lens. USB-C. You can thank the European Union, but Apple is finally getting with the times and will put the universal USB-C port on the iPhone. It makes sense. Most devices are now using USB-C ports, even Apple's own MacBooks and iPad Pros. At this point, even iPhone owners likely have more USB-C cables lying around than they do Lightning ones. However, the iPhone 15 Pros could get access to faster USB speeds than the vanilla models. Rumor has it that the 15 Pro and Pro Max could get USB 3.2 speeds and possibly even Thunderbolt support. That would mean that the iPhone 15 and 15 Plus will have USB 2.0 speeds that top out at 480 megabits per second, while the Pros will USB 3.2's 20 gigabits per second or even possibly Thunderbolt's 40 gigabits per second. New titanium frames. The Pro iPhones will use a new titanium alloy for their chassis, instead of the stainless steel they've used so far. Titanium has a few benefits over stainless steel: it's much stronger and crucially, it's much lighter. However, steel is harder to scratch. The new titanium-clad iPhone Pro models could have a brushed metal finish instead of the mirrored one of the current Pros. Thinner bezels. The iPhone 15 Pro and Pro Max will retain their respective 6.1-inch and 6.7-inch displays, but the screen could be brighter, have more efficient LTPO controllers, and thinner bezels. Rumor has it the bezels will shrink from 2.17 mm to 1.55 mm, which would make the iPhone 15 Pros the phones with the thinnest bezels. A 17-chip, 8 GB of RAM? While the vanilla iPhone 15 models will get last year's A16 Society, the Pros will move to the revolutionary A17. It's the first chipset to be built on a 3nm process and will supply a 10% to 15% bump in processing performance and up to 30% better efficiency. The A17 will have a 6-core processor and a 6-core GPU, one more core than the graphics in the A16 chip. Apple Event Rumor Roundup. What to expect at the Wonderlust iPhone 15 keynote. Apple's latest fall iPhone event, Wonderlust, is nearly here. 4 new iPhones and a couple of Apple Watch models are expected to take center stage when the company showcases its latest products. USB-C should be in the spotlight as Apple changes its charging ports in response to new EU regulations. Although nothing is set in stone until Tim Cook takes the stage on Tuesday, we've gathered the most probable leaks and rumors ahead of Apple's September 12 event. iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Pro. No matter what else Tim Cook and company reveal, new iPhones are practically guaranteed to dominate the day's headlines. We can expect a high-end iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max, along with a standard iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus. There was an earlier report that Apple may rebrand the Pro Max model as iPhone 15 Ultra this year, but it isn't clear if that's still on the table. First, screen sizes will likely stand pat. That means 6.1-inch displays for the iPhone 15 and 15 Pro and 6.7-inch screens for the iPhone 15 Plus and iPhone 15 Pro Max, or Ultra. Promotion. Apple's branding for 120Hz variable refresh rate displays will almost certainly remain exclusive to the top-tier models. A change many foresee is Lightning cables becoming obsolete. Over a decade has passed since switching from 30-pin connectors to Lightning, and European regulations are forcing Apple to swap ports again, this time to USB-C. Obviously, we'll have to comply with the EU's requirements, Apple VP Greg Joswick confirmed in an interview with the WSJ last year. Although Apple could wait for next year's iPhone launch to make the EU's deadline, leaks and well-sourced insiders indicate almost unanimously that this year's iPhone 15 will be the one to kick off the USB-C iPhone era. However, connected Apple analyst Ming-Chi Kuo predicts only the higher-end iPhone models will see faster USB-C data transfer speeds. Kuo believes only the 2 Pro models will support, at least USB 3.2 or Thunderbolt 3 inches high-speed wired connections, while the 2 standard models, iPhone 15 15 Plus, would use slower USB 2.0 speeds, the same as Lightning. At least some new models could also support faster, 35W, charging speeds, although, predictably, some might say, you could need a proprietary Apple-made adapter to power up at those rates. The evolution of iPhone from the original to the anticipated iPhone 15 release next week. A new iPhone is on the horizon. Apple announced late last month that the new iPhone 15 will be revealed on Sept. 12 at 1 p.m. ET, causing a stir of speculation as to what is in store for the latest model. In July, Apple CEO Tim Cook announced a number of Apple devices and apps, including mixed reality headsets, new health features for the Apple Watch, the addition of FaceTime to Apple TV and more. News of the iPhone, however, has been harder to come by. While Apple generally keeps designs and intentions for a new product pretty wrapped up until launch, this doesn't stop fans from sniffing for leaks, making guesses or saving up for pre-order. Of course, we won't know for sure what the iPhone 15 looks like until Tuesday afternoon, when the announcement is made at Wonderlust, on the Apple campus. However, Apple's many releases over the past 16 years have followed a pattern, giving a glimpse into what could be coming down the pipeline. From the original iPhone to the soon-to-be-released 15, here's how the phones have evolved over time. The original iPhone broke ground in 2007 when Apple co-founder and CEO Steve Jobs revealed it at the Macworld Expo. While it wasn't technically the first commercially built smartphone, it was the first to resemble the devices of today with a touch screen and full web browsing capabilities, launching a revolution in mobile devices. While it only had basic apps such as Mail, a camera, Safari browser, and YouTube, Apple sold over 6 million units. At launch, a 4GB model sold for $499, while the 8GB model sold for $599. When you can buy Apple's newest, when can you buy the new iPhone 15? Apple announces release date for iPhones, watches. Even from the beginning, Apple was never a fan of naming their products in chronological order, it seems. The iPhone 3G came out in 2008, just 1 year after the original iPhone release. Named after its ability to use 3G wireless technology, which was quite speedy back then, this model promised not only a faster network experience for users but also an introduction to the Apple App Store. Users could download apps made both by Apple and third-party developers. GPS functionality was also added, a big step towards a feature many of us have come to rely on every day. Exploring the expectations, advantages, disadvantages, and colors of the iPhone 15. In the ever-evolving world of technology, Apple's iPhone series continues to captivate the imagination of enthusiasts and consumers alike. As rumors swirl and leaks trickle in, the anticipation for the iPhone 15 is reaching a fever pitch. With each iteration, Apple aims to push the boundaries of innovation, functionality, and design. Let's delve into the expectations surrounding the iPhone 15, examining its potential advantages, disadvantages, and the exciting array of colors that might grace its sleek exterior. Expectations. A glimpse into the future. As is customary with Apple's releases, the iPhone 15 is expected to bring forth a slew of new features and improvements. While these are speculative at this point, industry insiders and analysts have offered some insights into what we might expect. Performance boost. The iPhone 15 is likely to be powered by Apple's latest A16 chip, promising significant improvements in processing speed and efficiency. This could translate into faster app launches, smoother multitasking, and enhanced gaming experiences. Camera innovation. Apple consistently refines its camera technology. The iPhone 15 is rumored to feature advanced computational photography capabilities, potentially elevating low-light performance, zoom capabilities, and overall image quality. Display upgrades. The iPhone 15 might feature a promotion OLED display with a higher refresh rate, offering smoother scrolling and improved responsiveness. Additionally, rumors suggest improved HDR and color accuracy for an immersive visual experience. 5G integration. As 5G networks become more widespread, the iPhone 15 is likely to feature enhanced 5G capabilities, enabling faster data speeds and improved connectivity. Biometric enhancements. Apple might introduce more advanced biometric security features, such as an under-display Touch ID or improved Face ID technology for faster and more secure device access. Battery life. With each iteration, Apple strives to extend battery life. The iPhone 15 could feature optimizations to provide users with longer usage on a single charge. Advantages. Enhancing the iPhone experience. The iPhone 15's potential advantages are poised to make it a compelling choice for users. Cutting-edge performance. The anticipated A16 chip could bring unparalleled processing power, enabling seamless multitasking and demanding applications. iPhone 15. Release date rumors, price, specs and leaks. All 4 iPhone 15 models are tipped to switch from Lightning to USB-C connectivity, with the Pro models tipped for recharging speeds of up to 35 W. The iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus are expected to run on an A16 Bionic chip, while the new A17 Bionic will power the iPhone 15 Pro models. The iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus should join the iPhone 15 Pro models in featuring a dynamic island cutout instead of a notch. The iPhone 15 is expected to adapt the 48 megapixels main camera Apple added to last year's iPhone 14 Pro models. The iPhone 15 Pro will see more substantial changes such as a titanium frame and, in the case of the Pro Max, a periscope-style telephoto lens. The iPhone 15 colors are tipped to be black, white, yellow and blue, and there could be a orange, coral pink option. The iPhone 15 launches in just a few days at the Apple event on September 12. So it's time to break down the rumors and leaks you need to know before the iPhone 15 release date is here. The phone 15 Pro figures to get the most substantial changes, from a new A17 Bionic processor to a stronger and lighter titanium frame. And the iPhone 15 Pro Max could get an exclusive periscope zoom lens. But don't sleep on the standard iPhone 15 even with the large expected iPhone 15 versus iPhone 15 Pro divide. The regular model is likely to pick up features introduced in last year's iPhone 14 Pro lineup such as the dynamic island and main 48 megapixels camera. And like all new iPhones, we're expecting the iPhone 15 to do away with the Lightning port in favor of USB-C and get larger batteries for more staying power. Apple's hosting an event on September 12, which will most likely be the day we see the new iPhones appear. That also gives us a pretty good sense of what the iPhone 15 release date could be, as Apple typically releases phones 10 days after its product launch. That likely means you'll be able to buy the iPhone 15 on September 22. There's been concern from some analysts that Apple can't get enough camera parts from Sony, which could lead to delays. But now we're hearing that Apple's shipping out Pro Max units already, which suggests any problems it faced may have been resolved quietly already. What to expect from Apple's Wonderlust event this week: iPhone 15, Apple Watch Ultra 2, AirPods. From the USB-C-fication of iPhones and AirPods to the successor of the Apple Watch Ultra, here's what will, and won't, be on this year's event docket. Apple's Worldwide Developer Conference, WWDC, in June was arguably the company's most ambitious launch event in the past decade, with the $3,499 Vision Pro headset ushering in a new product category for the tech giant. Also, the Apple products you shouldn't buy this month, September 2023 edition. This coming Tuesday's fall event likely won't be as revolutionary, but what's being announced should resonate with an even wider group of consumers. That's because Apple is expected to unveil the year's newest iPhones, Apple Watches, and AirPods that folks like you and I are more likely to buy and use. Ahead of the event, I've rounded up a list of exactly what products you can expect to be announced this coming week, with the backing of industry reports, analysts, and the latest rumor mill. And for a little fun, I've also included a section of what likely won't be unveiled but may appear in the near future. Without question, the biggest announcement during the upcoming keynote will be the iPhone 15 series, with Apple running a similar playbook this year as the last. That means you can expect 4 iPhone 15 models: the standard iPhone 15, a larger iPhone 15 Plus, the standard iPhone 15 Pro, and a larger iPhone 15 Pro Max. This year, the iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max will be the headlining act, with new and improved form factors, updated processors, and the latest advancements in the iPhone camera. The biggest change, at least from the surface level, will be the slimmer and lighter design, thanks in part to a new low injection pressure overmolding, LiPo, display and shift to titanium material instead of stainless steel. As reported by Mark Gurman of Bloomberg, Apple will use the same display technology that allowed it to slim down the edges, and therefore expand the display size, of the Apple Watch Series 8 on the new iPhone Pro models. By how much exactly? 1/3 of the bezel size is what we're hearing, which should allow Apple to fit a larger screen in a similar framework as the iPhone 14. And with a shift to titanium material, these changes should make a big difference to the iPhone's hand feel. The price of entry may see a bump as well. iPhone 15 Pro. Price, specs, features, and everything we know ahead of launch. In September 2023, we expect Apple to unveil the iPhone 15 lineup, comprising the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus alongside the iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max. While rumors say that the standard models will adopt many of the features we've already seen in the iPhone 14 Pro, arguably one of the best phones so far, the 15 Pro models are said to take a different trajectory. It's expected that Apple will ship the iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max with several design changes and hardware improvements, making the devices an attractive purchase. If the devices have piqued your interest, here is our roundup of everything you need to know about the upcoming flagship iPhones. The iPhone 15 series will feature 2 Pro models, just like the iPhone 14 lineup. The iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max are rumored to be available in a new red colorway in addition to the standard silver and black options. As we mentioned at the start of this post, the iPhone 15 series is expected to include 4 devices: iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro, and iPhone 15 Pro Max, with the first new aspect being updated colors. While the focus of this article is the iPhone 15 Pro series, which is expected to come in a new red shade called Dark Sienna, the iPhone 15 and 15 Plus will also feature two new options, a light blue and dark pink variant, to be specific. While there are several renders spread across the internet, we would take them with a grain of salt as the actual finish that Apple tends to produce does look a lot more attractive than the renders. Lastly, regarding the dimensions, all models will be sized similarly to the current lineup. However, with the Pro models, you can expect a significantly different in-hand feel, as Apple is rumored to work in slight curves on the back panel. Price, release date, and availability. It is rumored that the iPhone 15 launch event will take place on September 13, 2023. The iPhone 15 Pro models are likely to see an increase in pricing within the United States. There may also be price increases on all models outside the United States. It's common knowledge among tech enthusiasts and media members that Apple will unveil its iPhone lineup for the year in the second week of September. And this year is shaping up to be no different. A report from 9 to 5 Mac states that the iPhone 15 Pro launch event will take place on September 13, 2023. iPhone 15. Release date and price predictions, leaks, rumors, and more. The iPhone 14 and iPhone 14 Pro are about a year old now, and Apple has announced that its fall event will be held on September 12, 2023. This is where we will see the new iPhone 15 lineup drop, as well as the Apple Watch Series 9 and Apple Watch Ultra 2, along with some other potential surprises. The rumor mill for the iPhone 15 has been steadily chugging along over the past year, and we don't have that long to go before the official reveal. We're keeping all of the reports and rumors of the iPhone 15 here in a single place for your convenience, but do remember to keep in mind that these are all still just speculation. Nothing is final until Apple confirms it during an official announcement. Though Apple debuted the iPhone mini with the iPhone 12 lineup and kept it with the iPhone 13 series, the mini was retired once the iPhone 14 came out. It was replaced with the larger iPhone 14 Plus, going from a 5.4-inch screen to a massive 6.7-inch display. Same as the iPhone 14 Pro Max, with the standard iPhone 14 and iPhone 14 Pro staying at the 6.1-inch size from previous generations. Related. Why USB-C on the iPhone 15 could be a nightmare. This cool Android phone shows just how boring the iPhone really is. This is a real iPhone 15 Pro case, and it's hiding a few secrets. It is expected that Apple will continue this with the iPhone 15 lineup featuring an iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro, and iPhone 15 Pro Max. This time, the standard iPhone 15 is expected to have a 6.2-inch display, a slight change from the iPhone's 14's 6.1-inch display. Other phones, including the iPhone 15 Pro, the iPhone 15 Plus, and iPhone 15 Pro Max, are expected to keep the same screen sizes as last year. This means a 6.1-inch screen for the 15 Pro and 6.7 inches for the iPhone 15 Plus and iPhone 15 Pro Max. The name for the iPhone 15 Pro Max may be different, however. There are rumors circulating that Pro Max may be replaced with the Ultra moniker, similar to the Apple Watch Ultra. Anyone who is hoping to see a drastic redesign of the iPhone 15 lineup will be disappointed. For the most part, the aesthetics of the iPhone 15 lineup will look like that of its iPhone 14 predecessors with the flat edges and camera modules.
iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro, iPhone 15 Pro Max pre-orders begin today. Price, specifications. iPhone 15 series of smartphones will be available to pre-order today, days after Apple unveiled its latest generation of handsets. This year, the company introduced 4 new models, the iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro, and iPhone 15 Pro Max, that arrived as the successors to its iPhone 14 lineup, with some hardware improvements over the older models. The iPhone maker's new smartphones are equipped with a USB Type-C port and the dynamic island, on all 4 models. They will go on sale a week later and customers can place orders for the handsets starting today. iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max price in India, availability. iPhone 15 price in India starts at Rs. 79,900 for the base model with 128 GB of storage, while the iPhone 15 Plus with the same amount of storage starts at Rs. 89,900. Both handsets are available in 128GB, 256GB, and 512GB of storage and can be purchased in black, blue, green, pink, and yellow color options. Meanwhile, the iPhone 15 Pro is priced at Rs. 139,900 for the base 128GB storage model, while the iPhone 15 Pro Max starts at Rs. 159,900 with 256GB of storage. You can buy both phones with up to 1 TB of storage in black titanium, blue titanium, natural titanium, and white titanium colorways. Pre-orders for the iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro, and iPhone 15 Pro Max will begin today at 5:30 p.m. via Apple's online store. The company will offer the phones for purchase starting on September 22. iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max specifications. The newly launched iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Pro models sport a 6.1-inch OLED display and the company's proprietary ceramic shield technology for improved durability. The iPhone 15 Plus and iPhone 15 Pro Max are equipped with a larger 6.7-inch OLED display. Both Pro models also support promotion with a refresh rate that ranges between 1 Hz and 120 Hz. The iPhone 15 models are powered by the same A16 Bionic chip that powered Apple's iPhone 14 Pro models that were launched in September 2022. Meanwhile, the iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro are equipped with the company's next-generation A17 Pro chip that is based on the latest 3nm technology that is claimed to offer improved performance and efficiency over last year's models.
Caviar announces iPhone 15 Pro series with 18K gold chassis, costs more than $8,000. Apple unveiled the iPhone 15 series earlier this week, consisting of the iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro, and iPhone 15 Pro Max. None of these new iPhones come in gold color, but if you want one and have the money to splurge, Dubai-based luxury class device maker Caviar has introduced the Pro models with a golden chassis, and they are calling these Ultra Gold. The iPhone 15 Pro Ultra Gold starts at $8,890 and goes up to $9,890. While the iPhone 15 Pro Max Ultra Gold has a base price of $9,670, going up to $10,390. The Ultra Gold models have a chassis made of 18K gold with a satin finish, while the Apple logo on the rear is made of 24K gold. Caviar says the Ultra Gold is for the chosen ones, including celebrities, sportsmen, politicians, and other elites. Caviar also introduced an Ultra Black version for the iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max. The iPhone 15 Pro Ultra Black has a base price of $8,060 and goes up to $9,060, while the iPhone 15 Pro Max Ultra Black starts at $8,840, with the most expensive model priced at $9,560. The Ultra Black model also features a 24K Apple logo, but its chassis is made of aviation titanium with PVD. In addition to the Ultra Gold and Ultra Black models, Caviar announced Titan Black, Starry Night, and Dark Red versions of the iPhone 15 Pro and Pro Max. The Titan Black model also has an aviation titanium body, but the Apple logo on its rear is made of black nacre from Van Cleef & Arpels. The Dark Red and Starry Night models also feature the same Apple logo but have different chassis designs. The Dark Red version's chassis has cosmic patterns inspired by Mars, with each unit having a unique design of marble carbon. Caviar says the Dark Red's chassis of forged carbon and dark red color is taken from the Lamborghini sports car production. The Starry Night variant's chassis is made of forged carbon composite, with the violet fibers having a pattern resembling Van Gogh's The Starry Night painting. Like Dark Red, the Starry Night model also comes with a unique design of marble carbon. Caviar will only make 99 units of each of these 5 iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max versions, and if you are interested in buying one, you can head this way to learn more about their pricing and availability.
iPhone 15. What you need to know about Apple's incoming phone. Apple's upcoming phone series is rather close to launch. We'll see the iPhone 15 debut on the 12th of September. The mainstream phones will be the iPhone 15 and 15 Plus, joined by the more premium iPhone 15 Pro and Pro Max. The Pro Max is set to go even more upmarket than before and as a result may be called the iPhone 15 Ultra, to match the Apple Watch Ultra. Read on for all the latest news and rumors about the iPhone 15 lineup, including everything you need to know about the move to USB-C, a more rounded design and a solid-state action button instead of the mute toggle. The so-called Wonderlust Apple event may also yield an Apple Watch Ultra 2. There will almost certainly be an Apple Watch Series 9 launching at the same time, while there may also be AirPods with USB-C charging, too. The iPhone 15 series will run iOS 17 out of the box. This isn't a major update to iOS, but includes several cool features. There are contact posters so you can show your photo or memoji when you call someone, live voicemail, a transcription of voicemail messages that have been left, and message check-in so people can see when you've got home. Check out the 10 best iOS 17 features to look forward to. Widgets can now be more interactive, while you can name drop someone your contact details. You can also share your location, and request someone else's location, through Find My in Messages. You can also share AirTag and other Find My accessories in a group, too. iPhone 15 series at a glance. What we're expecting. The iPhone 15 Pro Max could be renamed as the iPhone 15 Ultra. 4 models will again debut, iPhone 15 and 15 Plus as well as the iPhone 15 Pro and Ultra Pro Max. The dynamic island will come to all iPhone 15 models. USB-C will replace Lightning, finally. Again there will be 6.1 and 6.7 inches screen sizes. The Pro and Ultra may have a new periscope zoom, but it might just be the Ultra. There will be a single volume rocker and the mute slider will be replaced by a customizable button. All will run iOS 17 out of the box.
iPhone 15. Release date, price, features, and everything you need to know. After months of leaks, rumors and speculation, the most highly anticipated phones of the year have arrived, with Apple having unveiled the iPhone 15 along with the iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max, at its Apple September event. It's the standard iPhone 15 that we'll be looking at here, so if you're curious about the release date, price, design, or the various specs and features of Apple's most affordable new phone, you've come to the right place. For our early impressions of the device, head over to our hands-on iPhone 15 review, and you'll also want to check out our hands-on iPhone 15 Plus review, hands-on iPhone 15 Pro review, and hands-on iPhone 15 Pro Max review before settling on your next new phone from Apple. Highlights in the iPhone 15 include a dynamic island in place of the notch, a new 48 megapixels camera, and yes, a USB-C port. But there's plenty more that's new, too, so read on for everything you need to know. Alternatively, scoot over to our Apple Event 2023 live blog if you want to see what else was unveiled. The iPhone 15 was announced on September 12, 2023 at Apple's September event. The device will be available to pre-order from Friday, September 15th, and will ship the following week on Friday, September 22nd. The phone starts at $799 per £799 per 1,499 Australian dollars, for which you'll get a model with 128 gigabytes of storage. If you want 256 gigabytes, it will cost you $899 per £899 per 1,699 Australian dollars. While 512 gigabytes comes in at $1,099 per £1,099 per 2,049 Australian dollars. US and UK pricing numerically match this year, marking a welcome price drop year-on-year for UK buyers. The phone is a little pricier year-on-year in Australia. If you're interested in buying the iPhone 15, head on over to our iPhone 15 deals page for a roundup of all the best offers once the phone is on sale. The iPhone 15 is quite a departure from the iPhone 14 before it, especially from the front, as there's no longer a notch. Instead, the phone has a dynamic island, much like we saw last year on the iPhone 14 Pro and iPhone 14 Pro Max. This year it's a feature that all 4 new models have. That leaves the iPhone 15 looking a lot more modern than its predecessor, and that's not the only change, as it features a color-infused glass and a USB-C port, instead of Lightning. The iPhone 15 is available in 5 shades, and as usual it has an IP68 rating, meaning it's dust-proof and water-resistant.
iPhone 15 Pro Max sells out in under an hour during pre-order rush. Report. Apple's latest iPhone 15 series, revealed at the Wonderlust event on Tuesday, saw the Pro Max model selling out in under an hour during pre-orders on September 15, causing a 2 to 3 week waiting period for many configurations, as per a media report. According to a report by BGR.com, pre-orders for the iPhone 15 series began in multiple countries on September 15. Interestingly, in less than 1 hour from the start of pre-orders, the iPhone 15 Pro Max had completely sold out, and most color and configuration options now show a 2 to 3 week waiting period. The report from the publication also noted that if customers are unable to purchase the larger iPhone during the pre-sale event, their options would be to try their luck next Friday when general sales commence, or alternatively, they may need to wait until at least October to acquire this device. Reportedly, the new iPhones will be available for sale starting September 22 in over 40 countries. However, customers in Macau, Malaysia, Turkey, Vietnam, and 17 other countries and regions will need to wait until September 29 to purchase the new device. To recall, Apple's official website experienced a temporary outage just before the anticipated commencement of pre-orders for the iPhone 15 series. However, the tech giant has started the pre-booking process for its latest smartphone lineup, which includes the iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro, and iPhone 15 Pro Max. Here is all you need to know on the Indian prices and discount details on the all-new iPhone 15 series. The iPhone 15 lineup offers various storage options and price points. The base model with 128GB storage is priced at 79,900 rupees, while the 256GB version comes in at 89,900 rupees. For those who need more storage, the 512GB model is available for 109,900 rupees. Moving on to the iPhone 15 Plus, the 128GB variant costs 89,900 rupees, and the 256GB model is priced at 99,900 rupees. There's also a 512GB option for this iPhone, which can be purchased for 1 rupee, 19,900.
Apple iPhone 15 series goes on pre-order. The Apple iPhone 15 series unveiled a few days ago at Apple's Wonderlust event will go on pre-order today starting 12 p.m. Coordinated Universal Time in over 40 countries, including the US, the UK, India, Germany, Japan, and China, with availability beginning September 22. The iPhone 15 lineup includes 4 models: iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro, and iPhone 15 Pro Max. The iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus come in 128GB, 256GB, and 512GB storage capacities with 5 color options: pink, yellow, green, blue, and black. The iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max, on the other hand, are offered in black titanium, white titanium, blue titanium, and natural titanium finishes. The iPhone 15 Pro gets an additional 1TB storage option, while the iPhone 15 Pro Max comes in 256GB, 512GB, and 1TB storage capacities. The iPhone 15 lineup will be available in 21 more countries starting September 29, including Macau, Malaysia, and Vietnam. You can read our iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max's announcement coverage here to know more about them, and head this way for the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus coverage.
Caviar announces iPhone 15 Pro series with 18K gold chassis, costs more than $8,000. Apple unveiled the iPhone 15 series earlier this week, consisting of the iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro, and iPhone 15 Pro Max. None of these new iPhones come in gold color, but if you want one and have the money to splurge, Dubai-based luxury class device maker Caviar has introduced the Pro models with a golden chassis, and they are calling these Ultra Gold. The iPhone 15 Pro Ultra Gold starts at $8,890 and goes up to $9,890, while the iPhone 15 Pro Max Ultra Gold has a base price of $9,670, going up to $10,390. The Ultra Gold models have a chassis made of 18K gold with a satin finish, while the Apple logo on the rear is made of 24K gold. Caviar says the Ultra Gold is for the chosen ones, including celebrities, sportsmen, politicians, and other elites. Caviar also introduced an Ultra Black version for the iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max. The iPhone 15 Pro Ultra Black has a base price of $8,060 and goes up to $9,060, while the iPhone 15 Pro Max Ultra Black starts at $8,840, with the most expensive model priced at $9,560. The Ultra Black model also features a 24K Apple logo, but its chassis is made of aviation titanium with PVD. In addition to the Ultra Gold and Ultra Black models, Caviar announced Titan Black, Starry Night, and Dark Red versions of the iPhone 15 Pro and Pro Max. The Titan Black model also has an aviation titanium body, but the Apple logo on its rear is made of black nacre from Van Cleef & Arpels. The Dark Red and Starry Night models also feature the same Apple logo but have different chassis designs. The Dark Red version's chassis has cosmic patterns inspired by Mars, with each unit having a unique design of marble carbon. Caviar says the Dark Red's chassis of forged carbon in dark red color is taken from the Lamborghini sports car production. The Starry Night variant's chassis is made of forged carbon composite, with the violet fibers having a pattern resembling Van Gogh's The Starry Night painting. Like Dark Red, the Starry Night model also comes with a unique design of marble carbon. Caviar will only make 99 units of each of these 5 iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max versions, and if you are interested in buying one, you can head this way to learn more about their pricing and availability. All the rumors about the iPhone 16, coming in 2024. At a glance. Set to come out in the fall of 2024, the iPhone 16 models could feature the first Apple-designed modem chip. Plus there could be updated Face ID technology, a possible portless design, a high-end, Ultra model, and more. The 2024 iPhone 16 lineup. Apple is still working on the 2023 iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Pro models, but as is typical with rumors, analysts, leakers, and others with insider information are already looking to the 2024 iPhone 16 lineup. We've been hearing rumors about the iPhone 16 models for quite some time now, so we thought we'd aggregate everything we know in one place to keep an eye on how the rumor cycle evolves. Note that this roundup contains early rumors about the iPhone 16 lineup, and there is still plenty of time for Apple to change its plans. Information here should not be interpreted as concrete fact at this early date. The iPhone 16 Pro and iPhone 16 Pro Max could feature larger display sizes, according to multiple sources. The iPhone 16 Pro could have a display that's around 6.3 inches in size, while the iPhone 16 Pro Max is expected to feature a display that's around 6.9 inches in size. The iPhone 16 Pro models are expected to feature a taller aspect ratio of 19.6.9, up from the current 19.5:9 aspect ratio. The change means the iPhone 16 Pro models will be slightly taller, though it will not be super noticeable. According to display analyst Ross Young, the iPhone 16 Pro will specifically measure in at 6.27 inches, up from 6.12, and the iPhone 16 Pro Max will measure in at 6.86 inches, up from 6.69 inches. That's a display size increase of 2.5%. While the larger display sizes will be limited to the iPhone 16 Pro models in 2024, Apple plans to bring them to the standard iPhone models in 2025 with the launch of the iPhone 17. Leaked CAD renderings of the iPhone 16 suggest that the iPhone 16 Pro Max will have a taller display, which is in line with rumors of a size increase. Display technology. The iPhone 16 OLED panels could use micro-lens technology for both improved brightness and reduced power consumption. Micro-lens arrays, or MLA, uses a uniform pattern of billions of lenses inside the panel to reduce internal reflection. The reflected light increases perceived brightness without increasing power consumption. 5 features I'd like to see on the iPhone 16 Ultra after using the 15 Pro. I tried the iPhone 15 Pro and Pro Max this week, and there's plenty to like. But I'm still waiting for several important things. All the models of the iPhone 15 have officially been announced, their features revealed, and I got a chance to go hands-on with all of them at the Steve Jobs Theater on Tuesday. The iPhone 15 standard models were more impressive than expected, except for the pastel colors, and I really liked the lighter, slimmer, more tactile feel of the Titanium Pro models. The two Pro phones also delivered exciting updates with the Action button, the new USB 3 superpowers, and the tetraprism telephoto camera lens in the Pro Max. But this year's iPhone 15 Pro and 15 Pro Max didn't deliver on everything. For a Pro-level device that costs this much, there are still a few areas where Apple could make key improvements. Since next year's Pro Max model will reportedly get renamed as the iPhone 16 Ultra, I'm hoping these features get implemented there. 1. Longer battery life. As I've already mentioned in my first impressions of the iPhone 15 Pro, the biggest disappointment for this year's Pro phones is that Apple didn't use any of the additional capabilities of the new A17 Pro chip to increase battery life. Instead, it spent all of the extra oomph from the A17 Pro to power up additional gaming features, make file transfers 20x faster with USB-C, and further enhance the advanced machine learning for photography and video. I'm sure a lot of users will take advantage of those features, but even more would benefit from longer battery life. The iPhone 14 Pro and Pro Max generally make it through a day of light to medium use without needing to recharge. However, many users have experienced the iPhone 14 Pro suffering from intermittent battery life issues. And even the iPhone 14 Pro Max can barely make it through a full day if you spend a big chunk of time shooting photos, texting them to friends and family, and uploading a few to social media, as many people do in their leisure time. An upgrade to battery life is never a very flashy feature in a keynote presentation, but it's the #1 quality of life feature that Apple could do to make its Pro phones better to use every day, and more competitive with the best Android devices. Apple A17 Pro vs Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. Battle of the next-gen chips. The arrival of the Apple iPhone 15 invites plenty of Android comparisons and talking points, none more so than in the chipset department. With a new A17 Pro processor on board, Apple has ditched the Bionic moniker. We could be looking at a new performance champion, and we're eager to see how the A17 Bionic compares to the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 powering today's best Android phones. Before diving into the specs, it's worth noting that Apple no longer packs its more powerful chipset into every new iPhone. The A17 Pro is exclusive to the iPhone 15 Pro and Ultra. The regular and Plus versions use the A16 Bionic that powered 2022's iPhone 14 Pro and Pro Max. That chip is still plenty powerful, just not quite cutting edge. So let's dive into the Apple A17 Pro vs Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. Apple A17 Pro vs Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 specs. As usual, Apple's latest CPUs are built on its customized take on the ARM architecture. That means CPU cores that you won't find in the Android space, or anywhere else, which lends the chip a more unique performance profile. As usual, Apple's A17 Pro features 2 powerhouse cores and 4 energy-efficient cores, but Apple hasn't named them this year. The Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 uses licensed ARM CPU components, a single Cortex-X3, 4 Cortex-A715s, and 4 Cortex-A510s. This setup looks a little more dynamic in the power department and features more cores, but Apple's last-gen chip already holds a slim single-core and multi-core score advantage, according to benchmarks. Apple was shy on the specifics of the A17 Pro CPUs but touts a rather conservative 10% performance boost over last generation's Apple A16 Bionic and up to 3x better performance per watt energy efficiency gains for the little cores. Based on last gen, that would push the A17 CPU capabilities notably beyond the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. We'll see exactly how far when we benchmark the chip ourselves. And will obviously provide a good rivalry for the much-anticipated Snapdragon 8 Gen 3. GPU-wise, Apple has some significant changes here. The number of GPU cores moves from 5 to 6, and other architecture changes have produced an up to 20% overall boost to graphics performance. Still, Qualcomm's Adreno 740 took the lead last year, and it'll take more than a 20% performance boost for Apple to surpass Snapdragon here. But the new iPhone has another trick up its sleeve. This iPhone 16 Pro leak might put you off buying the iPhone 15 Pro Max. A leaker has claimed that the iPhone 16 Pro and Pro Max will get a 5x zoom camera. That means users won't necessarily have to spend $1,200 to get an iPhone with great zoom. Apple has just launched the iPhone 15 series, and the company is finally catching up to the best Android camera phones by offering a 5x folded zoom camera. This feature is restricted to the Pro Max model, though, but a new leak suggests the camera will come to more models next year. Weibo tipster Digital Chat Station has claimed that the iPhone 16 Pro series will gain a 5x zoom camera rather than just the Pro Max model. This is good news if you want better long-range zoom but don't want to spend top dollar on the Pro Max phone. For what it's worth, the current iPhone 15 Pro starts at $999 while the iPhone 15 Pro Max starts at $1,199. The leaker also asserted that the iPhone 16 Pro models will pack a 48MP stacked main camera sensor. This isn't a surprise, although we're guessing some of you might be disappointed if you were holding out for a 108 megapixels or 200 megapixels sensor as seen on some Android phones. Otherwise, Digital Chat Station suggested that the phones will feature the same overall design and dynamic island. The leaker also cited industry predictions of solid-state buttons making an appearance. Either way, it looks like you might have more choices next year when it comes to an iPhone with good long-range zoom capabilities.
Apple iPhone 16 release date predictions, price, specs, and must-know features. The iPhone 15 series is not official just yet, but as with most things iPhone, rumors are already running rampant about the iPhone 16 series. With the iPhone 14 Pro and iPhone 14 Pro Max breaking tradition and diversifying from the iPhone 14 and iPhone 14 Plus, with the same in full effect for the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Pro flavors of Apple's 2023 phones, we expect the same fate to befall the iPhone 16 series. While the rumor mill is still fixated right onto the oncoming iPhone 15 series, some iPhone 16 rumors have still made it through the seep. While it's too early to attest to the veracity of said rumors, they definitely help us shape our future expectations about the iPhone lineup. This article will feature all the latest rumors and developments on the iPhone 16 scene, including all leaked new features, specs, price and release date tidbits. iPhone 16 release date. Judging from previous iPhone releases, Apple should announce the iPhone 16 series in September 2024. The most likely date should be September 10th or September 11th, which happen to be the second Tuesday and Wednesday of the month, respectively. Apple usually reveals its iPhones on a Tuesday, so this is the most likely announcement date for the iPhone 16 series. An iPhone's release date usually takes place roughly 10 days after its official announcement, and always ends up on a Friday. The big opening weekend for the iPhone is usually a litmus test for the potential demand for the upcoming holiday season, so it's quite an important event for Apple. iPhone 16 price. It's just too early to have a believable expectation about the price of the upcoming iPhone 16. We've heard mixed things about the iPhone 15 series, ranging from the price being essentially unchanged for yet another year in a row to a major $100 to $200 price hike depending on the model. Provided that the iPhone 15 prices remain unchanged, it would be extremely likely to anticipate a price hike in 2024 with the iPhone 16 series. On the other hand, if Apple amps up the price tags of its iPhone 15 goods, then there's a chance that the iPhone 16 series wouldn't be subjected to another price increase. iPhone 16 Pro models with larger screens, Apple Watch X with new health features coming in 2024, Mark Gurman. iPhone 16 Pro and iPhone 16 Pro Max will get slightly larger displays next year, Bloomberg's Mark Gurman states in the latest edition of his Power On newsletter. The company recently unveiled its iPhone 15 series of smartphones with the standard iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus receiving the dynamic island and a 48-megapixel camera that made their debut on the company's 2022 Pro models. Gurman says that the iPhone maker will also introduce a new iPad Pro with an OLED display, M3-powered Mac models, as well as an Apple Watch Series 10 upgrade with a new design and health features. Expected to arrive roughly around a year from now, the iPhone 16 series of smartphones may include the purported successors to the iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max. Gurman states that these Pro models will be equipped with bigger screens than the handsets that were just launched with a new titanium chassis. Apple is reportedly seeing robust demand for its iPhone 15 Pro Max model, with shipments delayed to November in some regions, including the US. The iPhone 16 lineup aren't the only devices from the company expected to feature upgraded displays. Apple will also upgrade its 11-inch and 13-inch iPad Pro model with an OLED display, according to Gurman. It was previously reported that the next iPad Pro model is also expected to debut with new accessories, including an improved Magic Keyboard. While Apple introduced its first 3nm chip, the A17 Pro, on the iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max, the company's transition to 3nm chips for its Mac computers is expected to take place beyond 2023, according to Gurman, who adds that the purported M3 chip is expected to succeed the 5nm M2 chip from Apple, will arrive on new MacBook Pro, MacBook Air, and Mac models. The iPhone maker announced earlier this year that it plans to sell its first wearable spatial computer, the Apple Vision Pro, in early 2024. At $3,499, roughly Rs. 2.9 lakh, the company isn't expected to ship as many units of the product as its more affordable devices. However, Gurman predicts that the device will help draw more customers for Apple's other products, as it will be present at retail stores next year. Is the Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5 the best foldable phone you can buy in India right now? We discuss the company's new clamshell-style foldable handset on the latest episode of Orbital, the Gadgets 360 podcast. iPhone 16. Release date speculation, latest leaks, price predictions and more. The iPhone 16 line isn't expected to arrive until 2024, but that hasn't stopped leakers from sharing early information about the standard iPhone 16, iPhone 16 Pro and iPhone 16 Pro Max, which may end up being called the iPhone 16 Ultra. Apple officially unveiled the iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max at its latest Apple September event, so although we're pretty much a year away from seeing the company's 2024 iPhones, we've now got a better idea of what to expect from the iPhone 16 and its siblings. Below, you'll find our one-stop guide to all the latest news, rumors and predictions surrounding the iPhone 16 line. We'll be updating this article in the months to come, too, so check back regularly for the freshest iPhone 16 info. iPhone 16 release date speculation. Likely to launch in the first half of September 2024. The shipping date will probably be a week or so later. It goes without saying, but since the iPhone 15 line has only just seen the light of day, we can't know exactly when the iPhone 16 line will arrive. That said, we can make some predictions based on past Apple form. If the company sticks to tradition, we expect Apple to announce the release date for the iPhone 16 at the 2024 edition of its annual September launch event. We're unlikely to learn the actual date of that event until sometime in August 2024, however we can use the dates of bygone Apple events to predict when next year's Apple event might take place, and therefore when the iPhone 16 could hit shelves. Apple generally picks the first or second week of September for its annual iPhone launches, and usually opts for a Tuesday, though occasionally the company goes for a Wednesday. The 2023 Red iPhone 15 edition of Apple's September event fell on September 12, with all four of the iPhone 15 models announced at the time going on sale just over a week later, on September 15. That means September 3 or 10 are quite likely launch days for the iPhone 16 in 2024, both dates are Tuesdays, though September 4 and 11 are possibilities too. As with the iPhone 15, the shipping dates for the iPhone 16 will probably be just over a week later. iPhone 16 Pro expected to feature Apple's tetraprism zoom lens from iPhone 15 Pro Max, Ming Kai Kuo. iPhone 16 Pro could be equipped with an important camera upgrade that was only reserved for Apple's top-of-the-line model this year, according to TF Securities international analyst Ming-Chi Kuo. While Apple equipped the iPhone 15 Pro Max with an improved periscope telephoto lens with 5x optical zoom support, the smaller Pro model features a standard zoom lens with 3x optical zoom that is similar to its predecessor. The analyst previously claimed that the iPhone 15 Pro Max is facing production challenges amid robust demand. Kuo predicts in a new Medium blog post that the purported iPhone 16 Pro and iPhone 16 Pro Max are expected to be equipped with Apple's new tetraprism telephoto zoom lens, unlike the iPhone 15 lineup, which only offers one model, the iPhone 15 Pro Max, with the upgraded telephoto lens that offers up to 5x optical zoom and a focal length of 120 mm. During the company's Wonderlust launch event on September 12, Apple stated that the 120 mm tetraprism lens design would reflect light rays 4 times inside a glass structure created inside the body of the iPhone 15 Pro Max. Apple managed to create the longer focal length by bringing enough separation between the camera's sensor and the lens and allowing the light to travel for longer before it is captured. However, it is worth noting that Apple is also reportedly planning to replace its Pro Max model with a new Ultra model, which suggests that the improved telephoto camera could be a hardware feature limited to the top-of-the-line model in order to differentiate between the Pro and Pro Max Ultra model. This year, Apple increased the price of the iPhone 15 Pro Max by $100, roughly Rs. $8,300, compared to its predecessor. Given Apple's efforts at maintaining secrecy surrounding the development of its products, it could be a while before we learn more about the details of the camera specifications of the iPhone 16 Pro or iPhone 16 Pro Max. Apple only confirms specifications of its upcoming products at its launch events, and the successors to the iPhone 15 series aren't expected to arrive for another year. Kuo recently stated that the iPhone 15 Pro Max was facing production challenges amid robust demand for Apple's most expensive smartphone. In his latest Medium post, Kuo states that the most significant supply bottleneck for the flagship phone is the tetraprism compact camera module. iPhone 16 Pro could bring a feature that was previously exclusive only to the iPhone 15 Pro Max. It has only been a week since the iPhone 15 series went official, and people are still waiting to receive their devices. But it turns out that Apple has already started preparing for the iPhone 16, and based on some new and trusted information, it appears that the iPhone 16 Pro, in particular, is going to receive a feature that has previously been exclusive to the Pro Max. The iPhone 16 Pro and iPhone 16 Pro Max could both offer a tetraprism camera, a lens so far exclusively only to the iPhone 15 Pro Max. Based on a new report, it appears that the iPhone 16 Pro could get the tetraprism zoom lens, a feature that debuted this month on the iPhone 15 Pro Max. Honestly, this should not be a surprise because Apple normally lets some of its Pro-exclusive features trickle down to the more affordable iPhones. In this year's case, both the iPhone 15 and 15 Plus received the Dynamic Island along with other features that were previously exclusive to the iPhone 14 Pro series. This means the iPhone 16 Pro and iPhone 16 Pro Max would be somewhat similar regarding the camera department. If you are wondering about this tetraprism zoom lens that Apple is using, it is designed to mimic the results you can expect from an actual 120mm lens when combined with a full-frame camera. The difference here is that it is the 5x telephoto camera on the 15 Pro Max that issues this lens, and honestly, it is going to benefit Pro users even more next year. Now, the good news is that based on Apple's previous record, there is a high chance that we are going to see the iPhone 16 Pro with the new tetraprism camera. But at the same time, there is still a whole year before the iPhone 16 series comes out, and anything could happen as far as the drawing board is concerned. Therefore, we suggest that you take this with a grain of salt. If, for some reason, it does not happen, Apple will find one reason or another to distinguish between the new Pro models, and knowing Apple, we would be seeing something that is good. As far as the iPhone 16 series is concerned, We have already started hearing rumors about how the new phones are going to offer higher frequency displays when compared to this generation. So, it is safe to say that the rumor mill is catching speed. I am really excited to see how Apple differentiates between the iPhone 16 Pro and 16 Pro Max. iPhone 16 rumors. Every single thing we know about it so far. The iPhone 16 and iPhone 16 Pro models are expected to hit store shelves in September 2024, but despite being in the distant future, leaks of the next-generation flagship line have been flooding in, even before the iPhone 15 was announced. Although it's early days, we're already hearing whispers about a memory boost for the iPhone 16 and iPhone 16 Plus models. The iPhone 16 Pro and iPhone 16 Pro Max, on the other hand, are reportedly getting some striking upgrades to the cameras that may dazzle the masses. Here's a compilation of everything we know so far about the iPhone 15's successor. iPhone 16 release date. The iPhone 16 release date is expected to be September of next year. After Apple has its whole shebang of an event showcasing the next generation handsets, the iPhones ship about a week or two later. In the past, Apple has deviated from this cadence due to reported production hindrances, e.g., supply chain issues. For example, the iPhone 12 and the iPhone 14 Plus shipped in October, but typically, iPhones roll out in September every year. iPhone 16 design. Let's dive into arguably the most important aspect of the iPhone's design, the screen. There haven't been any significant changes to the display sizes since the iPhone 12. But according to reliable leaker Unknowns 21, the upper-tier iPhone 16 models are going to be a little bit more unwieldy in your hands. Display. The iPhone 16 Pro will reportedly have a 6.3-inch display while the iPhone 16 Pro Max will pack a 6.9-inch panel. You may be wondering, what about the iPhone 16 and iPhone 16 Plus? Will they get a screen size bump, too? The answer is likely no. The lower-tier models will reportedly have the same display sizes as their predecessors. iPhone 15 to 6.1 inches. iPhone 15 plus 6.7 inches. iPhone 15 Pro 6.1 inches. iPhone 15 Pro Max 6.7 inches. iPhone 16 screen sizes, rumored. iPhone 16 to 6.1 inches. iPhone 16 plus 6.7 inches. iPhone 16 Pro 6.3 inches. iPhone 16 Pro Max 6.9 inches. Ross Young, a well-known display analyst and Apple leaker, was the first to claim that the iPhone 16 Pro models will have larger screens. iPhone 16 Pro rumored to gain tetraprism periscope next year. One of the marquee features on the iPhone 15 Pro Max is the new periscope camera with 5x optical zoom. The new 120mm equivalent lens brings an innovative tetraprism design with a bright f2.8 aperture and 1.12 micrometers pixels behind a 12-megapixel sensor. Apple analyst Ming-Chi Kuo suggests that the periscope sensor will make its way to the smaller iPhone 16 Pro next year, bringing parity with the Pro Max model. As per Kuo, Apple is facing challenges with iPhone 15 Pro Max production largely because of the rising production costs and low yield rates associated with the new zoom lens, which is exclusively supplied by Largan Precision Co. Based on recent reports, iPhone 15 Pro Max is in high demand, which may lead to significantly longer wear times compared to last year's iPhone 14 Pro Max. Kuo expects the iPhone 15 series to reach 80 million shipments by the end of the year. iPhone 16 rumors. What can we expect from iPhone 15's successor? Has the new iPhone 15 got your attention? With that sneakily clever dynamic island, an updated camera system and a refreshed overall package, it is easy to fall in love with the iPhone 15. It's even easier to do so with the iPhone 15 Pro Max, which also offers a better zoom camera, a nicer titanium frame and next-gen performance from a 3nm chip. Carrying almost similar prices as its predecessor, these iPhones are still among the priciest smartphones money can buy, and hence, not all of you may want to upgrade to the iPhone 15 this year. Instead, you might be more interested in all of the iPhone 16 rumors that are already teasing the iPhone's future. You don't have to be a tech genius or industry insider to know that the iPhone 16 series will be superior to the iPhone 15. What's interesting, however, are all of the iPhone 16 rumors that are painting an ambitious picture of Apple's 2024 iPhone. Mind you, it's a picture that can give its fiercest rivals, Samsung, hope you're listening, sleepless nights for the next few years. Could the iPhone 16 be the ultimate evolution of the iPhone in all its years of existence? While we can't comment on that until Tim Cook and his team present the iPhone 16 on the stage next year, we can certainly look at all the iPhone 16 rumors that have certainly captured our attention. All the iPhone 16 rumors that have caught our attention. 1. The lack of buttons. Apple's history is ridden with instances where it has successfully managed to remove many technologies and/or features that people considered crucial. On the iPhone, we have witnessed the disappearance of the 3.5mm headphone jack, the SIM card tray and the charger from the box. The last one is more of a business decision, and a bad one at that. Come 2024, Apple is getting ready to remove something else, buttons of any kind. If rumors are to be believed, Apple wants to get rid of all the buttons on the iPhone. This may seem like an unusual decision considering Apple just added an extra button on the iPhone 15 Pro for shortcuts and functions. However, the Action button is more of a replacement for the aging slider switch and is resistant to water and dust damage. Additionally, initial rumors of the iPhone 15 Pro had also suggested that Apple was getting rid of the buttons this year. It was only due to manufacturing challenges that the move was delayed. iPhone 16 Pro Max may get a huge upgrade, a super telephoto camera. In a recent report originating from reliable Apple news source MacRumors, it has been suggested that the highly anticipated iPhone 16 Pro Max could revolutionize smartphone photography with the inclusion of a super telephoto periscope camera. The information was attributed to the reliable Weibo account, Digital Chat Station, known for its accurate predictions regarding Apple's future plans. According to the report, the iPhone 16 Pro Max is expected to offer users dramatically increased optical zoom capabilities through the incorporation of a super telephoto lens with a focal length exceeding 300 mm. By leveraging this technology, Apple aims to provide users with the ability to capture distant subjects with exceptional clarity and magnification. Not only will this be beneficial for sports and wildlife photography, but it could also enhance portrait photography by producing soft and aesthetically pleasing backgrounds, as long as there is sufficient distance between the subject and the photographer. This significant upgrade in camera capabilities is expected to be made possible by Apple's shift to a periscope telephoto camera system, which is set to debut with the iPhone 15 Pro Max later this year. With the subsequent release of the iPhone 16 Pro models, Apple reportedly plans to incorporate the telephoto camera into both devices, maintaining differentiation by implementing a super telephoto periscope lens exclusively on the iPhone 16 Pro Max variant. Furthermore, the Weibo user reaffirmed their earlier claim that the iPhone 16 Pro Max will feature a 12% larger camera sensor, measuring 1/1.14 inches in size. This is a notable improvement over the current 1/1.28-inch sensor found in the iPhone 14 Pro and iPhone 14 Pro Max. A larger sensor size offers several advantages, such as improved dynamic range, enhanced background blur effects, and significantly enhanced low-light photography capabilities. The larger surface area allows for more light to be captured within the same shutter speed and aperture settings, resulting in superior image quality in challenging lighting conditions. Although the specific details of the rumored camera upgrade within the iPhone 16 lineup were not explicitly disclosed by the Weibo user, it is widely believed that the information primarily pertains to the iPhone 16 Pro Max, based on their previous statements. iPhone 16 Pro models again reported to feature a 5x optical zoom lens. The iPhone 15 Pro Max's exclusive lens, capable of 5x optical zoom, is again rumored to appear on next year's iPhone 16 Pro and iPhone 16 Pro Max models. The report comes from analyst Ming-Chi Kuo, who suggested the expansion in an article related to the iPhone 15 Pro Max and its alleged camera production challenges. In the Medium article, Kuo explains that the iPhone 15 Pro Max lens features a folded design that allows it to fit inside the smartphone and enable 25x digital zoom and 5x optical zoom. The problem with the iPhone 15 Pro, Kuo mentions, is its smaller size limits the phone to 3x optical zoom. However, the iPhone 16 Pro is expected to feature a larger display, 6.3 inches, compared to the 15 Pro's 6.1 inch. Kuo is predicting that the additional space could provide enough room for the tetraprism lens to make its way to the 16 Pro models. Kuo has spoken about this change before, speculating as far back as May about the 16 Pro's lens, but believes that change is still planned for after the introduction of the iPhone 15 Pro Max. As of right now, there's no official word from Apple regarding the iPhone 16 Pro lineup. It is expected to be released sometime in 2024. iPhone 16 Pro rumored to have bigger display than current Pros, feature 5x optical zoom. Highlights: iPhone 16 Pro and iPhone 16 Pro Max are expected to feature 6.3-inch and 6.9-inch displays, respectively. The larger size of the iPhone 16 Pro should allow space for a teraprism lens system, allowing better optical zoom. Only the iPhone 15 Pro Max features a 5x optical zoom this year, while the iPhone 15 Pro comes with only a 3x telephoto. Apple launched the new iPhone 15 series last week, and rumors have already started popping up for the New Year's flagship series, the iPhone 16 Pro. Interestingly, this year Apple skipped on providing the smaller 6.1-inch iPhone 15 Pro with a 5x optical zoom camera, citing space constraints. The device ended up featuring the same 3x telephoto from last year's Pro models. However, that could change next year. iPhone 16 Pro display, camera details. To recall, the iPhone 15 Pro Max comes with a tetraprism lens that allows for a 5x optical zoom and up to 25x digital zoom through its 12-megapixel sensor. This setup is considerably larger than the 3x telephoto module, which reportedly led Apple to offer it only for the 6.7-inch model. A new report from reliable analyst Ming-Chi Kuo suggests that even the smaller iPhone 16 Pro will feature a tetraprism lens. He did not specify the amount of optical zoom we should expect, but it ideally should be 5x or higher. This is not the first time he's mentioned this, as a previous Medium post from back in May also suggested that the size of the smaller Pro device will be larger than the outgoing model, allowing for a periscope zoom system. Display analyst Ross Young earlier tipped that the iPhone 16 Pro and iPhone 16 Pro Max will feature 6.3-inch and 6.9-inch displays, respectively. The loyalists who enjoy having Pro features in a smaller form factor might not be as happy anymore, but considering the growing tech in these phones, it makes sense that Apple has chosen to increase the sizes of these devices and match their Android counterparts. iPhone 15 series, Apple Watch Series 9, Apple Watch Ultra 2 and AirPods Pro 2nd generation with USB-C case will be going on sale this Friday in global markets, including India.
iPhone 16. Rumors have already begun about Apple's 2024 iPhone 16. It could introduce a new, Ultra, model, ditch all display cutouts, and alter its rear camera arrangement. Filled Circle A18 chip. Filled Circle under display Face ID. Filled Circle high-end, Ultra, model. Filled Circle larger displays for Pro models. Filled Circle altered camera arrangement. Filled Circle expected in 2024. Time marches on, and that means a new iPhone is coming. The iPhone 16 lineup is due in September of 2024, and rumors about this future product are already surfacing. Yes, that video is about the iPhone 15 rumor cycle, but it seems some rumors have been pushed forward into the 2024 cycle. While the largest 2023 model will likely be iPhone 15 Pro Max, Apple could shift its naming to Ultra to differentiate. So far, rumors have centered around potential component orders in the supply chain. These indicate things like whether Apple will still have a display cutout or Touch ID. Rumors are scarce, but there's enough to get an idea of what Apple is going for next. Of course, as with any rumor cycle, any and all of these features could be abandoned before release. iPhone 16, Max, Pro, Ultra. Apple is expected to continue its two-tiered system of Pro and standard devices, with a twist. The standard iPhone and iPhone Max should have near identical features with different screen sizes, while the Pro models won't. There could be enough differentiation that Apple would call the high-end device iPhone 16 Ultra. Mark Gurman states this model would have the best camera configuration, the best display, and perhaps even an improved processor. There isn't enough known about how Apple will differentiate this device just yet. Currently, rumors suggest the periscope camera expected in iPhone 15 Pro Max will remain exclusive to the larger 2024 model. External designs shouldn't change much from 2023 to 2024 beyond possible display updates. Apple tends to land on a design and stick to it for a few years. Display. The iPhone 16 Pro and iPhone 16 Ultra could increase display size slightly and sport a new aspect ratio. Rumors from DSCC Ross Young state they would have a 6.27-inch and 6.86-inch display, respectively, with a 16.69 aspect ratio. Another change could further differentiate the Pro models. The displays could lack cutouts of any kind but still support a software-based dynamic island that would disappear when not in use. The standard iPhone 16 and iPhone 16 Max would retain identical display sizes to the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Max. Don't buy the iPhone 15 to 5 reasons to wait for the iPhone 16. Apple revealed a slate of new products at its recent Wonderlust event, including the new iPhone 15 lineup, Apple Watch Series 9, and Apple Watch Ultra 2. We also got a minor update for the AirPods Pro in the form of a new USB-C charging case to align with the iPhone ditching Lightning. This year, there's actually a lot to love about the iPhone 15, as it's a much bigger upgrade than its predecessor. We now have the dynamic island across the entire lineup, USB-C charging, a 4.8MP camera, and a beautiful display that reaches double the brightness of the iPhone 14 with 2000 nits. It also packs in the A16 Bionic chip that launched with the iPhone 14 Pro. For the iPhone 15 Pro, we now have titanium instead of stainless steel, thinner bezels, and the A17 Pro chip. Plus, the mute switch is now an action button. And for the iPhone 15 Pro Max, there is a new tetraprism telephoto camera that can reach 5x optical zoom instead of the 3x optical zoom for the standard iPhone 15 Pro. Related. The iPhone 15 Pro's action button has a serious flaw. The iPhone 15 Pro isn't the iPhone upgrade I hoped it would be. 6 things to remember when trading in or selling your old iPhone. Though the improvements for the standard and Pro models of the iPhone 15 are definitely impressive, it may not be worth the upgrade if you already have an iPhone 14 device. Instead, there are a few reasons why you may want to wait for the iPhone 16 instead. When the iPhone 15 rumor cycle began, there was a lot of talk about Apple changing how the volume buttons would work. Instead of being physical buttons, the rumors seemed to indicate that they would become solid-state buttons instead. It's similar to how the home button on old iPhones eventually switched from an actual button to glass that provided haptic feedback instead, simulating the feel of a button press. At some point, reports came out that Apple encountered some technical difficulties with this, as it would require more haptic engines inside the body. Apple scrapped the plan for the iPhone 15, as all models for it retain the 2 physical buttons. But we did get the action button on the iPhone 15 Pro models. But just because it was cancelled for the iPhone 15 doesn't mean it's forever. Apple simply delayed the inevitable, and we could very well see the switch over to solid-state buttons for the iPhone 16 Pro models in 2024.
Exclusive. First iPhone 16 Pro Max CADs visualize rumored larger display. We are still months away from the iPhone 15's expected launch in September, but 9 to 5 Mac has already seen very early information about next year's iPhone 16 series. The iPhone 15 Pro has been widely rumored to be a significant upgrade, and we are expecting to see a new rounder edge design, a titanium frame, camera upgrades, and of course, USB-C. Next year, however, Apple is reportedly planning to increase the screen sizes of both the iPhone 16 Pro and iPhone 16 Pro Max. This story is supported by Mosul, the only Apple unified platform. Mosul is the only solution that fully integrates 5 different applications on a single Apple-only platform, allowing businesses and schools to easily and automatically deploy, manage, and protect all their Apple devices. Over 38,000 organizations leverage Mosul solutions to automate the deployment, management, and security of millions of Apple devices daily. Request a free account today and discover how you can put your Apple fleet on autopilot at a price point that is hard to believe. iPhone 16 Ultra. While it looks like the iPhone 15 Pro Max will forego the Ultra branding, the iPhone 16 Pro series may adopt it. This would align with what Apple did with the Apple Watch Ultra last year. As seen in CADs shared with 9 to 5 Mac, the larger iPhone 16 Pro model, possibly called iPhone 16 Ultra, will carry a roughly 6.9 screen, and the entire body will grow significantly. The device is taller, but thankfully, only slightly wider, as the iPhone 14 Pro Max is already difficult to hold with one hand. These CADs show how Apple is planning to increase the screen size of the iPhone 16 Pro Max, while keeping the overall form factor as close to the same as physically possible. These 3 iPhone 16 rumors will make you skip the iPhone 15. Apple's newly unveiled iPhone 15, as always, is hilariously expensive. While the iPhone 15 series undeniably has its allure, the iPhone 16 may be more compelling for those who are willing to wait. The rumor mill for the 2024 series of Apple phones has been chugging along hard even before the 15 finally got announced, and if they are to be believed, next year's lineup could offer something even more amazing for customers. 1. Solid-state, haptic buttons. The new iPhone 15 Pro models now have a new, customizable action button that replaced the mute switch, but the next-gen iPhone 16 may come with something even better. One of the most prominent rumors circulating among tech pundits is the potential introduction of solid-state buttons for the iPhone 16. For the uninitiated, solid-state buttons technically aren't buttons. They're panels with tactile feedback that simulate the sensations of traditional mechanical buttons. According to MacRumors, which cited well-respected tech analyst Ming-Chi Kuo, the iPhone 15 was supposed to debut solid-state buttons, but they're reportedly being delayed to the next-generation iPhone. The iPhone 16 Pro models are likely to be blessed with these cool new buttons that aren't buttons. For users who appreciate the tactile feel and the robustness of solid-state buttons, this could be a sign to hold off on a new iPhone, for now. I'd also argue that solid-state buttons may increase the dust and water resistance of the iPhone 16 Pro because there won't be any gaps for unwanted particles to slip through, so that's a plus for customers who are finicky about durability. 2. Potential under-display Face ID. Whispers in the grapevine hint at a potential under-display Face ID system for the iPhone 16, a revolutionary feature that has been hinted at too many times in the past. If true, it could emerge with higher-end iPhone 16 models. Don't get too excited about this one, though. Bloomberg's Mark Gurman and display analyst Ross Young both suggest that this advancement may only become a reality in 2025 or beyond with the iPhone 17. In 2022, Gurman said in his newsletter that a fully embedded Face ID would be, at least 3 of 4 years away. Hence, while it's an enticing prospect, it's wise to manage one's expectations and make purchasing decisions based on concrete announcements rather than speculation. The smaller iPhone 16 Pro might get Apple's new, tetraprism, zoom lens. Next year's Pro iPhones are both expected to have the tetraprism zoom lens Apple is using for the 5x telephoto camera in the iPhone 15 Pro Max, according to a new post from Apple analyst Ming-Chi Kuo. That tetraprism optical system, which is intended to replicate a 120mm lens of a full-frame camera, is exclusive to the iPhone 15 Pro Max, so if it comes to the smaller iPhone Pro next year, which I'm guessing will be called the iPhone 16 Pro, both the Pro and Pro Max might be on closer footing. Here's how the tetraprism system works, as described by Apple's Misha Skepanovich during Tuesday's Wonderlust event. 120mm lenses are typically long, so instead we created an innovative tetraprism design, built right into iPhone. The light rays are reflected 4 times through the glass structure, allowing the light to travel for longer in a much smaller design. This creates enough separation between the lens and the sensor to enable the longer focal length. The iPhone 13 Pro and iPhone 14 Pro had the same camera systems, so it's a little disappointing that Apple put a better zoom lens on the iPhone 15 Pro Max this year. I'm hoping that with the iPhone 16 Pro, Apple returns to feature parity with its Pro iPhone cameras, but given that the iPhone 15 Pro Max now starts at a higher price, I have a hunch Apple might continue to find ways to separate the Pro from the Pro Max. That might give it all the more reason to call the Pro Max an Ultra phone, as it's rumored to do. With Apple's recent release of the new 14-inch MacBook Pro, 16-inch MacBook Pro, and Mac Mini, there are now 4 different MacBooks and a desktop that you can buy with M2 chips inside. That's great for Apple fans, but can also be intimidating. Becca Farsace, Monica Chin, and Chris Welch break down each of these M2 devices, what it's good at, and who it's for. Help us help you. The smaller iPhone 16 Pro might get Apple's new Tetraprism zoom lens. Next year's Pro iPhones are both expected to have the Tetraprism zoom lens Apple is using for the 5x telephoto camera in the iPhone 15 Pro Max, according to a new post from Apple analyst Ming-Chi Kuo. That Tetraprism optical system, which is intended to replicate a 120mm lens of a full-frame camera, is exclusive to the iPhone 15 Pro Max, so if it comes to the smaller iPhone Pro next year, which I'm guessing will be called the iPhone 16 Pro, both the Pro and Pro Max might be on closer footing. Here's how the Tetraprism system works, as described by Apple's Misha Skepanovich during Tuesday's Wonderlust event. 120mm lenses are typically long, so instead we created an innovative Tetraprism design, built right into iPhone. The light rays are reflected 4 times through the glass structure, allowing the light to travel for longer in a much smaller design. This creates enough separation between the lens and the sensor to enable the longer focal length. The iPhone 13 Pro and iPhone 14 Pro had the same camera systems, so it's a little disappointing that Apple put a better zoom lens on the iPhone 15 Pro Max this year. I'm hoping that with the iPhone 16 Pro, Apple returns to feature parity with its Pro iPhone cameras, but given that the iPhone 15 Pro Max now starts at a higher price, I have a hunch Apple might continue to find ways to separate the Pro from the Pro Max. That might give it all the more reason to call the Pro Max an Ultra phone, as it's rumored to do. UK regulators have dealt a blow to Microsoft's giant $68.7 billion acquisition of Activision Blizzard. Microsoft will now have to fight to keep the deal alive, with a key EU decision in the coming weeks. iPhone 16 leaks start appearing. New cameras, bigger display, no button design, and more. The iPhone 16 launch is 1 year away and the leaks have started appearing online. The rumor mill hints at new cameras, bigger display, no button design, and more. Here are the details. As Apple's freshly minted iPhone 15 series is all set to go on sale soon, the rumor mill is already buzzing with leaks about the next generation iPhone 16 series, slated for release next year. These early tidbits suggest significant enhancements on the horizon, including larger displays, improved cameras, a shift to solid-state buttons, and more. Here are the details based on the leaks. The iPhone 16 Pro is rumored to sport a larger 6.3-inch display, while its larger sibling, the iPhone 16 Pro Max, could come with a 6.9-inch screen. However, those anticipating a size boost for the standard iPhone 16 and iPhone 16 Plus may be disappointed, as these models are expected to maintain the same screen dimensions as their predecessors. This basically means that Standard and Plus might stick to 6.1-inch and 6.7-inch screens, respectively. Apple had initially considered introducing solid-state buttons with the iPhone 15 Pro lineup, similar to the haptic feedback system found in the iPhone SE series home button. While this feature didn't materialize in the iPhone 15 Pro, known Apple analyst Ming-Chi Kuo hints that solid-state buttons could make their debut in the iPhone 16 Pro models. Additionally, the iPhone 16 Pro and iPhone 16 Pro Max are said to get a Tetra Prism telephoto camera, just like the iPhone 15 Pro Max. This technology allows for an optical zoom increase from 3x to 5x, promising sharper and more detailed photos. Furthermore, Jeff Pu, a tech analyst from Haitong International Securities, predicts a 48-megapixel ultra-wide camera for the iPhone 16 Pro series, promising improved low-light performance. This upgrade could address the slight drop in image crispness often associated with ultra-wide lenses, making landscape photography even more captivating. Apple is also reportedly planning to introduce a stacked design for the iPhone 16 Pro models. This design tweak aims to enhance light capture and expand the dynamic range, potentially delivering significant upgrades to night mode capabilities. Apple debuts iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus. A huge leap forward for iPhone with a gorgeous new design featuring a durable, color-infused back glass and new contoured edge, the Dynamic Island, a 48-megapixels main camera with 2x telephoto, and USB-C. Cupertino, California. Apple today announced iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus, featuring an industry-first color-infused back glass with a stunning, textured matte finish, and a new contoured edge on the aluminum enclosure. Both models feature the Dynamic Island, and an advanced camera system designed to help users take fantastic photos of everyday moments in their lives. A powerful 48-megapixels main camera enables super high-resolution photos and a new 2x telephoto option to give users a total of 3 optical zoom levels, like having a third camera. The iPhone 15 lineup also introduces the next generation of portraits, making it easier to capture portraits with great detail and low light performance. Building on Apple's innovative satellite infrastructure, roadside assistance via satellite can connect users to AAA if they have car trouble while off the grid. With a 16 Bionic for powerful, proven performance, a USB-C connector, precision finding for Find My Friends, and industry-leading durability features, iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus represent a huge leap forward. iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus will be available in 5 stunning new colors: pink, yellow, green, blue, and black. Pre-orders begin Friday, September 15th, with availability beginning Friday, September 22nd. iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus represent a huge leap forward with exciting camera innovations that inspire creativity, the intuitive Dynamic Island, and features like roadside assistance via satellite that make a real difference in users' lives, said Kyan Drance, Apple's Vice President of Worldwide iPhone Product Marketing. We're also pushing the power of computational photography to new levels this year with a 48 megapixels main camera featuring a new 24 megapixels default for super high-resolution photos, a new 2x telephoto option, and next-generation portraits. A beautiful and durable design with an advanced display. Available in 6.1-inch and 6.7-inch display sizes, one iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus feature the Dynamic Island, an innovative way to interact with important alerts and live activities. The elegant experience fluidly expands and adapts so users can see the next direction in maps, easily control music, and, with third-party app integrations, get real-time updates on food delivery. The iPhone 15 Pro is teaching me to embrace digital zoom. If you want to hear a love story, ask any photographer about their favorite lens. They'll probably get a little glimmer in their eye as they tell you about the fast 35mm they carry everywhere or the long portrait lens with the bokeh that hits just right. Camera bodies come and go, but your favorite lens is a lifelong relationship. Phone camera lenses are a different story. They're built like a regular camera lens, only, tiny, and they're with us literally everywhere we go. But I don't know anyone who would wax poetic about the 24mm equivalent wide angle on their iPhone or the 5x telephoto lens on their Pixel. Our relationships with them are much more transactional, and the results have as much to do with the image processing pipelines they're attached to as any physical optics. Photographically inclined smartphone owners might not have any special attachment to those lenses, but they definitely have strong negative feelings about digital zoom. Many photographers would rather use a native focal length and crop later in software, which makes sense when you're working with a traditional digital camera. But the latest round of flagship phone cameras is flipping that traditional wisdom upside down. Nowhere is this more evident than on three of the best you can buy right now: the iPhone 15 Pro Max, the Google Pixel 7 Pro, and the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. I've been shooting with them over the past 10 days, and I've come away with two major impressions. Optical zoom still wins, but digital zoom isn't as far behind as you might think. And it might be time to come around to digital focal lengths, even if using them made you feel icky in the past. Optical zoom still wins. Let's just get this out of the way. Smartphone camera zoom has improved a lot over the past few years, but you'll still get much better quality from a big, traditional camera with a big sensor and a big lens. Computational photography hasn't overcome physics. But comparing apples to apples, a traditional zoom lens on a phone still beats smartphone digital zoom, even with a lot of extra data and neural networks involved. Take a look at the iPhone 15 Pro Max's new 5x telephoto lens compared to the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra at 5x, which is between its 3x and 10x optical zoom focal lengths. iPhone 15, now available on Blinkit in select cities, promises phone delivery in 10 minutes. iPhone 15 series delivery has started in India starting September 22. Since Friday morning, interested buyers were spotted lining up in long queues outside retail stores, Apple BKC Mumbai or Apple Saket store to purchase the latest flagship models from the California-based firm. However, the instant product delivery app platform Blinkit is making it easier for buyers to purchase the latest iPhone 15 series within minutes. The firm has partnered with Apple premium reseller Unicorn to offer the service. However, the iPhone 15 delivery service is currently being offered in limited cities only. Apple's latest iPhone 15 lineup was announced at the company's Wonderlust event on September 12 along with the latest Apple Watch Series 9 and other products. Blinkit founder Albinder Deinsa has officially announced the firm's partnership with Apple product reseller Unicorn to offer iPhone 15 series delivery service on Friday via Twitter. According to the tweet, the latest iPhone 15 models will be delivered to users in just 10 minutes. Notably, the service is currently being offered to buyers in Delhi NCR, Mumbai, and Pune only. Moreover, Blinkit users can also avail an instant cashback of up to Rs. 5,000 on making the payment using HDFC bank cards. The firm is also offering easy EMI options for buyers. The users can go to the Blinkit app on iOS and Android and place an order for iPhone 15 or iPhone 15 Plus. Apple launched the iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max at its Wonderlust event on September 12. The phones are now available for sale in India starting September 22. The iPhone 15 price starts at Rs. 79,900, whereas the iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max are selling at a starting price of Rs. 89,900, Rs. 1, 39,900 and Rs. 1, 59,900, respectively. iPhone 15 and the iPhone 15 Plus are available in 128GB, 256GB, and 512GB storage options, and 5 colorways: black, blue, green, pink, and yellow. On the other hand, the Pro models are available in black titanium, blue titanium, natural titanium, and white titanium color options. iPhone 15 series shatters sales records in China. Despite the homegrown competition in China, Apple's new iPhone 15 series managed to outpace the iPhone 14 family from last year. According to one of the country's biggest online retailers, JD.com, which has partnered with more than 4,000 Apple resellers, the first 2 hours of the launch saw a 253% uptick compared to last year. This signals a huge interest in the new iPhones, and to everyone's surprise, orders from customers in lower-tier cities jumped 6 times. Despite the higher price tag, iPhone adoption seems to be spreading outside of major Chinese cities. According to market analysts, the average selling price of smartphones in the country exceeds $450 and will likely keep rising in the following quarters. So the sudden uptick in iPhone sales aligns with Chinese market trends to some extent. Apple iPhone 15 sale live. iPhone 15 Pro Max remains most desired iPhone, fans continue to rejoice. India iPhone 15 sale live. Apple's much-awaited iPhone 15 smartphone lineup is now on sale in India and other countries. The premium smartphone lineup was unveiled at the Apple's Wonderlust event on September 12 and the pre-bookings for the smartphone started on September 15 at 5:30 p.m. Apple customers can purchase the latest iPhone lineup from the company's official stores and its website from 8 a.m. today. The latest iPhone lineup includes 4 models: the iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max. The cheapest of the 4 new phones, the iPhone 15, will be available in India at a price of 79,900 rupees for the 128GB version, while customers will have to pay 89,900 rupees for the 256GB storage variant and 109,900 rupees for the 512GB storage variant. Fans worldwide are celebrating the popularity of iPhone 15 Pro smartphones. It's noteworthy that the day ends with enthusiasts lining up at Apple stores globally, eager to get their hands on their preferred iPhone models. While some were fortunate to secure early access at Apple BKC and Apple Saket stores, others had to leave empty-handed as certain models reportedly sold out. And that's a wrap. Fans worldwide are celebrating the popularity of iPhone 15 Pro smartphones. It's noteworthy that the day ends with enthusiasts lining up at Apple stores globally, eager to get their hands on their preferred iPhone models. While some were fortunate to secure early access at Apple BKC and Apple Saket stores, others had to leave empty-handed as certain models reportedly sold out. iPhone 15 sale. iPhone 15 draws enthusiastic crowds in Shanghai, China. As per Reuters, over 100 customers queued at Apple's Shanghai flagship store for the iPhone 15's in-store release. Some customers noted the lack of significant upgrades, while others, like social media influencer Zhang Ming, were drawn by the iPhone's aesthetics. Apple's decision not to raise prices despite global smartphone market trends was noteworthy. iPhone 15 sale. R. Madhavan owns, made in India, iPhone 15, says, proud and thrilled. Actor, writer, and director R. Madhavan recently revealed that he has bought the new device and expressed his pride and excitement in owning the made in India iPhone 15. The smaller iPhone 16 Pro might get Apple's new tetraprism zoom lens. Next year's Pro iPhones are both expected to have the tetraprism zoom lens Apple is using for the 5x telephoto camera in the iPhone 15 Pro Max, according to a new post from Apple analyst Ming-Chi Kuo. That tetraprism optical system, which is intended to replicate a 120mm lens of a full-frame camera, is exclusive to the iPhone 15 Pro Max, so if it comes to the smaller iPhone Pro next year, which I'm guessing will be called the iPhone 16 Pro, both the Pro and Pro Max might be on closer footing. Here's how the tetraprism system works, as described by Apple's Misha Skepanovich during Tuesday's Wonderlust event. 120mm lenses are typically long, so instead we created an innovative tetraprism design, built right into iPhone. The light rays are reflected 4 times through the glass structure, allowing the light to travel for longer in a much smaller design. This creates enough separation between the lens and the sensor to enable the longer focal length. The iPhone 13 Pro and iPhone 14 Pro had the same camera systems, so it's a little disappointing that Apple put a better zoom lens on the iPhone 15 Pro Max this year. I'm hoping that with the iPhone 16 Pro, Apple returns to feature parity with its Pro iPhone cameras, but given that the iPhone 15 Pro Max now starts at a higher price, I have a hunch Apple might continue to find ways to separate the Pro from the Pro Max. That might give it all the more reason to call the Pro Max an Ultra phone, as it's rumored to do. UK regulators have dealt a blow to Microsoft's giant $68.7 billion acquisition of Activision Blizzard. Microsoft will now have to fight to keep the deal alive, with a key EU decision in the coming weeks. Exploring the expectations, advantages, disadvantages, and colors of the iPhone 15. In the ever-evolving world of technology, Apple's iPhone series continues to captivate the imagination of enthusiasts and consumers alike. As rumors swirl and leaks trickle in, the anticipation for the iPhone 15 is reaching a fever pitch. With each iteration, Apple aims to push the boundaries of innovation, functionality, and design. Let's delve into the expectations surrounding the iPhone 15, examining its potential advantages, disadvantages, and the exciting array of colors that might grace its sleek exterior. Expectations. A glimpse into the future. As is customary with Apple's releases, the iPhone 15 is expected to bring forth a slew of new features and improvements. While these are speculative at this point, industry insiders and analysts have offered some insights into what we might expect. Performance boost. The iPhone 15 is likely to be powered by Apple's latest A16 chip, promising significant improvements in processing speed and efficiency. This could translate into faster app launches, smoother multitasking, and enhanced gaming experiences. Camera innovation. Apple consistently refines its camera technology. The iPhone 15 is rumored to feature advanced computational photography capabilities, potentially elevating low-light performance, zoom capabilities, and overall image quality. Display upgrades. The iPhone 15 might feature a promotion OLED display with a higher refresh rate, offering smoother scrolling and improved responsiveness. Additionally, rumors suggest improved HDR and color accuracy for an immersive visual experience. 5G integration. As 5G networks become more widespread, the iPhone 15 is likely to feature enhanced 5G capabilities, enabling faster data speeds and improved connectivity. Biometric enhancements. Apple might introduce more advanced biometric security features, such as an under-display Touch ID or improved Face ID technology for faster and more secure device access. Battery life. With each iteration, Apple strives to extend battery life. The iPhone 15 could feature optimizations to provide users with longer usage on a single charge. Advantages. Enhancing the iPhone experience. The iPhone 15's potential advantages are poised to make it a compelling choice for users. Cutting-edge performance. The anticipated A16 chip could bring unparalleled processing power, enabling seamless multitasking and demanding applications. iPhone 15 Pro. The iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max are Apple's newest flagship iPhones, launched September 22, 2023. Should you buy an iPhone 15 Pro? The iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max are Apple's current high-end flagship iPhones, sold alongside the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus. The new models launched on Friday, September 22, which means now is a good time to buy an iPhone 15 Pro or Pro Max. The 6.1-inch iPhone 15 Pro and 6.7-inch iPhone 15 Pro Max will last for many years to come and will remain part of Apple's flagship lineup for the next 12 months, so there's nothing better around the corner for much of the next year. The iPhone 15 Pro is priced starting at $999, while the iPhone 15 Pro Max is priced at $1,199. It is Apple's most expensive iPhone, but comes with a higher-end 5x zoom camera, a bigger battery, and a larger 256GB storage capacity. If the iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max are too expensive, Apple also sells the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus. These devices have many of the same features, but lack the telephoto camera, promotion display, and always-on display technology. 2023 iPhone 15 Pro and 15 Pro Max. Apple in September 2023 introduced the iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max, its new high-end flagship smartphones that are being sold alongside the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus. The iPhone 15 Pro models have an expanded feature set not available in the standard iPhone 15 devices, including more advanced camera technology, a better display, a faster A17 chip, and more. Available in the same 6.1 and 6.7-inch sizes as the iPhone 14 Pro models, the iPhone 15 Pro models have a similar design, but there are some notable changes. Rather than stainless steel, Apple is using a frame made out of a new titanium alloy that's also used for spacecraft, and there are new titanium colors including white, black, natural, and blue. Titanium is lighter than stainless steel, so the iPhone 15 Pro models weigh less than the iPhone 14 Pro models. The titanium has a new matte, brush texture, and it is accompanied by an aluminum internal frame that improves thermal dissipation and the repairability of the back glass. Apple also tweaked the design, so the frame has more contoured edges and the display bezels are much thinner. The front of the iPhone continues to be protected by Apple's ceramic shield material, which it says is the toughest glass used in a smartphone. Even next year's iPhone 16 Pro won't be a match for Galaxy S23 Ultra. Apple has tried to offer improved camera zoom this year with the iPhone 15 Pro Max. It's capable of 5x optical zoom, and while that may be groundbreaking for iPhone users, Samsung's Galaxy S Ultra phones have had 10x optical zoom for a few years now. The tech from high-end iPhones tends to trickle down to other models in the coming years. So even as the current Pro Max's lens moves down in the lineup, it still won't enable the iPhone 16 Pro to hold a candle to the Galaxy S23 Ultra, which would be an entire generation old by then. Galaxy S23 Ultra will also blow next year's iPhone out of the water. We've already highlighted how Apple had the chance to match Samsung's zoom capabilities but blew it. The iPhone 15 Pro Max uses a tetraprism zoom lens to provide 5x optical zoom. On the other hand, Samsung's Galaxy S23 Ultra provides 10x optical zoom that already outclasses the new iPhone. Even iPhone owners have begun to realize that their Apple phones are no match for the zoom capabilities provided by Samsung's top-of-the-line flagship. This has become evident particularly to concertgoers who find the difference between the iPhone and Galaxy S23 Ultra as clear as night and day. Famed Apple analyst Ming-Chi Kuo predicts that next year's device, likely called the iPhone 16 Pro, will get the same tetraprism system that was introduced with the iPhone 15 Pro Max this year, so it will only manage 5x optical zoom. There's no word as yet if Apple will expand the Pro Max's capabilities next year to hit 10x, but considering how Apple likes to take its time, this may not happen for a couple of years. Evidently, the only true option for customers who prioritize a good zoom camera on their smartphones is the Galaxy S23 Ultra, which is going to be replaced by the Galaxy S24 Ultra in a few months. One can only imagine how much better the camera on that is going to be. Apple CEO Tim Cook appears in New York to celebrate iPhone 15 release. Tim Cook opened Apple's Fifth Avenue store in New York on Friday to celebrate the official release of the company's new iPhones and Apple Watches. Customers flocked to the store to get their hands on the new devices, and Cook took selfies with people as they entered. Analysts and investors are watching closely to see whether the new iPhones can reignite the slumping global smartphone market. Apple CEO Tim Cook opened the company's Fifth Avenue store Friday in New York to celebrate the official release of the iPhone 15 lineup, the Apple Watch Series 9 and the Apple Watch Ultra 2. Customers flocked to the store to get their hands on the new devices, and the line stretched around the corner of 58th Street from Fifth Avenue to Madison Avenue. One man told CNBC's Steve Kovach that he had been waiting in line since 8 p.m. The night before, Cook unlocked the store and took selfies with people as they entered. Apple announced its new devices at its annual launch event earlier this month, and pre-orders open Sept. 15. Analysts and investors are watching closely to see whether the new iPhones can reignite the global smartphone market, which is on track to hit a decade low this year, according to an August report from Counterpoint Research. In a Thursday note, before the launch of the devices in stores, analysts at Bank of America wrote that ship dates for the iPhone 15 Pro and Pro Max models were extended but somewhat lower on average compared to the pre-order cycle last year. Shares of Apple closed up less than 1% Friday. The company did not immediately respond to CNBC's request for comment. The new iPhone 15 lineup starts at $799 and features a USB-C charging port and a new titanium exterior. CNBC's Kif Leswing tested the two new Pro iPhones, which start at $999 and $1,199, and found that the titanium is a huge upgrade because it makes the phone feel much lighter. First impressions of Apple's new iPhone 15 Pro Max and Watch Ultra 2. The iPhone 15 Pro Max and Apple Watch Ultra 2 both went on sale Friday, and I've got a bunch of first impressions. Also, Amazon's hardware division gets back to basics with a practical set of new products, and Apple Store employees receive smaller raises than last year. Last week in Power On, Apple's Just Good Enough lineup will hold it over until next year. Paid subscribers got to hear how long the USB-C transition may take, as well as how the iPhone 12 radiation controversy could play out. Apple Inc.'s iPhone 15 got off to a hot start, with many models quickly selling out and crowds returning to the company's retail stores in a way we haven't seen since before the pandemic. But when many users went to set up their new device, they realized something was amiss. All iPhone 15 models shipped with a bug that could render the device inoperable if users choose to transfer over their information directly from an old iPhone. Normally it should work like this. When users get an iPhone, they have a few options to bring over their data, or they can set the phone up as new. They can restore their information via iCloud, download it from a backup stored on their Mac or PC, or use the direct transfer feature. That last option, in my view, is typically the fastest, easiest and most complete way to move over data. But this time around, that feature didn't work properly. To resolve the glitch, Apple issued a software update called iOS 17.0.2. If users install the update, they won't encounter that bug. The problem is that some people weren't prompted to update as soon as they turned on their new iPhone the first time. That included me. The good news is there are a couple of quick solutions. Connect the iPhone over a cable to a Mac or PC and update to iOS 17.0.2. Set up the phone as new and update settings over the air. Then restore the phone and set it up again with a device-to-device transfer. For me, this was no hassle. But this is clearly a not-so-hot experience for consumers just getting their hands on a new phone, and an especially tricky undertaking for the uninitiated. Fragile, defective, netizens share slew of complaints as Apple's new iPhone 15 goes on sale. Apple's latest iPhones were flagged for a slew of design and technical problems within hours of their release on Friday. Social media posts shared by tech enthusiasts claim that the new device performed poorly on durability tests, had uneven coloring and other defects. Despite the complaints, demand for the latest Apple offerings remained strong on Friday with hundreds queuing up at stores across the world. First iPhone 15 Pro drop test shows worse durability than last year's iPhone 14 Pro. The new curved edges seem to be more fragile than the straight edge design, read one post. It appears that some units of the iPhone 15 Pro are defective. The coloring was not applied evenly. Furthermore, the screen seems not to be perfectly aligned with the edges. Read a post shared by Twitter user MajinBU. While some reports dubbed the new phone a fingerprint magnet, others cited an Apple support article to dismiss the color change. For iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max, the oil from your skin might temporarily alter the color of the outside band. Wiping your iPhone with a soft, slightly damp, lint-free cloth will restore the original look, the company had said. Apple newest iPhones and watches went on sale in about 40 countries today, a test of whether a new smartphone design and modest smartwatch changes can help return the company to growth. The iPhone 15 Pro and Pro Max models will represent Apple's biggest sellers throughout the rest of the year, and the ability to both create and fulfill demand for the products will make or break its holiday period. The iPhone 15 lineup has arrived, and here's everything you need to know. The iPhone 15 and 15 Pro have officially launched. The biggest change this year is that Apple is finally switching from a Lightning port to a USB-C port, meaning the phones will probably be that much easier to integrate into your charging ecosystem. But the devices have some other notable upgrades as well. We've already learned a lot of fascinating things about the devices, including an entirely new battery setting. The iPhone 15 Pro and 15 Pro Max have switched from stainless steel on their exteriors to titanium, and that translates to lighter devices that should be easier to hold in your hand. Apple also replaced the mute switch in the Pro phones with a new action button that you can customize to open the camera, turn on the flashlight, and more. The iPhone 15 and 15 Plus have some notable upgrades, too, including the dynamic island that debuted with last year's Pro lineup and a matte finish on the back glass. The new fine woven iPhone cases are very bad, according to my colleague Allison Johnson, so you probably shouldn't buy one. Still, I've been curious to learn more about them, and iFixit's new teardown just gave me even more information than I could have thought to ask for. It put one of the new cases under a microscope, tested how it stood up to things like hot sauce and coffee, and tore the thing apart, and, best of all, photographed every step of the way. There are some incredible zoomed-in photos of the fabric, for example. That black thing in a post from iFixit CEO Kyle Wiens is a human hair included for scale. Another photo shows how the fibers are affected when cut by a knife. It's not pretty. Weekly poll results. The iPhone 15 Pro Max is the clear fan favorite. The 15 Plus gets no love. Last week's poll leaves no secrets as to which of the new iPhone 15 models is the most popular. Sure, it's expensive, the periscope camera is an unknown and the older models are still competitive, but the iPhone 15 Pro Max is the one to have from this generation. Regardless of why it happened, the switch to USB-C is a big deal, especially with USB 3.1 speeds. The lighter build due to the switch to titanium matters too, and that longer lens on the tele camera addresses a long-standing shortcoming of Apple's expensive flagship. And just as importantly, these are not things that you get with last year's models. This is why the Pro Max has the smallest share of "I'll stick with an older iPhone" answers. On the flip side, it has the highest share of "it's too expensive" answers, but at least this year the base capacity is 256 gigabytes. The iPhone 15 Pro has some of these advantages as well, but crucially it is stuck with the same tele camera as last year. And it has 128 gigabytes base storage, which has some limitations, e.g. ProRes video recording is capped at 1080p at 30 fps. However, the fast USB-C port means that you can plug in external storage and lift that restriction, and with how cheap external SSDs are these days, you can record for as long as you want. This is only the first advantage of going above the USB 2.0 speeds that Lightning was capped at, on iPhones at least, and we're bound to see more. The lighter titanium build matters too, as the iPhone 15 Pro is one of the smallest flagships out there. It's about the same size as the Galaxy S23 and Zenfone 10. Things are looking pretty rough for the iPhone 15. We didn't see much praise for the switch from a notch to the dynamic island. Leaving the refresh rate at 60 fps makes this a tough sell, however. The one major update this year is the 48 megapixels main camera, but that doesn't have much of a draw, it seems. So, unless the camera and the USB-C port are must-haves for you, an iPhone 14 wouldn't feel much different. The new iPhone 15, Plus, Pro and Pro Max release on Friday. Here's everything to know. The first piece of hardware from Apple's Wonderlust event is set to hit stores on Friday, with the iPhone 15 range making its debut. The phones have been available for pre-order for just under a week, but Friday will be the first opportunity for consumers to have their hands on the newest edition of Apple's flagship product. Also available Friday is a batch of new Apple Watches. The iPhone 15 lineup starts at $799 and offers 4 models: the iPhone 15, Plus, Pro and Pro Max. The new phone will have a range of new features, and the premium models will introduce a new material to the user experience. Here's what you need to know about the iPhone 15. How much will the iPhone 15 cost? The base model iPhone 15 will start at $799, while the 15 Plus will start at $899. The iPhone 15 Pro starts at $999, while the iPhone Pro Max starts at $1,199. iPhone 15 Plus display size. The iPhone 15 has a 6.1-inch display, and the 15 Plus has a 6.7-inch display. Where can you buy an iPhone today? The iPhone 15 will be available in Apple stores and on Apple's website Friday. What colors does the iPhone 15 come in? The base models come in 5 colors: pink, black, white, blue and yellow. The iPhones have aluminum sides and a glass back like the iPhone 14 and 14 Plus. The iPhone Pro models come in dark gray, black, dark blue and light gray and have titanium sides. Zeitgeist. 16 years after the iPhone's launch, why Apple continues to play a huge role in our lives. New features, camera in the iPhone 15. The standard iPhone 15 models feature an improved camera system that will allow for greater optical zoom and a wide depth of field, switching from a 12-megapixel main camera sensor to a 48-megapixel version. The new camera has the same resolution as the camera on the iPhone 14 Pro. iPhone 15's top feature was first seen on Samsung's Galaxy Note 7. Every new iPhone's release is followed by extensive media coverage, a lot of which includes publications talking about the new iPhone's best new features. Some of those features get more attention than others, and a lot of the time some of those features come to the iPhone years after they have already been available on Android devices. And there's no better example of that than the USB-C port. Apple has ditched its proprietary Lightning connector at long last and adopted the USB-C standard because of a new law in the European Union that requires all mobile devices to feature USB-C ports after 2024, which means that iPhone and Android users will soon be able to share their charging cables and adapters. The iPhone switch to USB-C is important. It doesn't just make cables compatible between iPhones and Android devices but also between iPhones and Apple's own products, like the iPad or MacBook. In fact, it seems that USB-C is the most talked about iPhone feature of all time. Mobiles.co.uk did a bit of research to see how much coverage various iPhone features have received over the years both before and after the launch of each new iPhone and found that the switch to USB-C takes the cake by a huge margin. In the month before the iPhone 15's launch and a week after it went on sale in some markets, there are already more than 150,000 news articles online talking about the USB-C connector. In comparison, the dynamic island notch introduced with the iPhone 14 had around 7,200 articles written about it in a similar time before and after the iPhone 14 launch, which is a perfect example of how big a deal the iPhone 15's USB-C port connector is. And yes, you would be right in assuming that some of the coverage makes it seem like the iPhone's adoption of USB-C is the best thing since sliced bread. Overheating, color change. iPhone 15 users report multiple issues with newest Apple device. Tech giant Apple launched its latest offering, the iPhone 15, on September 12, with customers getting their hands on the new model on September 22, including in the UAE. The new variation of the popular phone sold like hotcakes with malls in Dubai witnessing long queues of buyers. In case you missed it, tourists have been flying in to purchase the handsets in bulk, while many others are reselling the devices online for almost 50% more than the original price. And while most of them are happy and proud to own the brand new set, users worldwide are reporting multiple issues. Here, we take a look at some of the issues. Overheating. A lot of users have complained about the variants of the iPhone 15, Pro and Pro Max, overheating. The tech giant has been getting a lot of feedback on this issue on their community forum, with one of the users writing, "I've recently purchased the new iPhone 15 Pro Max and it is heating up even when I'm not using it. I was wondering if anyone else is having this issue or if it may be a setting that is causing it that I can turn off." iPhone 15 Pro Max review. Apple's superphone weighs less and zooms further. Titanium sides, USB-C, 5x camera and new action button make for the biggest iPhone upgrade in years. Apple's latest, most expensive superphone is a big step forward for the iPhone. But despite a powerful new camera and USB-C port, the best feature is simply its lighter weight. That is because Apple's 6.7 inches iPhones have always been beasts in price and weight. But while this new iPhone 15 Pro Max is still wallet-crushingly expensive, starting at £1,199, €1,449 per $1,199 per $2,199 Australian. It is at least 19 grams lighter, making a huge difference in your hand and pockets. The new Max has titanium sides rather than stainless steel, which saves the 19 grams but also shifts the balance of the phone towards its center, making it feel lighter than it is. The design otherwise sticks closely to that introduced with the iPhone 12 Pro Max in 2020, with just a little bit of softening around the edges and slimmer bezels around the screen. The screen is one of the very best on the market and can get super bright in sunlight, making it easier to read outdoors. New for this year is the Action button, which replaces the mute switch that has been on every iPhone. It can still mute and unmute the phone by pressing and holding, but if you leave your phone permanently silenced or are happy toggling mute in Control Center, then you can remap it to do other things such as turn on, do not disturb, launch the camera, light the torch, record a voice memo, as well as other features. Specifications. Screen. 6.7 inches Super Retina XDR, OLED, 460 pixels per inch. Processor. Apple A17 Pro. RAM. 8 GB. Storage. 256, 512 GB or 1 TB. Operating system. iOS 17. Camera. 48 megapixels main, 12 megapixels UW and 12 megapixels 5x zoom, 12 megapixels front-facing camera. Connectivity. 5G, Wi-Fi 6E, NFC, Bluetooth 5.3, Thread, USB-C, Satellite, UWB and GNSS. Water resistance. IP68, 6 meters for 30 minutes. Dimensions. 159.9 by 76.7 by 8.25 millimeters. Weight. 221 grams. Out with Lightning, in with USB-C. The second big new feature for the iPhone in 2023 is the switch from the Lightning port to USB-C for charging and accessories. How much of a difference that makes will depend on the number of Lightning accessories you have. For most, it will be a simple cable switch for charging, one of which is included in the box. You can use your existing power adapter and no longer have to buy costly Apple cables, as any USB-C cable should work, including those used by every Android phone, PCs and Macs, iPads and other tablets. Apple iPhone 15 review. The most substantial update to the regular iPhone in years. New iPhones tend to be rather boring. Not the pricey Pro models that get most of the fancy new features. I'm talking about the regular versions that are ideal for most of us. Apple has historically taken a trickle-down approach to its mainline phone, adding components and features from the previous year's Pros as part of the annual update. That's primarily what we're dealing with on the iPhone 15, which starts at $799. However, the combination of those hand-me-downs, a revamped camera and the switch to USB-C make this year's regular iPhone a worthy upgrade. Design. Apple hasn't made sweeping changes to the regular iPhone design in years, opting instead for subtle tweaks that only a careful observer will notice. For the iPhone 15, the company kept the aircraft-grade aluminum frame but gave it a more contoured edge. For this reason, the new model is more pleasant to hold, but you'll only enjoy that if you aren't using a case. Apple also made a significant tweak to the back of the iPhone 15, choosing color-infused glass with a matte finish that it says is a first for smartphones. The issue for me here is the colors. Apple's selection of black, blue, green, yellow and pink lacked the pop of previous iPhone generations and are quite pastel in real life. This isn't a problem if you're a fan of those shades, but they're not for me. They're muted to the point I thought I still had a protective covering on the back of the phone. There's no white, gold or silver option, so you're only left with the black. That's really more of a dark gray, if you want something less Easter white. The iPhone 15 is just as durable and water-resistant as its predecessor, so there's no upgrades there. You'll still get a ceramic shield display up front for added protection and an overall IP68 rating. Apple iPhone 15 Pro review. A reinterpretation of a masterpiece. The hard truth is that Apple does deserve special mention for not bringing something entirely new with the iPhone 15 Pro, but for continuously iterating on the formula that makes the iPhone so special. Over the weekend, I happened to watch The Godfather, a movie that has remained a cultural phenomenon even 50 years after its release. The film has inspired numerous sequels and spin-offs, and its influence can still be felt across the industry. However, what truly makes the movie continue to resonate with audiences strongly is its complexity and depth of characters. I felt the same way when I was using the new iPhone 15 Pro. Each feature of the iPhone has a character of its own and is central to the core experience. This makes the high-end iPhone 15 Pro particularly noteworthy as it strives to demonstrate the power and influence of the device. You know the iPhone, you understand the camera, and you are familiar with how the Apple ecosystem works, yet you are emotionally impacted by what it represents. That's why the story of the iPhone is timeless, and the iPhone 15 Pro is a reinterpretation of a modern classic. I have been using the iPhone 15 Pro as my daily phone for a few days. I'm a long-time iPhone user but have never had the Pro model. The last iPhone I used was the iPhone 14. Although it still works just fine, I wanted to try out the Pro model. Here is my review of the iPhone 15 Pro. Apple iPhone 15 Pro price in India, as reviewed, 184,900 rupees. Titanium makes the iPhone 15 Pro lighter. Coming from the iPhone 14, the iPhone 15 Pro felt both familiar and different. I don't like extra-large screen-sized smartphones, so it was natural for me to opt for the iPhone 15 Pro over the 15 Pro Max. The size of the 15 Pro is exactly the same as the iPhone 14, but the phone feels immediately different when you hold it in your hand. It's actually smaller in height and width than my iPhone 14 but a little thicker. It's unlikely you will really notice an immediate difference if you are coming from last year's iPhone 14 like I did. Apple says the iPhone 15 Pro is stronger and lighter than the previous generation Pro model. This is due to a change in frame materials from stainless steel to titanium. If you opt for the iPhone in natural titanium, the sides may feel a bit duller, but I like the rawness of the material for some reason.
Kate Middleton and Prince William's row with King Charles over Prince George's role. Prince William and Kate Middleton have a very close bond with King Charles. We have been treated to glimpses of their special relationship on their rare public appearances together, including a visit to a veterans rehabilitation center, where Kate was photographed in fits of giggles as she talked to her father-in-law. According to reports, however, a bit of an argument erupted within the royal family earlier this year, ahead of the royal coronation. Commentator Tom Quinn has claimed that William and Kate became increasingly worried about their son Prince George and his role at the historic event. I've heard from my contacts that there is a bit of an argument going on about whether George should play a more formal role, Quinn told The Express at the time. I've heard that Kate and William are worried that it will be too much for him. He continued, it's almost an echo of the way William and Harry were sometimes made to attend formal occasions that they shouldn't have been made to attend, most famously, the funeral of their mother, and walking behind her coffin at their age. A lot of people criticized that and said that it was a horrible thing to make two boys that young, and especially Harry, do. So I think people are remembering this and thinking, well, hang on a minute, if George is some sort of a page boy, or has a similar role at the coronation, is that going back too far towards the traditional roles? So I've heard that there is a debate going on quite fiercely at the moment about how to do that. And, as far as I've heard, it hasn't been decided yet. Of course, Prince George did go on to take a prominent role at his grandfather's coronation on the 6th of May, and in doing so, made history as the youngest future king to play a part in a crowning ceremony. He was given the honor of being a page of honor, serving alongside even other pages for King Charles and Queen Camilla and taking part in the procession at Westminster Abbey. George stepped into the spotlight as one of 4 pages of honor attending to the king, alongside Lord Oliver Cholmondeley, Nicholas Barclay and Ralph Tomachi. Meanwhile, Queen Camilla was supported by her 3 grandsons, Gus Lopez, Louis Lopez, Freddie Parker Bowles, and great-nephew, Arthur Elliott.
iPhone 15 Pro Max obliterated in new breakability test against Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Pixel Fold, foldables more durable than iPhone. The iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Pro models were announced last month with major changes in terms of the design as well as internals. On the outside, the iPhone 15 Pro comes with a stronger titanium finish and slightly rounded edges for comfort. In terms of durability, we have previously seen various tests where the iPhone 15 Pro did not perform as it should. In a new breakability test, the iPhone 15 Pro Max goes head-to-head with the Pixel Fold, Galaxy Z Fold 5, and more. iPhone 15 Pro Max goes head-to-head with Samsung and Google's Foldable in new breakability test video. The new breakability test is conducted by Allstate Protection Plans, a company that provides device insurance. As mentioned earlier, the devices part of the breakability tests are the iPhone 15 Pro Max going up against its rivals, the Galaxy Z Fold 5, Galaxy S23 Ultra, and the Google Pixel Fold. It is surely an interesting durability test where the iPhone is set up against two of the most popular foldables on the market. Allstate first dunked an entire lot of expensive phones in the water for about 30 minutes and then began the horrific drop test. The drop tests were handled by an apparatus that managed to make sure that the devices dropped in the desired position. The back-down test was cracked and shattered, but it remained functional. The iPhone 15 Pro Max failed the breakability test as it was completely unusable after the face-down drop. The screen cracked with shards of glass flying out of it. Surprisingly, the Galaxy Z Fold 5 and the Google Pixel Fold remained in working condition after falling face down on the hard concrete surface. It took more than 2 attempts to render the screens useless. The devices were unfolded for the test. However, the outer screen of both phones shattered on the first drop. The results are not surprising at all, as a phone made from glass with a weight will always crack when it contacts a harder surface. Princess Eugenie left wedding seat next to Prince Andrew empty due to strict rule. Princess Eugenie and husband Jack Brooksbank will no doubt be celebrating today to mark their 5th wedding anniversary. The pair married in a grand ceremony at St. George's Chapel in Windsor in 2018 with their varied guest list including Eugenie's late grandmother the Queen, all of her royal relatives supermodel Cara Delevingne and singer Robbie Williams. In fact, more than 850 people packed into the chapel to see Eugenie and Jack exchange their vows. But if you look closely enough at pictures from the day you can see one prime seat at the front of the chapel in front of the former monarch was left empty. However, it wasn't down to a no-show on the big day, it is actually down to the late Queen herself. That's because traditionally the monarch and the rest of the royals sit on the right-hand side of the choir in St. George's Chapel. Her late Majesty is said to have preferred to sit in the second row of seats, as, according to The Sun, she found the front row uncomfortable. And with tradition dictating that no one is allowed to sit in front of the Queen and obstruct her view, this is why the seat was left empty. The same seat was also left empty months earlier when Prince Harry and Meghan Markle married in the same chapel and last year when a committal service for the late Queen was held there on the day of her funeral. An empty space was left in the row in front of King Charles. However, there was actually a member of the royal family missing on Eugenie's wedding day, Queen Camilla. Instead, she attended a school harvest festival in Scotland, which she had agreed to make an appearance at before Eugenie's wedding date had been confirmed. Since marrying in 2018, Eugenie and Jack have welcomed 2 children, August, who was born in February 2021, and baby Ernest, who arrived in late May. Ernest's full name is Ernest George Ronnie, and at the time of his birth, Eugenie explained the significance of the name. She said, "He is named after his great-great-great-grandfather George, his grandpa George and my grandpa Ronald." Ernest's birth came 2 years after Eugenie's firstborn August Philip Hawke Brooksbank, who arrived at the exclusive Portland Hospital in central London. His name also pays tribute to a late family members, including his great-grandfather Prince Philip, who died just weeks after Eugenie welcomed her son. In a documentary in September 2021, Harry and Meghan's new royal feud is "close bond, with cousins, under fire from palace." Prince Harry and Meghan Markle could have a new royal feud on the horizon as the king and the palace worry what the couple could find out amid their ongoing close bonds to some of their relatives. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex stepped back as senior working royals in 2020, with them moving to Montecito, California shortly after their bombshell announcement. Setting up life in America with their son and daughter, Meghan and Harry have kept a distance from the palace, or so it seemed. But now it has been reported that despite the couple being estranged from their family, they have remained close to two of Harry's relatives, with whom his close bond goes back decades, with them having long been confidants of his too. According to an insider, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex have remained very close to Princess Eugenie and Princess Beatrice, which has left the royal family worried about what palace information the Montecito-based duo could end up hearing, as per Heat magazine. The Duke and Duchess are said to have caught up with Eugenie and her husband Jack Brooksbank recently, with reports even claiming they jetted off to Portugal together where they had a wonderful time. It was also revealed that Harry and Meghan are even planning on hosting Eugenie and Jack in California over the holiday season. They've got so much in common. The kids, a shared interest in philanthropy, and Harry enjoys offering advice to his cousin about how to further her career, while Meghan's great with parenting, lifestyle, and nutrition, the insider spilled. Eugenie isn't the only relative still close with Prince Harry and Meghan though, because Harry's other cousin Beatrice is quite fond of the duo, as is her husband Edo. And according to a source, the two sisters have shown loyalty and compassion, too. But this bond is said to be causing a stir inside the palace, with them supposedly worried that the friendship could lead to a new royal feud. Speaking to the outlet, an insider said, "For the king, Camilla, and the Waleses, it's rather unfortunate that Eugenie and Beatrice are so close with the Sussexes." The insider added that these fears are cropping up because Beatrice and Eugenie are still privy to a lot of what's happening inside Buckingham Palace, so there's a concern about what they're telling them, and what they could reveal, even unintentionally. Prince Harry's pals cutting comment about Meghan Markle mourning after royal wedding. When Prince Harry married Meghan Markle, it was certainly a star-studded affair. Those invited to celebrate with the couple on their big day included Oprah Winfrey, George and Amal Clooney and David and Victoria Beckham. They were among the 600 guests present in St. George's Chapel to witness Harry and Meghan's vows. For some, the church service marked the end of the celebrations, but others were then invited to join the happy couple at St. George's Hall for a luncheon reception hosted by the Queen. After the lunch came a lavish evening reception, hosted by then Prince Charles, and the guest list was cut once again, leaving just 200 of Meghan and Harry's closest friends to party the night away. And there was one person notably absent from the party, one of Harry's oldest school friends, Tom Inskip, known as Skippy. In their book Finding Freedom, Omid Scobie and Carolyn Durand revealed how unhappy Skippy was that he hadn't made the list, and that he had made a cutting comment at brunch the following day. Notably absent were Skippy, Harry's old friend, who had questioned the prince's relationship with Meghan, and his wife, Laura, they wrote. They were invited to the wedding ceremony and lunchtime reception but didn't make the cut for the evening bash. At brunch the day after the wedding, Skippy told friends, "Meghan has changed Harry too much." His Eton friend said the prince was awed by the likes of the Clooneys and Oprah. "We've lost him," Skippy concluded. According to the book, many of Harry's old friends said that the evening guest list was the prince and his bride's way of saying, "These are the people we want in our lives moving forward." Earlier in the book, the authors explained the struggles Harry and Skippy's friendship faced after he raised concerns about how quickly the Meghan romance was moving. They claimed Skippy advised Harry to try living with Meghan for a bit before doing anything more serious. A source close to Harry and Meghan told the book's authors that his advice came from a good place, but Harry didn't totally see it that way. The insider added, "It really hurt him, Harry, that someone he was so close to would not trust his judgment." Harry's bombshell at Eugenie's wedding sparked four-word response from shocked William. Princess Eugenie dazzled as she walked down the aisle exactly 5 years ago today to marry husband Jack Brooksbank. The now mum of two enjoyed a grand wedding at St. George's Chapel in Windsor Castle, and all the royals were there, including close pals Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, as well as the Prince and Princess of Wales. It was a rare family get-together for the firm, and the Sussexes were eager to share some news. Just 5 months after their wedding, they were expecting their first child, and writing in Spare Harry recalls how they decided to use the various family gatherings associated with cousin Eugenie's big day to tell their relatives their happy news. And he also reveals what his brother Prince William's reaction was when he was told he was going to be an uncle. Harry writes that he decided to tell William after a drinks reception in St. George's Hall, when he and Meghan pulled him aside, and the heir to the throne straight away gave a 4-word response. He explains, "We whispered the news and Willie smiled and said, 'We must tell Kate.' She was across the room talking to Pippa. I said we could do it later, but he insisted. So we went and told Kate, and she also gave us big smile and hearty congratulations. They both reacted exactly as I'd hoped, as I'd wished." Meghan gave birth to Prince Archie, and 7 months later, in May 2019, at the private Portland Hospital in London, the couple broke from tradition and decided not to pose for the traditional, hospital steps, royal photos. However, Harry gave a spontaneous interview outside Windsor Castle shortly after Archie was born, praising his wife. He said, "I'm very excited to announce that Meghan and myself had a baby boy this morning, a very healthy baby boy. I haven't been at many births. This is definitely my first birth. It was amazing, absolutely incredible. I'm so incredibly proud of my wife. And as every father and parent would say, your baby is absolutely amazing." Despite what might seem like a faux pas announcing a pregnancy at a wedding, Harry and Meghan are said to have remained close to Eugenie and husband Jack, despite the frostiness between the Sussexes and other members of the royal family. Prince Harry, punished by King Charles for snapping olive branch in half. Prince Harry is said to have been punished by his father King Charles for snapping the live branch extended by the monarch. Royal commentator Duncan Larcombe claims that King Charles offered Harry and his wife, Meghan Markle, an olive branch shortly after he became king, but claims Harry then took, snapped in half, and then hit him with it. Duncan added that while Charles is still open to a reconciliation, he still feels bruised from Harry's betrayal. Harry has said some deeply hurtful things about Camilla, and yet the king will still correspond with his son, albeit not directly, Duncan said. It's remarkable really, because when Charles became king he said he loved Harry and Meghan, which was a huge olive branch, which Harry then took, snapped in half, and then hit him with it. That said, the king is still keeping those channels of communication open, where William isn't. The brothers' line of communication is completely broken, the royal author told The Sun of Harry's irretrievable relationship with his brother Prince William. William and Harry's relationship is irretrievably broken. I'm sure William is full of regret that things are the way they are, as they were once very close, he added. They had a very strong bond as brothers and always defended each other. But Harry has offered up a betrayal that no brother should put up with. It comes after the Duchess of Sussex was warned of that the situation could push her right back at square one if she goes ahead with a risky, controversial career move, according to experts. It has been reported that the Duchess of Sussex may follow in the footsteps of her husband Prince Harry by releasing her very own tell-all memoir. It has been rumored that the potential book could be as explosive as Harry's Spare, and include bombshell new details about the royal family. Harry's book certainly proved controversial, with him claiming that he was physically attacked by his brother Prince William, that Meghan rode with the Princess of Wales over bridesmaid dresses, and claiming Queen Camilla sacrificed him for good PR. King Charles to honor late Queen's memory and painful colonial legacy on Kenya visit. The king aims to honor his late mother's memory but also acknowledge Britain's painful colonial legacy during a state visit to Kenya. His Majesty and Queen Camilla will tour the East African country from October 31 to November 3. It is where Elizabeth II learned of her accession in 1952, and some stops are expected to evoke her. But Charles, 74, will also become the first royal to speak about the violent response to the Mau Mau Rebellion from 1952 to 1960. Chris Fitzgerald, Deputy Private Secretary to the King, said, The program will celebrate the close links between the British and Kenyan people. The visit will also acknowledge more painful aspects of the shared history. In 2013, the government officially stated Britain's regret for torture and other forms of ill treatment by the colonial administration. It paid out £19.9 million to around 5,200 elderly survivors. The King and Queen were invited by President William Ruto as Kenya celebrates 60 years of independence. The Foreign Office said it hoped Kenya saw Britain as a partner of choice, on peace, on trade, on economic development.
Prince Harry and Meghan Markle split over Californian lifestyle as he offers compromise. Prince Harry is said to be keen on moving to New York as he feels at home there, but it seems Meghan Markle has other plans. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex recently visited NYC to host the Archewell Foundation Parents Summit, and Harry has reportedly been left wanting more. A source has claimed he wants to move there after enjoying the fast pace, the culture, the social scene. They said Harry desperately misses London, where he lived with the royal family, and found it comforting to be back in a big city. The source also said it would be easier for him to return home for a long weekend if he lived in New York. Indeed, a flight from New York to London takes 8 hours, while a flight from Los Angeles takes 10.5 hours. While Harry is up for the big move, Meghan doesn't seem as keen. The source claims she is unconvinced by Harry's argument that being in NYC will help him to commute. They added, "Meghan's so happy to finally be back in California, she can't imagine leaving. For her, it's Hollywood all the way right now. It would make zero sense to move." While Harry is up for the big move, Meghan doesn't seem as keen. The source claims she is unconvinced by Harry's argument that being in NYC will help him to commute. They added, "Meghan's so happy to finally be back in California, she can't imagine leaving. For her, it's Hollywood all the way right now. It would make zero sense to move." The source said Harry and Meghan will be needing to spend even more time in LA once their projects pick up. Speaking to Heat magazine, the source added, "She's all about making face-to-face contact and building meaningful relationships, so they can be power players in the way Harry says he wants." However, they've claimed Meghan has agreed to a compromise. She says maybe once they've made a success of things in Hollywood, they can look at getting a place in New York, the source said. King Charles admits to one major coronation regret he wished could have changed. The historic moment King Charles was officially crowned at his coronation kicked off a bumper weekend of celebrations. But looking back at the festivities 5 months ago, it seems the monarch has regret about one aspect of it, and wishes he could have made changes. Charles made the revelation as he and Queen Camilla thanked hundreds of people involved in their historic coronation. The King and Queen invited representatives from across government, the Church of England, creative arts, volunteers and policing involved in the historic day to Buckingham Palace. Others who helped plan and run Queen Elizabeth's funeral were also invited and personally thanked by Charles and Camilla at the event, also attended by Princess Anne and Sophie, the Duchess of Edinburgh. After Charles and Camilla were crowned during a glittering ceremony staged at Westminster Abbey on May 6, the following day a concert was staged in the grounds of Windsor Castle with performances from an array of stars from Ollie Murs and Lionel Richie to Paloma Faith and Take That. Neil Walter, who was in charge of parking for the Royal Borough of Windsor and Maidenhead, said the King told him about one downside to the concert. He said how he was seated so far from the concert stage he could not see what was happening on it. The parking official added, he said next time he would like to be closer, or bring his binoculars. Among the other guests at the event were royal florist Shane Connolly, who provided the blooms for the Westminster Abbey coronation, and Bruce Oldfield, the designer behind Queen Camilla's coronation gown. Broadcaster Claire Balding, who provided the BBC commentary for the coronation processions to and from Westminster, recalled a slight faux pas during her presentation. She said, "I managed to say, which is a perfectly acceptable horsey phrase, that the Princess Royal had been very quickly mounted, and joined the procession. I didn't bat an eyelid at that. I didn't even realize. When I got home, my partner Alice said, 'You seem to have caused a bit of a stir.' But that's just the sort of thing that would make them all laugh." Another of the guests was Penny Mordaunt, who as Lord President of the Privy Council generated huge interest on social media when she carried the sword of state during the coronation ceremony. Inside secret life of bodyguards who protect royals from codenames to meticulous plans. They are discreet, vigilant, armed, and ready to spring into action. They are the bodyguards for senior royals and A-list celebrities. Highly trained and always aware of what is around them, bodyguards know that if things go wrong, fingers are pointed directly at them. But the notion that a bodyguard would jump in front of a bullet to protect the person they are guarding is unrealistic, according to Billy Billingham. He insists that a decent bodyguard would avoid a situation where a bullet even comes into the equation. Billy is a former close protection bodyguard who counts Brad Pitt, Angelina Jolie, Tom Cruise and several high-profile diplomats as former clients. The author of Sass, Who Dares Wins chief instructor, told Fabulous, "If you take a bullet, you're out of the game and your client is going to get it as well, so a decent bodyguard will avoid getting in that situation." There are many misconceptions about the role of royal protection officers. Some are SAS trained, so have perfected their demeanor, etiquette, surveillance, third-party awareness, profiling and even their driving. Meticulous planning is a huge and important part of their role, so they spend many weeks scrutinizing a royal tour and the locations that will be visited. Anyone involved is security vetted, local threats are assessed and the closest medical facility must be known by bodyguards who will have been informed about the 3 quickest routes to get there. Protection officers spend weeks planning a royal visit and months planning which locations are scouted, while people are security vetted and local threats are assessed. Billy points out that being a bodyguard is not about being a hulking V-shaped bloke with earpieces and sunglasses, but about what's in your head and being a leader. The job is not for the faint-hearted, as it comes with a lot of responsibility. Last year, Sergeant Emma Probert, the Princess of Wales's bodyguard, was awarded the Royal Victorian Order by Prince William in recognition of her service to the royal household. Emma is part of the Royalty Protection Group, codenamed S014, and is often mistaken for the royal nanny. However, Emma is martial arts trained, carries a 9mm Glock pistol and a taser stun gun. Emma was seated in the front seat of the Rolls-Royce that took Kate to her wedding to Prince William in 2011. Kate Middleton's frantic warning to Prince William at huge royal engagement. The eyes of the world were on the British royal family earlier this year as they stepped out for the coronation of King Charles. The historic ceremony, the first in 70 years, took place on the 6th of May at Westminster Abbey and was watched by millions of people around the world. Despite the pomp and ceremony surrounding the occasion, the family did express some concerns around the practicalities of the day, and their incredible outfits. And thanks to lip readers, we know exactly what they said. Kate Middleton and Prince William were caught on camera having a quick exchange before they headed inside the Abbey. The couple arrived with their children Princess Charlotte and Prince Louis before joining the procession ahead of King Charles and Queen Camilla's crowning. Both wore formal robes, with Kate in her striking Royal Victorian Order mantle, and William wearing his Order of the Garter mantle. And the princess had a word of concern for her husband before they started the long walk into the Abbey. Professional lip reader Jeremy Freeman told the Daily Star at the time that Kate turned to William and said, "Just mind the gown." He believes the heir to the throne replied with reassurance, saying, "Don't worry, I caught it." The royal couple weren't the only ones whose words were scrutinized at the coronation ceremony. A great deal of focus was put on Prince Harry, who arrived at the same time as his cousins, Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie, along with their respective husbands, Edoardo Mapelli-Mozzi and Jack Brooksbank. Harry entered the Abbey before the Prince and Princess of Wales and their children, and got a seat 3 rows back from the front. While walking in, he gave courteous greetings to some of the other guests, saying, "Hello, morning," and "Nice to see you," to various people. A lip reader claimed he said, "Look at that," while noticing the grandeur of the occasion, and also said, "Delightful." Body language expert Judy James explained that Harry looked nervous while he waited for Charles to arrive. She told the Mirror, as Harry waited in his seat for his father and brother to arrive, there were some subliminal signs of building tension or anxiety. He sucked his lips in and licked them and his blink rate increased, suggesting adrenaline prompted by nerves.